before Shabazz Napier and Maya Moore, before Peter Tork, before Wally Lamb, before Chris Dodd, before Gino Auriemma and Jim Calhoun. The likes of Nick Tronsky, Andy Fryer, and James Wolfensberger put Eastern Connecticut on the map through their exploits in Duckpin Bowling's Eastern Classic, the longest running and most prestigious tournament offer. This year marks the 85th edition of the Eastern Classic. Over the years, Duckpin Bowling has undergone changes big and small. Even the venue of the Eastern changed, moving 1 mile down Route 32 in 1968. But Duckpin bowlers have always been able to rely on one thing: the annual Eastern Classic. Over the years, the legends of Duckpin Bowling have cemented their places in this sport's history by winning the Eastern Classic. Tronsky, Fryer, Wolfensberger, Farrant, Lavers, Pierce, Wolgamoth, Cabral, Pelletier, Piles, the greatest of all time. Who will join this elite group this year? Gentlemen, let's see what you've got.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut, where Duckpin TV is bringing you live coverage of the 85th annual Frank Barber Memorial Eastern Classic. This is Eric Lateska. I am joined in the booth here by Pat Rufo.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
I'm very good. Nice to see you again.
Hey, it's been a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
About 10 hours. No records last night.
No world records. Okay.
Maybe fastest time falling asleep.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday, but we're back and ready to go here. Day 2 of the Eastern. We're joining the action in Shift 3, Part 2 of Shift 3. There's a lot to get caught up on, but I don't know, Pat. So where do we start here? Maybe the leaderboard is a good place to start.
How about this? We'll tie it in with the weather. This is the calm before the storm.
Oh, perfect.
The calm before the storm.
Perfect.
We've got a shift here. We've got a couple of bowlers on this shift who we'll talk about them in a minute. But they're making a little bit of move up the leaderboard. But the real action should begin around 12:30. We've got several bowlers on that shift who are in contention for this championship.
Yeah, we got a couple bowlers going on this shift that are hot so far. Jim's going to give us an update on that. But so last night or yesterday afternoon, we had big shift 5, all our heavy hitters, and out of shift 5 came the guys who you see at the top of the list: Mark Parker, Ron Pelletier, Walt Brooks, Will Rigney, Chris Kruger. Anybody with 6 games in the top 6 came out of that
Steve
shift.
Ivarone, a big name in the top 10 there, out of nowhere, really. He hasn't bowled in a while, and he put on a show yesterday afternoon.
Yep, you got John D'Antonis down there, number 17, Greg Schrieffer, 18. All guys that came out of that shift. Greg Schrieffer is our defending champion, and they are all in contention going into their second segment.
And, of course, the one name I want to focus on is that number 4 spot. It's that one's in the bank. That one's already in the books, and You know, as we watched yesterday afternoon, the top averages were at one point approaching 170. I think Ron Pelletier was close to averaging 170, and those slowly crept down toward that 152 mark that Jesse put up. So
Yeah,
that's something we're going to watch.
We'll have to see if they continue to regress a little bit and if Jesse floats back up to the top.
That wouldn't surprise me if we see his name pop at the top of the list at some point during the afternoon.
Yeah. So what else to point out here? I think our coverage ended a little bit earlier last night. We weren't able to get all the way through, so there were a couple bowlers we were keeping an eye on.
Yep.
One of them, Kyle Shaw. You see his name on the list here, coming in 14th. He's done. He kind of tapered off at the end.
Yeah, he was averaging. He was above the 152 mark briefly, but he started to struggle about game 9 or 10. He started to really have some difficulties, and I saw several splits on reasonable hits, and he just struggled going out. Also, John Zikas.
John T. Zikas in 16th. Yeah.
He had when I left his last game before I left was in the 180s. He was starting to make a run at it, and his last two games just didn't get there.
Yeah, so lots of action ahead of us today. An exciting conclusion to the tournament. You see 5 out of the 6 guys at the top of the list are going to make a run at this.
And I just want to throw one thing in there for you.
Go ahead.
The man that was in the booth with us yesterday, Mr. Billy Kuntz, just threw a 190 game. So.
Oh wow! What a great way to start the show here. And Billy, instead of being with us in the booth, is actually going to have the lights point and the camera pointed at him this morning. So good segue. We'll toss it over to Jim now, who's going to give us the lay of the land of the guys who are out there. I think they have completed games this morning. Jim, what do you see so far?
Yeah, just like you said, we're finishing up the second game of Block 2 for this third shift, Shift 3. Touched on Billy Kuntz's 190. He's in the pink short, so he'll be hard to miss when he's on camera today. A couple of other big games so far. Chris Castiglione from Johnson, Rhode Island, 124 average. He had a 151 his first game. Phil Foreman from Vernon, Connecticut, town near and dear to my heart, 126 average. He had a 152. But I think the person you're going to want to watch this shift is going to be Jason Souter from Maryland, 139 average. He had 866 his first 6 games. Came out of the gate today with a 161, and he's finishing up his second game. He had 130 in the 8th, his second game, so he's trying to make a run at it. He had 1,027 after 7 games, including his 161 today.
All right, thank you for that, Jim. And you mentioned a name there that's showing up at the bottom of your screen. We've got another graphic to share with you guys that will pretty much stay up throughout the day. The leaderboard, top 12 bowlers, and this will be continuously updated throughout the day as scores come in. Jim mentioned Jason Souter. You see him in the 9th position right now. He's off to a really great start today. We'll see if he can continue moving up in the ranks. And that is about, I think, it to get everybody up to date on where we are.
Right. Like I said, we're going to keep you up to date through this shift, but we're going to be bringing you the real action. Going to be between noon and 5. That's when the show's really going to start.
Yeah, absolutely. But our show is going to be entertaining.
Yeah, that's right.
And we'll take a break here and roll for you. We'll roll for you an interview with Don Dove. That catch up with him last week, and he had a lot of interesting things to say about the tournament and a recent accomplishment he made out on the DPBA Professional Tour, and we'll play that for you now.
Hello, folks. Welcome to another edition of Duck Talk. My name is Eric Lateska. I will be your host. We're here today with Don Dove. Don, thank you for being with us.
Our pleasure to be here.
Now, Don, we'll go through some of your resume here. You are a Hall of Fame member of the DPBA, the NDBC, Bowler of the Year on the DPBA Pro Tour 3 times. An interesting accomplishment very few people manage to get to is you've won back-to-back on the tour 2 times.
Right.
And then, the most recent and incredible accomplishment is eclipsing the record held previously by Jeff Piles of 18 tour titles. You got to 19 last October at Johnson's Lanes in Hamden, Connecticut. So let's start there, Don. 19 victories is a lot to look back on, but do any of them stand out in your memory as being favorites or the most exciting and difficult matches?
Oh, yes. Actually, the very first tour I won was in 1988, which seems like a long time ago. I was my 7th tour ever, and actually the final match I needed to throw a strike in the last frame to tie. So we bowled Mike Trepanier, threw the strike, and then nobody knew what to do. It was kind of amazing. There was a lot of people in the back, like maybe a couple 100 people or so. It was a lot of people cheering. It was a great atmosphere, and I still remember like it was yesterday. And the tour director's like, "You go here, and you're going to go first," and I'm just like, right. So it turned out that I bowled first. Mike bowled his 2 frames, and then I think he had a open, and I had a mark in the first frame. So I think I needed like 9 on the first ball to win the tour, and I threw a strike, which just ended it. So that was my 7th tour. I'm thinking, well, this is really. I didn't think it'd be easy. That is not the way to say it, but I didn't think I could. So it took 9 years to win another tour. So that next tour was in 1997, and then after I actually won that tour, they just started to fall into place. And I guess I had a practice regimen that I was always looking forward to the next tour. So, like, for instance, if I bowled, like, say, a lucky strike, I knew the characteristics of that lane, so I might go out and find a place around me that's sort of similar to here, maybe different equipment, different angle, different ball speed, something that, I know I'm going to need to be able to execute that game at that place. And that's what I always look forward to the next tour. I didn't really lament on any win. So I think that's probably a lot of me to keep doing it. I didn't really look back. And I actually a few years ago, I did think about how did you do that? And I don't really remember, or I just remember practice all the time. But I always would look towards the next tour immediately after the last tour. It's kind of like an NFL team that would say, yeah, we're going to enjoy this win for 12 hours, and then we're on to the next team. And that's with, being on the tour when we are in the season.
It's great. The first win is always pretty special, and breakthrough win. It took you a little while to get the second one, but it's a good message to a lot of bowlers out there who have just 1 star and are looking for their in the hunt for their second. So, Don, I don't know if you know this. I mean, it sounds like you kind of answered this question already. Maybe you'll have a different answer to it though. But I don't know if you know this. I mean, you're pretty good at this game, right?
Sometimes.
When did you know that you were?
I think that's part of what makes me be successful. I don't see it. You see me, I don't see me. I know what I feel, and I feel like I'm always trying to improve. And obviously the accolades and things falling into place and winning tournaments and being ranked number 1 in the country, and that all, makes you look. But I feel like there's room to get better. Actually, as I'm getting older now, it's even harder to do so. So, obviously I'm good at it, but you think I'm better at it than I think that I feel that I am.
Yeah, well, there's some humbleness there. I mean, that's a great thing to hear, and then also, you can still see the motivation, the thing that keeps you competitive and driving to just continue progressing. I mean, I
just love the bowl. I mean, if it wouldn't, these tournaments, you wouldn't have to really have any money or anything in it. It's just the competition, and I just love it. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to do something on the side that I enjoy doing immensely.
Yeah. So shifting gears a little bit here, Don, the Eastern is a historic tournament. This is the 85th running of the tournament, longest continuously run tournament in all of duckpin bowling. So what keeps bringing you back to it?
This is probably the only tournament I've never won. I've come really a few times. Actually, year, I'm not even sure what year it was, but I bowled I was top leading the tournament. I came in 3rd place in the last frame. 2 guys threw doubles in the 10th to go by me. So I was like, wow, how much closer can you get? But it just hasn't fallen my way yet. Hopefully one day, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, on that note, I mean, what would it mean to you to get this added to your resume?
This would complete it.
Yeah.
This would complete the resume.
Okay.
There's not, people say there's something you haven't done yet. Well, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I haven't won this tournament.
Well, you're here to give it another go this year. Do you think that you can win it? All right. And more importantly, do you think you can topple the tournament record, the 12-game world record held by your friend Scott Walker?
All right, folks. I'm going to tell you right now, we haven't thrown a ball yet in 2015. I am not breaking the record. Nobody's going to break that record. That's an amazing accomplishment. And not to take anything away from it, scoring conditions have gone down a little bit, but that score is outstanding. And I really do not see that record ever being broken. I don't see the 655 set ever being broken. The year average of 164. That's never going to happen. You might get somebody have a really great run and maybe break the 279, but to do that, you would need 10 strikes out the gate. And I mean, we watched Tigers are special. Where before, I mean, we go to a pro tour 25 years ago and go to a 40-lane center. If you had a good shift of bowlers, there's no time when you wouldn't see a triple up on the overhead scores. So scoring has changed a little bit. So I don't really see anybody beating that score. And I guess if I get into a groove and things go well and I keep everything in line, you never know, I might be able to have I just take it one ball at a time, and I don't worry about that until game 12.
Yeah. So last question, and it's a follow-up to that one.
Sure.
Scott's a good friend of yours, obviously. Does your friendship with Scott make you a better bowler?
Oh, yes. And I think it's also the other way around. I mean, we practice probably 3 Sundays a month. And the place that we bowl is special, and we bowl probably 8 or 9 games, a day. And I think we push each other, and we both love to bowl, and it keeps us competitive. Because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't really be that competitive. I'm one of those. Some guys can come out and just lace them up and go, and in another game or so they're ready to go. I need the repetition, and I think Scott does too.
Well, it's a great note to end on. There's friendships here and friendly competition that drives us all to continue getting better. Don, thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be interviewed.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed the interview with Don. It was an exciting 10 or 15 minutes for me. I know that.
You spent 10 or 15 minutes with him. I spent 12 games. It was even more exciting.
Yeah,
that was a great time last weekend.
You're hoping, a little bit of time with a guy like that something rubs off on you,
Absolutely.
And I think you have something similar. I heard similar things coming from Scott and from Don. There's a lot of discipline and constant practice.
Correct.
And neither of them, even after bowling for 30 years and competing at the levels that neither of them thinks that they're.
Oh, they were very
really
they're humble. They're very humble.
Yeah.
When he almost apologized when he threw balls that he got breaks.
Yeah.
Speaking of great performances, we've got one going on this morning. Right out of the gate, Jason Sauter has had a couple of monster games, and he's moved himself up into the top 6 now. He's approaching that 152 average rapidly, so we're going to be able to focus in on him during this shift and see if he can make a little bit of a climb to the top.
Yeah, he's going to be on the right side of your screen. Puts another ball right in the head pin.
Big 9 drop there.
He looks nice and comfortable this morning.
He's very relaxed. I talked to him after his second game. He threw a 160, and he said he's looking forward to a big finish. He gets to finish on the acclaimed best lanes in the house, 1 and 2. So he's going to throw 2 games there, and he's excited.
That's great. Well, he throws another spare there, keeps it rolling. He's in these He is in the second frame. He was filling a strike there. He's got 20 in the first, 30 working
Oh,
in
right,
the
right
second.
out of the gate. Yeah, he's right off the bat. He's going good. He started 68, 61, I believe. So it's a nice 329 start to this shift.
Yeah. That'll build your confidence.
And the thing is, he's got to keep that going. From the starting position, he had no choice but to come out and do that.
Yeah. And Jason, somebody who we talked about bowlers like this yesterday, they could just have a really great second 6 games and come out of nowhere on us.
Right, he's one of the younger bowlers. So the 12 games in one weekend, 12 games in one day, it wouldn't affect him.
Yeah.
He got a good night's sleep, I'm sure. He looks pretty fresh, and I'm sure he's coming out and no stiffness or anything like that. So he's ready to go.
Oh, to be young.
No kidding. Well, you're not that old.
I feel old. A second day on an Eastern.
Got our man Billy in the pink shorts going at it today. So we got Chris Castiglione up on lane 4 right now.
He's going to come up on your...
Big tall bowler. He's right out of Rhode Island. See him all the time over at Meadowbrook Lanes. There's a punch through the middle.
Chris has got an interesting posture, I think. Kind of stands
Very
straight up
tall.
when he's throwing the ball.
Yeah, he doesn't really get down too low on the lane, which is unusual, especially for a bowler of his stature.
Yeah, unusual, and yet he's still really accurate. He's a good bowler.
Yeah, he's a very good bowler. Yeah, right. He
And then
might be bowling with it might be Tom Hanks. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like Tom Hanks passed away.
Yeah, doing a little Tom Hanks impression.
Billy Thomas.
Billy Thomas.
And Billy looks like he went through the middle himself, doing his best impression of Chris Castiglione.
Yes.
Billy is somebody you look at, and he has such a unique approach, yet he's just really, really incredibly accurate and a great bowler. I mean, as different as it is from anything else you see out there, it works so well for him. I don't even.
What do you when you say different? What do you just describe that? What do you mean by that?
There's the steps that he takes, he kind of he takes small, short steps.
Quick, very quick.
He picks a leg up in the middle of it, a little bit higher than the other steps. It's really it's hard to describe.
His follow through his right leg almost bends sideways. It's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got Jason back up lane 17. He's again he's counting on a spare fill here. He's got here's the difference. He's got such a smooth ball. There's the 1-2-3, very reminiscent of Kruger from yesterday.
Gets inside that 2-5 pocket.
And that's a very fair break for that ball.
Yeah.
That was dangerously close to being a 2-fill.
Yeah. Ends up with a great break. Another opportunity for a mark here.
And took advantage of it very nicely. You see his arm swing. He starts off with that 3 rocks to the back, and when he closes at the line, his arm comes straight up through the ball, underneath it.
I mean, this is, if I were to be teaching bowling to somebody new, this is a video I would show them. It's Jason Sauter's approach and his swing, because his game, if we were to get to a theme we were talking about yesterday, the simplicity of it. And when you have a swing that's as straight back and as straightforward as his
you watch his warm up, it's exactly what he does at the line.
Yeah, it gives you.
There's absolutely no left or right movement there at all.
It takes the need for perfect timing sort of out of the equation because you can be late, you can be early a little
Because
bit,
you're in the same spot.
but your momentum, the direction you're swinging the ball is pretty consistent. So. You got Wayne Matheson in your angle there on the right, who just carried a strike. Lucky roll with that pin. Knocks the 5-pin over. Wayne, an excellent bowler, good friend of Billy Thomas's.
Yep. And you see on lane 16 over there to the left, that's Mr. Eric Barnes out of Rhode Island. Talking to him this morning, he's got a big weekend bowling, and his sons are both playing some huge hockey games. He's a huge hockey family, the Barnes family, and there's a nice ball and a good result.
Yeah, Eric was coming over to the booth here trying to check on his son's hockey games.
See, Jason with another 9-drop.
As the scores were being posted online.
Yeah, keeping track of right now for sure.
Yeah, you were doing the same thing yesterday,
Absolutely.
weren't you, Pat?
I was checking in. My daughter was running up at Northeastern and Saunders on a single. And like magic, right?
4 in a row.
4 in a row, just like that. Yeah, my daughter's team ended up winning New England Regionals yesterday up at BU. It was a good day for their team.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and our thanks to you for being able to be here with us.
Yeah, I had other intentions yesterday, but I was here for the cause.
Very much appreciated. Got Phil Foreman there on the left side of your screen.
Phil is a lucky strike bowler.
Long-time local bowler.
Absolutely.
Has had some good Eastern performances.
And a sponsor of this tournament as well.
Yes. Phil just misses his 3-pinner for a spare there.
Here's our very own Billy Kuntz. He's going to appear in the left side of your screen. Again, you're not going to miss those shorts. They are as pink as they look on TV.
Oh, and he misses the 1-3-6 there. You heard a little gasp from the crowd. He's been
Well, he was on fire.
he's been on fire,
yeah.
so I think that surprised everybody who was watching. So he gets his 10.
And let's talk. What would you describe that color as? It's not quite pink. It's more of a fuchsia.
Hot pink?
Hot pink.
Yeah.
Eric Barnes now steps up on lane 15. You'll see him come into your picture. He's working on a strike, looking for a double.
I don't know if pink shorts. What I'm going to be. Oh man, Eric throws a double. It's big ball.
There's a big ball right there.
If pink shorts work, it sounds like I'm going to be borrowing Mark Parker's boxers.
Correct.
Blue boxers.
Yep.
And Billy Kuntz's
Shorts.
pink
and then
shorts.
you could use Johnny D's shirt.
Oh.
You'd be like, you couldn't lose.
Yeah. Unstoppable.
Rainbow Warrior. How's that? Speaking of nicknames, huh? We'd have a Rainbow Warrior on the lanes.
Yeah.
Have to get some funky shoes.
Chris Castaglione again on left side of your screen.
I think it's Castiglione.
Castiglione,
I think
my
it's
apologies.
Castiglione. You can call him Castaglione. I'm sure he won't mind.
You know what
he's a
it
nice
is
guy.
I know a family that goes by the name of Castagna.
Are they? Maybe they're his uncle.
Yeah, maybe we should check on that too. This is still an open question for the
That's
community,
coming up this
I think.
afternoon, right?
And
the
we
Will
will-
Rigney Steve
right.
dilemma.
We're going to have to revisit this because I don't feel like we've
It hasn't been resolved.
resolved
Has
it.
not been resolved.
So, if you're listening or watching us on YouTube, and you have any insight on this subject, please share it with
if
us
you're a
on.
member of either the Ivorone family or the Rigney family, and you have any,
Which may be the same thing, right?
it could be. If you have any kind of evidence to back up Eric's, he's got a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis, right?
And again, coming into your screen now is Jason Sauter, who's making a real run this morning, and off to a great start in this third game of his set. You see Jason with his 3, boom, straight through. And once again, another good result. Nice 8 drop on the load, and 2 nice and close together to try to pick up the spare. And there's the 3 warm-up, and right through and right. Oh, that's, that, you know what? That's a good ball. That's just a tough result. He hit the pin perfect.
Yeah,
It's one part of this game that you don't see in 10-pin. 10-pin bowlers, 10-pin bowlers throw a 2-pin spare and hit one of them. They're getting both more than likely.
Yeah.
This game, not so much.
There's probably a lot more heartbreak in this game than there is in 10-pin, but in the rare moment where you actually do pick a 2-pinner in the 10-pin, I guess that's the one place where I think maybe the heartbreak is a little bit worse.
Yeah,
in their
because that
game than it
seems
is
harder
here.
to do.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll take a step away from the action here, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
All right, welcome back, and we're here just in time to catch Jason Sauter's next frame. Frame number 5 or 6,
I
rather.
believe he's in the 6th frame. First frame this game where he's not working on a fill.
And not by his doing.
No, he threw a good ball and he got a tough
2-pinner.
result. Yeah.
He's still looking at an 84 in the 5th.
The plus 34 and right on pace for another 160, 170 game.
Yep.
He's got to stay right there to have a run at it.
See what he does this frame.
Okay, a little bit off the side there, so he's going to have to clean this up. He's got 6 pins, and the toughest pin here, Eric, obviously, is that 5 pin in the back.
Yeah, really hard to carry that. There's 2 ways I think you can do it. You hit a little bit of light on the head pin there.
Or you can just
Or
try to pound it. And
try to do what he did there.
Unfortunately, he didn't get the second box in a row. That 10 pin has stayed and fought.
Yeah, and this house, we've talked about the walls a lot yesterday.
Yeah,
it's really hard to make
in this
something
house,
like
I was
that
going to
work.
say you've got to make that. You got to hit that heavy.
Yeah.
Just push the whole thing off. You're not going to get a lot of spray. Well, he does
So
the
he
right thing. He
covers that
covers
up.
up the 10 box and.
Seeing out of Jason, Pat, is we were talking about how straight back and forth his backswing goes. On that first ball, I noticed it kind of go out a little bit. So he brought it back and went out to his right a little bit farther than he really wanted to. And you can envision how on your downswing that you may cross yourself over a little bit with that.
So as we started yesterday, we are doing our Duckpin TV top 25 bowlers of 2014. And again, this is a very subjective list. Your Duckpin TV team pulled together some stats, and we put together a list of 25 bowlers we think would be the best of the best. And of course, if you have any input or want to dispute any of these, by all means. These are based on average, best performances, and overall quality of bowling, I guess you could call it, in the year 2014, of course. So now we're going to go down. We're getting close to that top 10. We're at number 13, and we're going to give you number 13 as Mr. Joey Sears. And,
Yeah, Joey.
Eric, talk about Joey.
Yeah,
for a little
Joey. We had him on the camera yesterday. He threw a big game later in the evening. And Joey was ranked number 15 in the NDBC national rank. He was number 20 in the DPBA, but Joey doesn't really bowl on the Pro Tour, so to be in the top 20 is quite an accomplishment. And here's how he got there. He got second place at Meadowbrook and a fifth place at Town Hall. 2 ladders in 1 year and 1 season, really on tour, all things considered. Yeah.
Well-deserving rank. Coming in at number 12, well-known name at the Eastern Classic, Mr. Greg Schrieffer.
Yeah, Greg, really great year. I think biggest thing that happens for him last year is the Eastern Classic victory. Came out of nowhere to capture that. But he was also ranked number 10 NDBC. That's a really big accomplishment for a young guy like Greg.
Yep.
DPBA number 19. And he came in 7th out on tour at Johnson's in October in Hamden,
Nice
Connecticut. Yeah.
And then just outside of our top 10, another bowler we'll be seeing this afternoon, Mr. John Peterman.
Yeah, John.
Oh, no, he's not going to be here.
John ranked number 7 on the NDBC rankings. Came in 4th at the Eastern Classic last year. Another guy who kind of came out of nowhere on us, and we were watching carefully to see if he was gonna pull it off, and had a 3rd place finish at Parkville.
And, of course, I said we're going to be seeing him. We're not going to be seeing him, but he is going to be – he was one of our more adamant Twitter followers and Facebook followers yesterday. So
yeah, we're looking to hear
he'll be
from
all
John.
over that when he hears me say he's going to be here. He's got a heck of a commute.
I wonder if he's going to make it a little bit of a biased opinion out of him.
Perhaps.
He may think he got shortchanged on this one, but as you said, we are looking to hear from people who disagree with us or people that agree with us, and we would like to hear you on or hear from you on our Facebook page. We got
Coming up here on lane 17, Jason Sauter, who's trying to, a little mini slump, if you will, 2 boxes in a row without a mark. Most bowlers wouldn't say that's a slump, but when you're bowling 160 every game, 2 in a row, not putting a mark up there is. You want to turn it around right now.
Well, it looks like a slump up on the scoreboard. He opened the game with 4 in a row, and
really the dark marks and the way people mark spares here, it's interesting to watch. There's different varieties of them, but
yeah, it's one of the great things about a tournament like this is you get people from all over the duckpin bowling world, and there's 3 variations of
one thing you wouldn't learn watching this tournament is how to mark a
Yeah.
strike or a spare.
Yeah.
As Jason gets prepared to launch his 7th frame. And we've got whoa, he cut an extra. He's got a single now. One thing you're not seeing on camera, if you look at this bowling alley, if you close your eyes and someone said you were going back in a time.
You see Billy catching a
Billy
lucky
just got a
strike
big
on the
back
left
door.
side of the left side of the screen there.
You look at the side walls, you wouldn't know that you weren't sitting in a 1970s, cafe. You got the Hosmer Mountain pictures and murals, and even the lanes themselves are very classic looking. So.
Yeah, and then also the scorekeeping is not done electronically at this particular alley. It's done manually with pencil and paper in some cases, and here we're basically writing on a projector screen, and it gets projected up onto a screen just above the frame of the picture you're looking at. And I think that strikes people who come in here, and people are probably surprised by that. But
Well, you get the fancy stuff in
It's
some
a
of the
throwback.
houses, but it's a throwback. Yeah, it's the old-fashioned way of keeping score.
yeah,
Of course, Jason picked up that spare, and he's back on track. Looks like a 104 plus, and well on pace for another 150 or 60 game.
I think he welcomed that 2-pin that fell
Well,
after
when you
picking the
pick a
2-pinner.
2-pinner and you leave another one, that's maybe starts to get in your head a little bit, but the extra pin falling took that right out of play. There's that Billy Thomas wag. Call it. He's got a little waggle in his approach there. That left foot comes kicking out, and
Yeah, and he's probably the greatest example I can think of a different style can really, really work. In fact,
I think
Billy is.
I would have some serious issues trying to get the ball to the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Billy is a youth bowler. We're going back maybe 10 or 15, but Billy nearly broke the world record average for a youth male duckpin bowler.
Up on 18 now, you see that patented 3 swing back up and then again off the side of the head pin there. He's struggling a little bit right now, but it's a makeable break.
I didn't really like his balance when he threw that. When you notice,
he leaned right.
Yeah. Right after he released the ball, he kind of took a step to his right, and you see him standing up there.
That one, did you see that?
Yeah.
Totally straight, and then there's the result.
Yep.
He cleans it up.
Gets another spare. Not the fill he was looking for there. I think that was.
I think it was 5.
5. He's got 109, 119 plus in the 8th.
But again, that's a plus 39 and a hit with 2 to go. He's on. He's got to get above 152 almost every game. Well, every game because he can't get there without going above 152. He's still about 3 or 4 pins back.
Yeah, 152. Yeah, 152 is the pace you're looking to keep when you're starting the tournament. But if you're behind, he's got ground to make up. He needs more than 152. So, all right, we've got Jim Kaufman standing by with tournament director, the fabulous Dara Dominique.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with the tournament director of the Eastern Classic, Dara Dominique, right at the tournament check-in desk. Thanks for taking a minute to talk to us, Dara.
You are welcome.
So this is your 24th consecutive year directing the Eastern?
It's going on, yes, the 24th. I can time it easily because it was 23 years ago. I was 9 months pregnant with my son when I directed my first tournament, so yeah.
So they've just gotten easier from here, right? After being 9 months pregnant the first time, they've all been a lot easier, I bet.
Do you guys watch?
Piece of cake.
So what exactly does a tournament director have to do?
Well, my time actually starts a month to 2 months before the actual tournament comes around because I am working with here at Lucky Strike and Colin doing the flyers, and then from making flyers, we send them out. We do mailings, electronic mailings as well, and all of that is prior to the tournament, getting the entries, collecting all the money, people calling in. So that's when my area starts. When it's bowling, I'm just here to kind of monitor if there's any questions about rules or regulations. If any problems come up, I am here trying to get everything running smoothly. And then after the tournament, when everybody packs up their bowling balls and goes home, that's when my real work starts because I've got to take and make up a prize list and distribute the money into all different prizes and different avenues.
And one thing I've noticed is that you're much more proactive about marketing and promoting the tournament ahead of time to make sure that people know about it, get the entries in. We were over 100 entries this year, which is very rare for a duck nowadays. So is there anything else that you think you do different for the Eastern compared to a typical bowling tournament, say like a local tournament?
Well, it is a little different because we have people coming from all over the East Coast. This year I have people from Virginia and North Carolina. I was actually conversing and emails with people in Canada this year who were unable to make the trip, but they were considering it. So there's a lot more. It's not just Connecticut bowlers that are coming to the tournament. They're all over the place. So yes, marketing, the Facebook has been a big avenue for us, as well as any, the websites. The BAC website keeps up with us. So, and every word of mouth from just the bowlers.
I think you do a great job with that. You should be commended for that. So what else could you tell us about you other than your tournament directorship? What else should we know about Dara?
I'm a very simple person, go by the rules, kind of mild-mannered, so to get me riled up, so it's a temperament.
Any other hobbies besides bowling or family? Anything else?
No, I like to spend a lot of time with the family, and I do scrapbooking and rubber stamping in my spare time, which is very, very minimal. I am a real estate agent. I'm affiliated with Century 21 Connecticut Realty Associates, and I also do interior design with RMD Interiors. I am manager there.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything, yep.
And finally, you bowl here Monday nights. How's your bowling season been going this year?
It's kind of slow. My average has gone way down. I only bowl one night a week now, so where I was before, I was bowling 2 nights a week, and I was averaging about 125 a couple years ago. But this year I'm struggling to keep a 112, which is way down. But it's a social league. It's a fun league. I bowl with my mom and my cousin and my husband, so it's more of a social thing for us rather than competitive.
Well, you can have fun while you're bowling. That's doesn't really matter the scores that we all wish our scores were higher than what we were. But as long as we don't let us get upset about it, and have a good time while you're doing it, then that's a win for me. So, but thanks for your time, Dara. I'll let you get back to the prize list, and we'll send it back to the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. That's a great conversation. Well, maybe a quick update here on
while we were
Jason.
away, Jason had another 3-pin spare. Hit the object pin, and once again went through the head pin and picked it off. So he's in the ninth.
136.
He's at 36 plus. He needs a mark, and if his hiccup is a 150 game, that's going to be okay.
Yeah.
But right now it's looking like he's had a little bit of a struggle through the second half of this game.
Well, he was filling a mark there. He was off the head pin and carried 7, so I think he can live with that. And you're right, absolutely. He needs another mark here. He's got to get to 150, 155, and then he's got to get back to the 160 pace if he's really going to make a run at this thing.
See, Eric Barnes right now is on fire. It's got to be at least his 5th or 6th strike this game.
Yeah, Billy Kuntz, our other commentator, is doing quite well this game as well.
That's a triple right there for Barnes.
Yeah, he is looking good. 116,
He's at 36 plus through 9.
Through 9, yep. And you got Billy Kuntz over there, 34 plus in the 9th, and he's filling a strike.
So I have the pleasure of bowling in the Monday night Holiday Lanes League, Hartford County, with you, and I've bowled summer leagues with Brian. I bowl Thursday nights at Lucky Strike with a couple of guys we'll see later on this afternoon, Stacy Kelly and Pete Gilbert. We'll get to that in a second. Right now we have more important news. Jason Sauter up on lane 18. Catches a break there.
Yeah, looking at a 2-pinner, I got to
right through
imagine.
the middle. Now he'll take this 2-pinner.
He will.
That was a very full hit on the head pin, and he got an extra pin to kick.
But you got to wonder here. He's getting up, looking at a multi-pin spare. He's picked it a couple of times. Is he going to try to make some adjustment? And
I'm thinking he hits this inside.
Yeah.
If that would be the adjustment, that would be the adjustment he would make.
Oh, he did it again.
And he didn't. So now he's in the 40s.
Yeah.
Not a killer game, but it's not. With the start he had that game, it could have been another big one, and he could have afforded a 40 maybe later. So he's going to be going over to 19 and 20 and finishing on 1 and 2. He's got the 4 best pairs in the house to do that. So
yeah, hopefully he just gets over this. That game was had he made those spares, add 20 pins to his score.
None of the balls were terrible shots. A couple of bad first balls, but his spare attempts were right on spot.
Yeah, so his challenge, I think, is getting over that as quick as he can.
Yep,
as frustrating as that
quickly
was.
Adjust. So as I was saying before, Jason bowled, league bowling, the aspect of league bowling, and how do you think it affects you in terms of your average, how competitive you are in certain leagues versus in a tournament? Let's talk about that aspect of it.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think bowling is social in nature. I think you actually spend in most leagues probably more time sitting around talking to people and interacting with others than you do bowling. I got Eric Barnes here on lane 15.
It's on a 3-bagger.
Well, he put 7 on it. Takes a shot and covers it.
What a nice shot right there. What a nice shot.
Really great.
This is in the 10th. He's got to be looking at almost 200.
Yeah, nearly. He has 148. They're doing the math. I'm doing the math. It's 168. He's in the 180s here.
He has a big finish. I think. Oh,
Yeah,
188.
188. Great
Nice
game.
Burns. Trying to get his updated total. That
1072 and 88 is 1260.
he's got 3 to go.
He's a little. He's
needs a
pretty far off the
550.
pace, but
Something, yeah, he's
great game.
not out of range, but needs 3 more 180 games. That's not easy to do.
Yeah.
So you're talking about, a league bowling, and you do spend more time talking to other people, even people that are even not bowling. Usually you're in an 8 or 10 lane area. You bowl once every 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So you just spend a lot of time socializing. It probably does take a little bit of the competitiveness out of it, and in that probably doesn't help your average.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a matter of your own attitude about these things, probably more than anything else. I think if the league is social, there is still plenty of room for it to be a competitive league, and if you approach it in a way that hey, this isn't about like competing against other people. This is about me improving.
Right.
If you really have the microscope pointing at yourself,
Yep.
as opposed to.
Well, it brings me back to the comments that Mark Parker made yesterday before he left, and the word he keyed on was focus. If you can have a social league, and if you focus when you're on the lane, then you're pretty much that's all that matters is you focus for that one moment where you're on the lane, that one ball maybe, and then after that, if you just go back and enjoy the night, that's the only time you really have to get competitive. I was talking to John Zickus yesterday, and he was talking about his averages in Johnson lanes. He has like a 154 in one league and a 147 in another league, and I just asked him, I said, well, how do you explain the 7-pin difference? Because that's, for a bowler of his caliber, that's a pretty big gap. And he said flat out, he bowls in a doubles league with his dad. Play is consistent. It's a very competitive league, and it's just more comfortable. And in the other league, it's a triples league. He bowls with his dad and his girlfriend, and it's a less competitive league. And he just said there's just not as much. He's not as focused on it. So yeah, I mean, you probably find in your better leagues, the higher the level of competition, the better you bowl. I'm
That's
sure.
probably I think that's probably a fair statement. True in general for most bowlers.
Which is
I don't
why
know.
this-
I don't know what the empirical evidence is probably not there this year.
Yeah, I say
my average is off everywhere that I'm bowling right now. So
Right. But I mean, I think we see it here in a tournament like this. I mean, especially the next shift. 75% of that shift you're talking are Class A, Double A bowlers.
yeah, and I think you look
you
at
see it.
you see probably the average of bowlers out on pro tours, and we got Jason throwing his first. Excuse me. Yeah, I think if you look at the averages out on the pro tour, they're probably higher than people's averages in the leagues that they're bowling in.
I think in any I think if you look at any book average, I think we could probably find that. There's books easily accessible. I'm sure if you look at tournament average versus league average, I would be shocked if the tournament averages weren't higher than their league averages.
Yeah, but they probably vary from one person to the next. I think a lot of people draw motivation in from the people that they're competing against, right? I mean, I want to beat this guy. I want to beat that guy. He's the best. It would really mean something to me if I beat.
And Don talked about that earlier with you.
Absolutely. I think for the bowlers who really get the motivation, it's all focused on them and getting better, especially for the people who are really like some of the very best.
Right.
How do you continue progressing when you're looking around and you average 5 pins higher than this guy and 5 pins higher than that guy?
And you look at
want to
someone,
stay ahead of
yes.
them, but you still got to look more inwardly and say.
And then you look at someone like Kyle Shaw and Mark Parker. They're younger. When do they establish that mentality that some of the guys like Dove and Olgamuth and guys like Ferrand, Peter Pierce and Ivorone, those guys that were the top, they established that early and didn't let go of it even now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good topic. I think, if I would say anything about, the social things, I mean, that's the direction that everything seems to be moving in general. We're seeing a lot more mixed leagues. There's
Right.
very few remaining
And
all
in
men's
terms
and
of
all women's leagues.
longevity of duckpin bowling, I think it's a necessity.
Yeah.
I think the old school of men's league, women's league, it just isn't enough numbers. So I think in some of the them, it does a couple of things. I think it upgrades the level of bowling in general. I mean, it shows you that a woman can compete on any level. I mean, I know there's some duckpin bowlers that are I wouldn't want to bowl against them in a match. They're that good.
Yeah.
I think of Becky Earhart.
Becky, Amy.
Allison Costa, Amy Sykes.
Yep.
They're the same level.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's probably in the interest of the game long term if things are more friendly than they are competitive.
Yeah.
And
I think what we need to talk about at some point this afternoon is what I just touched on. We don't see any women in this classic, and it might be a topic that we need to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have Larie Shriber hopefully with us later, and she can give us her opinion on that matter. But right now we're going to take a quick break. We will be back right after this.
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the Drive-In movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky CT.
All right, welcome back. We are joining the action here, and we're going to have Jason Sauter on the left side of the frame here in just a moment.
Come into lane 19 at the very end. You may not see his little three swing warm up, but you'll see him come into the frame about halfway through his delivery.
You'll see the important part. When
the real
ball
important part's
smacks the
coming
pins. Yeah.
There he is right there. And looks like a good break on a heavy hit.
Yeah, he's seen that one time earlier in the last game as well, where he was heavy, and the mix is just there for him right now off the walls.
Well, he's getting that was a decent break on a real heavy hit. And just going back, I was thinking back that the commercial we just played, that 6-7-10 is forever etched in my mind because that was my ball during that commercial. So I've left that thing about 1,000 times, I think.
Yeah. Duckpin TV viewers think so.
And Jason, right on cue, Jason. We lost the spare on Jason. I went to a different.
That's all right. Executive producer, switch cameras on us. We
lost
missed the
Jason.
spare.
He did make the spare. I got to tell you, he did make it right through the heart of it. So we'll keep Brian awake. We're going to get him an extra cup of coffee.
Hey, you got Phil Foreman in your screen there, and we saw him earlier. Phil is a B division bowler and came in second last year in the B division, behind Dan LaCroix.
LaCroix. We have. I thought you were talking about Dean. We got on lane 4 another house bowler, Dean. Dean Vertify. I wanted to make sure I said that right. I wanted the proper enunciation of the French name.
Yeah, Dean is as friendly as a guy can get.
Great guy, yeah. And we've got Jason approach on 20 for a load. And it's another ball off the side of the head pin there. And 6 load, it looks like, and another makeable spare. But he's not really stringing them right now.
No, I mean, you got to be filling them higher than 6. I mean, 10 spares with 6 fills is a 160 game.
That's a tough way to get to it.
Yeah. And 160 is just barely
Yeah,
enough
it's not
for
enough.
him
It
right
may not
now.
be enough. We'll start to do the calculations after this game. We'll have 2 games. You'll probably need about a 330 to get there. So
Yeah.
So speaking of Dean Vertifay, he's glad he's volunteered to do something very special for Duckpin TV, and that's in our next commercial featuring. Have we named our Duckpin? What is it?
Have we named
Is
the
there
suit?
a name for our suit?
I don't think we've come up with
I know
one
what
yet,
it was
but
for me, but we can't mention that on the air. But Duckpin suit, Dean has gladly volunteered to wear that in our next commercial. So we'll have to come up with speaking yesterday from nicknames, we'll have to come up with a nickname for our Duckpin suit.
the suit is really a rite of passage.
We'll take
I
some
think.
Facebook help on that, little social media intervention, if you will.
Yeah, we need a name for the Duckpin suit. We also need nicknames. I think we've got a couple good ones so far. I haven't heard one for myself yet, and Jim Kaufman's looking at me. He's in need of one too. Jim came up with parking Latesca.
Parking Latesca.
Latesca.
Latesca. We'll have to work on that.
Yeah.
You see Phil Foreman coming into your screen.
See if we
here
can come
on
up with a better one than that
lane 5.
to the audience here. The bar is pretty low, I think, on that one, Jim. All right, it's a good time for a trivia question here. When did the Eastern Classic become a 2-weekend event? Pat, can you imagine
Everybody
all
bowling
of
in one
this
weekend.
taking place in one weekend?
Yeah, I can imagine the doors opening at 5 a.m. and closing around 1 in the morning. And,
Yeah.
sweeping the lanes for a couple hours and then coming right back.
We've
5
got
a.m. on Sunday.
We got 120 bowlers entered for this year's
Right,
event. You
right.
go back far enough,
I
and
believe it was over 300 at one point.
388
Yeah.
was the most that ever entered the tournament. And how do you fit that in one
Do the
day?
math. It was 24 lanes, so that's 48 bowlers a shift, and that's 8 shifts.
Yeah, I think you've got pace of play was probably a
We
little
can
bit better
talk about
back in
that a
that.
little bit.
Yeah.
I've got something to say about that.
Yeah.
It's Johnny De Palma on lane 4.
Yeah, John De Palma, recent DPBA Hall
Great.
of Fame.
Great ambassador of the game of duckpin bowling. That guy's just done it
absolutely.
all.
Yeah. And John, very accomplished duckpin bowler, been around a very long time. And, you watch this guy. He's like Lou Sarkeesian, right? These guys are just, they still go. They throw the ball really, really
It is
well.
Absolutely muscle memory for those guys. It's all mechanical. The delivery is always the same.
And he's got his game at this point is as simple as it gets. 1, 2, 3 steps, throws the ball right down the middle. Look at him in that 1-3 pocket.
Yeah, and then on a 2-pin spare, he's very rarely going to pick it off because he's going right between them.
Yeah. So Wayne Mathis off to the left, picking up his spare and doing a little dance at the end of his ball. Got Jason Sauter.
Coming into the screen right now is Jason Sauter, and once again off the side of the head pin and struggling right now. This is why we have to keep an eye this afternoon on that average. Jason came out of the gates this morning smoking, but didn't quite get to that 152 plateau, and now he's putting himself in a position where he's got to go even higher than he did this morning to get back to the level of leading.
Right.
He moved up quickly with those 2 games, but now with a 146 and with what's going on here, he could just as easily slide back a few spots, and then it gets much tougher to make him up with only 2 games to go.
Yeah, the clock is ticking for Jason, and I bet you he feels it too. Every frame that goes by without a mark, or every frame that goes by where he doesn't fill a mark.
Right. Well, right now he's got to start thinking, I got 24 boxes to make this happen, and stop. He can't be focusing on what's happened the last 5 or 10. He's got to go to the next 24 and just refocus quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. These are the tough moments where it's like it's something I was saying yesterday. If you're sort of stepping out of the moment, out of the ball that you're throwing or out of the frame that you're throwing, and you're thinking about
anything but the next ball.
Yeah, you're really setting yourself up for failure.
I've always said to people, the moment you think anything on the lane, you're done. There shouldn't be any thoughts at all, really. It's just one thought, and that's just getting the ball to your spot.
And that is the right thought, I think, Pat. I mean, you're exactly on there. It's not even about necessarily the outcome. Your goal should be hitting a target,
right?
And whatever happens, because then you'll go through the head pin.
Oh my goodness! If you
pick
start thinking I got to throw it light or heavy or this or that, forget it.
Yeah, and then you're introducing all sorts of emotions that are going to
absolutely.
Make you may be panicking as a result, and
your
goal should be hitting your spot.
You got to throw the ball where you want it, and expect the results. And if you don't get them, just you can't make adjustments until it becomes so repetitive that you don't have a choice.
Yep.
And we got Jason up lane 20, I believe.
Oh wow! He caught Dean throwing a.
There's Jason
big strike
on lane
there.
20. He needs one right now, and got a good break, good heavy hit, and nice 9 drop. So hopefully he can bring this one in and get back on track. Could you have Jim keep us up to date on Jason's score, because we can't see it? Brian, could you have Jim keep us up to date on Jason's score?
Jason covers that 5 pin. On track, he's got 61 plus in the
He's
fifth.
11 plus. He's got to go, right? I mean, he had his slump for about call it 9 boxes, and now he's got 2.5 games to put the pedal down. He's got a 148, almost 149 average. He's still got over 3 pins per game above that. 152 to get there. So he's got an average of about 155, 156 to get to Jesse, and that still doesn't get him high enough to catch the afternoon leaders.
Yeah. But getting ahead of Jesse is
that's the one that's position A.
Right. That's
right.
12 games complete, and I'm ahead of the only other guy who completed 12
that
games.
Puts a little bit of pressure on the next shift. If the score's a little bit higher, then it's not the same as, they knew what they were shooting for when they left here yesterday. And if there's a new number when they walk in this afternoon, that might be enough to put a little pressure on even those guys who are all great bowlers.
Yeah.
Saw Rick Gano coming into your pictures. You're watching Chris Castiglione finish up on lane 6. Rick Gano,
taking a practice slide
major
there.
Sponsor of this tournament.
And past winner.
And a past winner of this tournament by 1 pin over Justin Lapine in 2003.
The subject of our trivia question yesterday.
That's right. So, speaking of pace of play, if you look at your screen right now, there's a problem. There's bowlers on all those lanes, and you don't see but one in the picture, which to me is an issue.
Yeah.
Rick left a mess there.
Wow.
Is that the 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10?
That is hard to describe. I think I see the 4, 5, 6, 7, 10.
Wow.
I think you got it exactly right. I don't know how.
How do you leave that?
And he took.
He almost made it.
He made the 6, 7, 10.
Yeah,
there,
he left.
Which in any other.
Which would be a great shot.
Yeah, but he's still looking at a split. Now that's a really great 9. There are some really tough leaves that you get sometimes in this game. I don't think
That's
you
a
can
rare,
leave.
Yeah, that.
Phil Foreman throwing a ball there. A great one, carries a strike. 5-pin, last pin to fall. Using the walls there. Oh, John De Palma covering it up
Is
there.
that a strike for Johnny?
I think it was a spare.
So we're going to move into the top 10 now of our Duckpin TV top 25 bowlers of 2014, and we're going to cut into this. I'm sure we're going to as soon as Jason Sauter is ready to throw, we will get right to him and make sure we keep you up to speed on what he's doing. But in our top 10, in number 10 position, gentleman bowling on this shift from Rhode Island, Connecticut, Connecticut, Massachusetts. He's from New England. Let's put it that way. Is Mr. Eric Barnes. So
Yeah,
Eric, speak about Eric.
Eric just had a big game over there, threw a triple and got himself to about 184. I guess 183. Eighth, came in eighth in the Eastern last year, sixth at Meadowbrook, fifth Town Hall, and was ranked number 16 on the DPBA tour.
Number 9, Steve Dreyer. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make the tournament this year, but
Yeah,
he's a
Steve
great
the
year.
past
it looks
winner
like.
here. You got Jason throwing his ball. Oh, and he throws up
There's a
big ball.
That's a big one.
Right on it. It was on a
Needed
spare.
that one right then.
Yeah, get himself back on track. Steve, number 11 in NDBC, number 12 DPBA. Came in sixth at the Eastern and won at Parkville. He actually bested our executive producer, Brian Ewing. We were very proud of Brian there. Second, his best finish on the Pro Tour.
Nice.
And Steve added to his Hall of Fame career on the Pro Tour.
And he's a really good Wheel of Fortune player.
Yeah, absolutely.
And number 8 in our list is a gentleman named Tim Bosley. Tim Bosley,
yeah. Tim had a great year on the DPBA Tour, came in 10th overall for the points. 5th place finish at Highland, 3rd place at Southside, our big event in Hagerstown, and 9th place at Town Hall. He was in the top few, certainly at the beginning of the year on tour. I know John D'Antonis had a really big start too, but Tim was first or second or third or something.
Yeah, I saw that
early
name online all the time when I was looking online at the event. So
yeah, he had a great
name
year.
was always there. So we're up to number 8, and we will definitely round out the top 10 later on in our broadcast.
We cracked the top 10 here.
Yeah,
I mean, this needs to get controversial, guys.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you're out there listening, watching, you cannot possibly agree with everything that we've done.
I think now we're starting to offend people.
Yeah,
you know?
Well, so hopefully we're not offending anybody. This surely is nothing more than an opinion, the collective opinion of Duckpin TV. But,
absolutely.
But there's no way that we agree with everybody out there. So
no. Now we've got Jason.
Let us
working
know
on
what you
strike.
think.
There's the second and third and through. And he gets away with it.
Little light in the 1-2 pocket.
But he's got a makeable spare.
6, 9, 10, and he's filling a strike, so we can put 20 on it, or 10 on it rather.
Be a 20 box, which is what you were thinking about, right?
Yep.
He, again, maybe this will help him with the 2-pin chop, because this one you got to go between them. So one between one of them, maybe he won't go through that 6-pin.
No, he got it that time.
Yeah, straight at it. That's a good ball.
No picking. Pick that too. You can carry 2 of them.
88 plus. Is it 88 plus?
I think I see 91, 101 plus in the 7th frame for Jason Sauter.
So Sauter's now 31 plus a ball. So he's got 23 boxes now to make this happen. your screen right now, we have on lane 20.
22 there.
Nice ball. I don't know that guy. Can we get to a lane where I know who's rolling?
This is like this is what we need to do better job on that shift here. We're really gonna try to talk to the cameras. We gotta know who's on camera.
Well, I'm watching it, but I don't know who it, I don't know who it was.
I know you do. I don't know who that was either.
The world's greatest Seattle Seahawk fan is on lane 4 right now.
Seahawks fan. It's a good team to be a fan of, except
Yeah, he's had a good couple of years.
except
Yes.
for the Super Bowl
Yeah,
in
this
the
year's
last
Super Bowl,
couple
he
of seconds.
He wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, I bet you he choice words
I'm
for
sure
Pete
he
Carroll.
I'm sure he was very displeased with that coaching decision. So watch Johnny De Palma come into your screen. Rick Gano on lane 3, right next to him.
I was mistaken earlier, Pat. It wasn't a spare that he threw. It was a
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a strike. Watch as Rick Gano attempts to tie together a couple pins. It just goes off.
It's off the side there, and you got Phil Foreman taking a shot at a.
Picking through on a third ball, I believe. Yep. So now we have Johnny De Palma looking to throw a double. Thinking of how old do you think De Palma is?
39.
39, 40.
Yeah.
Just a couple
Well,
years younger than me.
If you're asking me, how does he look when he bowls? My
Yeah.
answer's 39.
39. Because I was just thinking, I hope I can, like, compete or at least play the game when I get to their age, and never mind compete at a fairly high level.
Yeah, I recall sitting there and watching John, and through his first couple of games, he was in the 400s
I know.
for three games. It was
Yeah. I mean,
really something to watch.
I'm starting to get tendonitis and trigger finger, and it's like I'm getting a little bit like can't afford to have that start happening. I want
Yeah.
to play this game for a couple more years,
Yeah. We'll send you to a chiropractor
Got
adjustments.
that. I do that
and,
already, but the tendonitis, all we got to do is make it stop snowing. The shovel.
oh.
So here's Johnny making his way up. He's got that short approach.
We've got the broadcast sitting up. What's actually playing and viewable to the audience here on YouTube. They were sitting that beside what we're covering live, and of course there's a little bit of a delay. John throws a great ball, goes right through the middle there, and I noticed that two-pinner, the little baby split, Rick Gano was shooting at. He hit the 7-pin on his first ball. It wasn't what he was shooting for. He was shooting for the 2, but he popped it off the back.
I know
and it came back.
It did come
halfway
back.
down.
Yeah.
He did the same. He popped it off the back and it
no
came
kidding.
halfway down. Yeah. Guy had his Wheaties this morning.
What do you got? Did you say so?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Jason, we missed Jason Sauter's frame, but it looks good to me. I think he put 9 on the spare and covered it. So 110 in the 7th, 120 in the 8th plus. Got Rick Gano taking lane 4, past Eastern Champ.
It'll be much easier next game because we can keep the camera down there on 1 through 6. We don't have lane 1 and 2?
Oh, big ball from Rick there. 10 pins, yeah. Some of that power that we saw the last frames showing through in, on his first ball. He just crushed 10 pins.
And that's obviously his 10th frame. No? Is he back up?
Nope.
All right, that's not. Looks like Jason's coming up on lane 20, working on a mark.
Working on a spare. This first ball is big.
Again, the big fill here. He's starting to push toward that 150, 160 range where he has to be.
He's 40 up on the frame plus this here.
A little light. Didn't get away with that one, did he?
No, he did not. I think I see the 510.
Looks
Nope,
like
5.610.
pins there. So 7 load and a
So 127 in the eighth.
very difficult shot.
Yeah. He'll be hoping probably for a 10.
Now he's, again, as crazy as it sounds, a 147 isn't going to do it. Even a 7 at this point is just barely enough. He's looking at maybe needing to make this spare or perhaps double in the final frame. Brian, we lost Jason's attempt at
Here comes Jason taking a shot at the 5.610.
Got to go inside the 6 usually.
And he grabs a 2.
Yeah, hope to kick that off the sidewall and into the 5. It's very difficult to make it from the side of the 5.
And covers the 10.
Big 10 box. I mean, it was a tough. It wasn't a good first ball in his. But he did what he could with. He got a 7 load and ran with 10. Now he's going to try to think about a 20 box in the 10th.
Yeah,
Minimum
so,
of 20.
Right, 137 in the ninth. Minimum of 20. 20 pins gets him 157, which is
it's gonna bump his average up, but he's still not going to be to the 52 point where he needs to get.
He really needs a big.
He's going to need something big on
160, 70 plus game to
or something bigger on 1 and 2
to catapult him into the running there.
We've seen some big games on 1 and 2, so it's a good place for him to finish.
And he's maybe not as sensitive to the idea that, hey, 1 and 2 is known for being a really, really good pair in this house. And I think one of the reasons, the psychology going into a lane, or the mental, your mental point of view as you go into lanes 1 and 2 that are when everybody, there's some sort of a consensus that, hey, these are the best pair, this is the best pair in the house. You're just in a better place going there, looking forward to it.
And that can work both ways, because, I mean, I bowl here enough. If you get on 1 and 2 and you end up getting a couple of splits, then you start thinking, hey, what the heck? I mean,
it works for everybody else.
Hey,
it doesn't work for me.
Breaks on these, and I can't break them.
Yeah.
So it can go either way when you get there.
Absolutely. I think, that's my own opinion about things is, it just doesn't really benefit people in the long run to think about those things. Because some days it'll help you, some days it'll hurt you. I'd rather find myself in the middle as frequently as possible.
The guys I bowl with on Thursday nights will tell you, when I bowl on 9 and 10, I'm a wreck. It's in my head, and they do everything they can to get it out of my head as soon as possible. Like, as soon as I throw a good ball and get a strike, and it's you. So.
Right. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing about bowling on a team there.
Yeah.
And good reason to make sure that you're surrounded by people you like, and there's a
and they're always right. It is you. It's not it's never the lanes. You know, it's always you.
Yeah, we've been watching Johnny DePalma. We've seen him throw a couple of really good balls, but we haven't gotten a report on his score until just a moment ago.
Now we know.
He's got a big number right now, 131 in
the eighth plus a ball.
Plus a ball.
So he's 51 plus with 2 to go. Can he throw a 4-bagger to get to 200?
Hey,
he's in the. When you're in the 9th frame and you have a chance at 200, you're throwing a good game.
Yeah. We'll see what the 39-year-old bowler.
We're gonna have to interview
Johnny
John.
DePalma.
We're gonna have to interview John and ask him how many times he's been 39.
We'll have to keep an eye on Jason here too, who's wrapping up his 4th game or 3rd game.
This is his 4th. They're in the 4th game, so
4th game.
He's gonna watch Johnny walk up there, and they certainly are taking their time down their lanes 1 through 4.
Yeah, here he comes.
He walks up 5 feet beyond where I start.
Short steps, nice slide, and he's in the pocket again.
Another 9 drop.
8, 8, 5.
I'm gonna have to fool around with that. I'm gonna have to find that spot where he's starting from. I'll end up down about maybe 30 feet down the lane. But I mean, if they let me do that, I'd be a lot closer to the pins.
I think we got to roll the rules of the game for you again, then, Pat.
Oh, you know, you saw as soon as he let go, he turned almost immediately to grab the third ball.
Yeah. So he misses the mark, but puts 9 or 8 on a spare.
Eight and a 10. Yeah.
So 39 and 49 in the ninth.
Yeah, I'd take that. Chance for a 160 game. There you see Dean Vertife with not a happy result. You see him toss his arms in kind of disgust at the result of that ball.
Them's the breaks, I guess. Dean knows that quite well, I'm sure.
Nice cover there by Chris Castiglione. Jason. Jason's up.
Yeah, we got Jason taking lane 19.
We're
going to wrap his game up.
He's going to come into your picture from the left-hand side. Of course, then Jason and his fellow bowlers are going to turn the corner, as they say, and head all the way down the other end of the house. They're going to go from the mountains to the lake. It's a long walk from those mountains.
Jason throws a great ball, exactly what he needed
And
here.
that will get you to 20 in a hurry.
That's 147 plus.
It's got 57 in a ball, 47 in a ball right now, and hopefully 2 balls. It's got 2 counts. Hopefully they're both right where that last one was.
Jason about to take his second shot here. Oh.
Well, now he's going to have to. This is a ball that matters right here. He's going to make sure this ball counts. Went off the head pin for 2 there, but this is a strike count, so he's got to make sure he gets at least 8 or 9 out of this.
And a great ball there.
Great.
Closes with 19 and gets himself to 156.
So 156 puts him at 1496, just 4 pins shy of that 150 mark. So he's moving up, but he's running out of time.
That's right. He needs one more really big game, and then he's got to coast, if you will, at the 150 mark or
right. And remember, we're basing this on the current leader who's closed out his 12 games with a 152 and a quarter average. But you've still got Mark Parker, Ron Pelletier, Walt Brooks, who are all ahead of that pace. So, I mean, he might get to the leader in the clubhouse status, but that doesn't guarantee him anything at this point.
Yeah, we're not putting his name on the check yet.
Not writing any checks out.
Yeah, so we'll remind our viewers we got a trivia question out there. At some point, the Eastern Classic was a 1-weekend event, and somebody made a decision to turn it into a 2-weekend event. Pat and I are having a hard time imagining this taking place over the course of one weekend. But
guessing it was the owners.
Yeah.
You're not doing this again.
Yeah. So that's our trivia question. We'd love to hear your thoughts, your guesses. At when did the Eastern Classic become a 2-weekend event? You can reach us on Facebook, facebook.com/Duckpin TV. Get to us at Twitter at Duckpin TV, and don't forget, we're looking to hear your thoughts on our top 25 bowlers. We've cracked the top 10. We've cracked the top 10, and
we're looking at the top. We're down to the top 7 coming at you.
Yep, and let us know your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon. Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
All right, we are back, and at this time in our broadcast, we are joined by the one, the only Tom Dominique, resident historian, and he's here just in the nick of time because we are about to reveal the answer to the trivia question, when did the Eastern Classic become a 2-weekend event? And Eric and I were talking before the break. What do you think the cause of that was? Before you reveal the answer, you might have a little input as to what might have triggered that. We think it's just the amount of bowlers. And so go ahead.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you on that, having be the number of bowlers and stuff like that. You can only cram so many bowlers in. Now, granted, the pace was probably a lot quicker. The guys were moving right along, but still, you only have so many hours in a day and so many days in a weekend.
Eric and I estimated 5 in the morning till 1 a.m. Something about...
Yeah, you're probably right. And, of course, back then, too, I mean, you got to come in with your shirt and tie. No, and it was back in 1966 is when they decided to go to the Eastern and turn it into a...
Yeah, it's a
1966,
Yeah.
so 48 years ago.
48
49 years ago.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
then
2015.
Yeah.
14.
It was that was when they went to consecutive weekends.
Right. Yeah, so we've had Jim out there running around collecting statistics, and he's got a couple of things to update us on. Go ahead, Jim. What do you got?
Thanks, Eric. I know you guys were talking about Jason Souter, and good start today. 6:30 for his first 4 in order to catch Jeff. 3:32 his last 2. I know you touched on the fact that even though he might capture the top spot after the big guns coming on shift 5, so he's probably looking at 350, 360 to give himself a shot to weather the storm from shift 5. But I was watching him bowl the last couple of frames, his 4th game, when he's on the lanes, focused, and he talks about he does the 3 rocks before he gets into his approach. Off the lanes, though, he seems pretty relaxed. He's joking with his bowling mates on his pair and a couple of people behind the approaches or behind the bowlers area. Seems very relaxed, so that's a good combination, focused on the lanes and relaxed off. We'll see how he does his last 2. One other thing also, bowlers that are watching the broadcast might notice some of the T-shirts that are being worn. Lucky Strike Lanes put together a nice light blue commemorative T-shirt for the 85th Eastern. Today is the last day that you can order them. You can either come to the lanes if you up to the desk to let them know that you want to buy a shirt, or you can call the lanes no later than today at 860-8510, and you can make a payment, credit or debit. Last orders are going in tomorrow for the shirt. So if you want a shirt from the Eastern, today's the day to get it.
Yeah, thanks for that. So these was talking about the T-shirts. I think these things look great.
They're
look
awesome.
Great.
Yeah,
and
I see a lot
we
of
pretty
people
much
wearing them.
sold out of the inventory that you've got here, right?
That was awesome. Did a good job selling those.
Yeah, I was involved in that actually with the tournament director initially we had picked up for the first weekend. We went with 50 T-shirts, not knowing how many there were going to go, and so we ordered the 50. And then after the first weekend with the reservations, they all went. So the question is, how many more do we get? So we ordered another 40, and we sold those.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make a good T-shirt.
Well, they were nice T-shirts. I saw some bowlers wearing them during the tournament, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. So actually, and we had some people order some shirts that we didn't have, so we're and shipping them to whoever needs them. So.
Great.
That's never a problem, as far as I know. Reordering. It's always a good thing.
That's a good problem to have, as they say. So Jim updated us on Jason's frame of mind. He sounds pretty relaxed and
I
comfortable.
saw him walk by the booth. He looks like he's okay. I mean, speaking of Jason, we're at a point now where he's down to 2 games. He threw a 150 game, 157, and
he's looking at 330 or so to get.
He didn't
himself.
move up from 6th in our rankings because he didn't get to 150, which is where Will Rigney's sitting. He really needs right now to go. We're talking about 334, 335 in the next 2 to just get by Jesse. He probably wants to put a few more pins than that, so he's probably got to realistically go closer to 350 to put some distance between him and Jesse.
And that's a lot, but he's going to lanes 1 and 2, as we've pointed out a couple of times.
Tom can speak to that.
Tom can speak to that. He can also speak to the fact, yesterday he pointed this out. Our executive producer Ewing found himself on lanes 1 and 2
those
to
lanes,
end the
didn't he?
tournament, and he shot exactly that, 350 for his last 2, right?
Yeah, being a bowler here in this house for all these years too. I mean, for me, that low end of the house has always been my favorite end of the house. Yeah, they're all 24 lanes, but the first 8 actually came from Main Street. They were brought over from the old bowling alleys on Main Street, where 9 through 24 were new lanes per se. And for me, 1 and 2 have always been. If I'm having a bad day and I'm on 1 and 2, I feel pretty good about that night. So we have, and I know our house record, 599 for the set, was set by Tommy Clausen on 1 and 2. So
I've watched Eric Pellet in the Eastern Classic. I've seen John Zickus in the Eastern Classic throw well in the 240s on that particular pair. John Zickus last year, I believe, in a 5-game tournament, threw over 900 scratch, and I believe part of that was a huge game on 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Actually, Eastern Classic, even myself, was one of those times that I got my money back for a high single. I hit a 200 game. Where did I hit it? 1 and 2.
Yeah. It's not to say. Go ahead.
Well, so we're on 1 through. Mentioned these lanes came from the old house on Main Street. You got Brandon on 3 and 4. He just came off a 1 and 2 with a 157 game. Brandon Gano, I'm sorry, one of the large. One of the members of a large family of people who bowl in this tournament.
A lot of bowlers.
Son of Rick Gano, who you saw, who's bowling this shift. He was on these lanes a couple minutes ago. Brandon really coming on strong a little bit here on these last couple of games. Great bowler. Probably not in position to contend for the win here, but
he's not bowling against everybody. He's bowling against B and C bowlers.
That's right. So Brandon in good position here. Or at least looking good.
You speak of the Gano family. You've got, of course, Rick and his wife, and Chris, his son, Brandon, his son Matt is coming in through the junior ranks now.
Yep.
He's got his brother Kevin. Every time anytime you come here to bowl, there's a good chance there'll be a Gano here.
Yeah, you're going to run into one.
Yeah, there was actually a Friday night league I had bowled in, and actually there was his dad Rich. And then there was actually his brother Steve, his brother Ron. It was all Ganos. And even when they had a guy out, they had a Gano come in.
You can make a league out of these guys.
Well, you got John.
Family, yeah.
John is a close relation to the Gano family. I mean, whenever you have a party at the Ganos, half the bowling alleys there. Phil Foreman,
again,
yourself.
I lived in Willimantic. So did Rick. So did John. We grew up together. I'm a little older than they are, but my brother Mike's similar age to them. We played softball together. We played baseball together. We did so much stuff together. So it's like a big family.
It is, and you don't ever want to miss a party at the Gano residence, ever.
Nope, never want to do.
So we're getting the camera set up to give you a shot of Jason Sauter, the bowler on the shift who is
most likely
more than
to be
anybody else
in contention.
Right.
Right.
And you can kind of see him on lanes 1 and 2 on the frame you're looking at here. You may not even see him deliver his ball on lane 1. So we're in the process of trying to set up a camera to make sure that we bring you his Game 5, and where he will need about a 330 to catch Jesse Deach, the only person, the highest score who's through 12 games, and he'll be looking to add more to it than just 330 to make sure that he can stay ahead of the three guys in the first, second, and third position on our leaderboard.
Yeah, remember we're
now.
basing all of this on average score, not total score, and we're talking about Jesse Deach being our leader, but there's three bowlers whose averages through 6 games are higher than his 12-game average. So, that's where Jason really wants to put himself, is in contention. Those 3 bowlers as well.
And like you said, if I was bowling, there wouldn't be a better place for me to figure out I need 2 big games going down to 1 and 2. Why not? We got Rick Gano coming up on lane 5. Again, Rick, like I said before, he's actually one of our sponsors. He picks up a couple of lane high games and other donations. We thank him for all his work in this.
Brian, give me a portable mic, and I'll go down there, and I won't be able to hear you guys, but
It's a little bit off the head pin, but I've seen Rick make this.
I'll come back into view. I'll just keep updating the score from the back down when you can point.
So we got Rick shooting for a spare. And yep, Rick has converted that spare for us. A little smile there. He's happy with that.
Can you hear me?
You got John DePalma there on the right side of your camera. Just coming off a pretty big game. I didn't get the report on where he was in the 150s or so in his 9th frame. He probably got to 160 plus.
Yeah, like I heard you guys announce earlier, like a gentleman's gentleman. That's Johnny DePalma.
That's John DePalma, yeah. John threw himself a nice ball. And he is shooting at the 7-pin for a spare. Oh, just a little bit outside there.
Just went by that.
Can you hold the key? Can you just hold the key open so this is...
Make sure a safe second.
Yeah. All right, so since we don't have a camera pointing quite set up yet, we've got Pat Rufo, who's jumped out into the field to give us a little bit more of a live report on
right now,
what he's doing.
Yes, Eric. Jason's through his third frame. He's at 19 after 2, but he just threw a strike in the 3rd box to get this 5th game underway the way he wants. Now he's going to try to throw a double and maybe start moving up the ladder. And he's got 17 boxes to go. He's got to make them all count.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Still early in the game, and we'll get that video feed set up so you can see it for yourself. Just a moment. In the meantime, we're watching a couple of bowlers here on your screen. You got Mark Volza on the left, local Connecticut bowler, young guy, just youth program, and winner of last year's 2014 Bowlers Association of Connecticut Series Stop Finals. Led the points through the entire year virtually. I mean,
he was in
great first year.
Yep, great first year. He was bowling real well and very consistent.
Must have been really rewarding to have gone through the entire year leading the points and then to show up at the finals and
right, he almost
qualified on top and then won the event.
I think he was 5-0. He won all
great.
his games in the division play and then won his final match type of thing.
I think somebody you can expect to see really big things too. Perhaps a victory at the Eastern Classic in his future.
Yeah, and, as I call some of the young guns coming back up, I know like he bowled a lot with Kyle Shaw. last night. He's
Yep.
good friends with Kyle. So, again, the new blood, the new wave coming into this game.
Yeah, we need more of them. That's
No
for
doubt.
sure.
No doubt about it.
Especially with talent, the talent that we're seeing out of those two guys. Mark and Kyle.
Well, I've noticed even watching everybody who pulled last weekend and this weekend, I did see a lot of new faces, which is good. And even when we had our meetings, a lot of first-time bowlers into this event, and that's a good thing. And hopefully now next year they'll be returning bowlers.
Yeah. Yeah, so Pat's going to give us a quick update here on Jason.
Yeah, Jason in his fourth box threw a monster ball, dropped 9 and picked it up. So he's at 39 in the third box with a mark, at 49 plus a ball in the fourth. It's too loud.
Thank you, Pat. And I'm able to see it, but you're not just yet. Or forgive me, you actually have seen on your screen our view of the camera. It's set up now, and we're able to jump in and out of it. Still a little difficult for us from here because it's hard to see the score sheet. But people are regularly updating us, and we can certainly comment on the balls that we're seeing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just by sometimes watching the bowler and their reaction gives you the whole spiel without even being able to see it.
All right, so we'll step away from the action here, and when we come back, we'll catch up on Jason's score, and we'll come back with that. Thanks.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
All right, welcome back, folks. And first thing you see here, you got Rick Gano at the bottom of your screen, getting ready to jump on lane 5. And I see Jason Sauter taking the lane on lane 1 here. And we're going to throw it down to Pat, who is following Jason for the rest of the shift from the field.
Right now we're waiting for Jason on lane 1. Again, he's working on a mark. He's in the 5th box with a mark up in the 4th box. He's throwing the ball really well on 1 and 2 right now. His last 2 balls have been dead center. Of course, just jinxed him on that. He goes off the side for 2, but puts him at 11 plus in the 4th. He's really in need of a big ball right here. And he gets it. Makes the spare, so only a 2-8 in the 4th box, but he salvages it with a spare in the 5th and can load that one. I'm going to take it back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Pat. And see Jason Mark there covering up his spare. He is fighting hard, I can tell you that. Not every ball is right where he wants it to be, but he comes back strong with another one and cleans up that spare.
Right, gives himself another shot.
Yeah.
You know, you say, yeah, I got a bad load, but I made the break, so I got a chance to start it back up again. Or more pins I didn't have, that type of thing. And the positive side of that.
Yeah.
But one box at a time.
Yep.
Okay, so right now, like I said, we still got the following shift coming on, but looking at there, like we always said, 150 is the pace to be, give or take a little, and right now we have 5 bowlers that are at that. Like I said, and we're watching Jason Sauter, who's just under that, down on our 1 and 2. So, and who knows, and like I said, probably in about half hour, 40 minutes, we'll get the next shift out here, and then we'll really see some changes on our leaderboard at that time.
Got Jason Sauter, the only bowler on this shift who is on the leaderboard there. He's currently sitting in 6th place, averaging 149.6. He's got about 15 frames left, and he is doing everything he can to accumulate pins to pass, at the very least, the guy who's sitting 4th right now, the only bowler who's completed 12 games, and his average north of 150. So we're going to send it back to Pat, who's looking at Jason right now.
Okay, we have Jason Sauter getting back up on the lanes. He's on lane 2, and he's looking to fill a spare. Again, he's at 51 in the 4th, 61 plus this ball in the 5th box. He's going to like that one. Going to like that one a lot. That's all 10 in the pit, and puts him now on a strike and on his way in this game, and he's starting to really figure out lanes 1 and 2. Going to take it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Pat. Another great ball out of Jason there.
Took advantage of making that 8-pin spare.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bounced back really well on that second ball last frame, and then made the most of it.
Exactly. I mean, he didn't give up when he quartered that Worcester, and he said, "Oh, you know, went out and made it, and made the most of it." And that's what you got to do. You got to keep plugging, keep working.
Yeah. Grinding it out here.
Exactly. That's that's part of the battle here. You know, you like it when you're going smooth and everything's out there, but when you come off the headpin a little bit, you got to work at it. So we're just going here, like I say, watching along on a Sunday afternoon now here at Lucky Strike. March 1st.
Last day of the Eastern. We will crown a champion somewhere around 4 or 5 o'clock today.
Yes, we will. And then the fun part begins for the director, figuring all those other awards. The easy one is the who won and who came in second. The rest of it is like, I don't know. So that's what we always tell the bowlers. Be a little patient. You'll get your stuff in the mail. It just takes a little time to figure all the ins and outs of this guy.
Yeah. Dara just does an excellent job keeping track of everything and very efficient, gets things out, turns them around really, really quickly. Great director of any tournament. This isn't the only one she does.
There's so many, and the thing is, there's just so many. It's not like in some of our series stops where you just pay the first. It's kind of easy. It's dry. You know, you don't have all these other awards, which makes it great for the bowlers.
Yeah.
But when the bowlers,
we got John.
They keep coming back. That's the thing.
Absolutely. Yep. Got John DePalma there on lane 5. Been keeping an eye on him because who wouldn't want to watch John DePalma?
Like I said, many times, class act. I've gone up and bowled at his place up in North Chelmsford, Massachusetts, and heck of a nice guy.
Proprietor, ambassador for the sport, really, truly cares about its future, the future of the game.
Definitely does. And John just threw a strike.
Must know the camera's pointing at him because I think the moment he got underneath the Duckpin TV lights, he really turned it on for us.
There you go.
And we appreciate it.
Like I said, it makes it look easy sometimes, but it's a lot of work.
You have Mark Volza on the left side of your screen there shooting a 7-pin and makes quick work of that.
Converted that nicely.
And we got Jason Sauter setting up on lane 1.
And I think we're going to cut away to Pat for this.
Okay, we are over now to lane 1. Jason Sauter again, this time trying to fill a strike. And he's 21 plus a ball on the 6th. Double here would really start to put him into that 50, 60, 70 range, which is where he needs to get. Again, we're looking at 335 to get to Jesse Deach and 350 to put some gap. Jason about to throw the ball in the first box. So he drops 7 on the first ball. He leaves a little triangle in the corner. 6, 9, 10. He'll be trying to make. He made this shot earlier on lanes 19 and 20. Believe it or not, he hit between the 6 and the 9, and it did not take out the 10 pin. So it's a 9 load. Got to make this a 10 box. So put him at an even 100 through 7, which is where he's at. So he's at 100 through 7 boxes, and we will get back to him on lane 2 in just a bit. You, Eric.
So Jason really doing well this game.
Yeah, he's like I say, he's back in the hunt. I mean, and he's sitting, and going at a good pace. This one here, he just needs to keep rocking and rolling for the next 15, 14 boxes that he's got left on that pair. So, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, he's on the pair to do it. If I had to pick, like I said, if I had to pick a place, why not? That'd be a nice place for me. And actually, we just saw Ron Lawler finish up on lane 1. He's one of our sponsors. Picks up some of the lanes for us as lane sponsors, and he does the program for us. So we appreciate all of his contributions to this. Go ahead, Pat.
We have Jason Sauter now back up on lane 2. He's at 100 through 7. He's been having good success on this lane, but he punches through the 159. Not exactly the best time for that to happen for him, but see if he can clean this up. Still has 12 boxes left on this pair. Nice attempt at it. Got 8. Leaves the 7-8. Try to get out of this with a 9 box. Not the game he was probably looking for, but he still has some time. So Jason will take a 9 box there. He's at 109 through 8, and we're going to take it back, and maybe Eric can talk about Johnny De Palma working on a triple.
All right, and thank you for the pat. We're now going to turn it over and take a look at John De Palma, who we continue to talk about, but almost passively, I would say we're talking about him, but he's got a triple.
Yeah.
This is happening under our noses here. So.
Yeah, well, reminds me a lot of stuff of last year when we're sitting here. You kind of we're focusing on Jason, and all of a sudden, where's this other guy coming from? You get those quick little runs when you start throwing those doubles, triples, 4-timers. They add up fast and bring you right back into the hunt.
Yeah. John, I think, be up on lane 6. No, John's seated at the moment. He'll be up in a moment.
Yeah. Keep us guessing.
Yeah.
And like we said, right now they're rounding their sixth box, seventh box of game 11. We'll be wrapping this up, and then one more game on the pair that they're on. And then we'll clear the lanes, bring in the next shift of guys, and continue our broadcast.
And here's John up now on lane 5. And Gano next to him there. Nice ball. Running a head pin, carries 10 pins.
Short and sweet.
All right, let's go, John.
Yeah, here he goes. Let's see what he does.
Oh, man, a little really light on the head pin. I think I'm seeing the 5, 6, 7, 9, 10.
Not pretty.
It is ugly, but still counted up a bunch of pins.
That's it.
Still
working on
counting.
those strikes. Yep, keeps the count still there at least. And as we saw last night, I mean, spares can be made even though they're not the easiest ones. We've seen, like, hey.
Oh, man, he grabbed 3 of those.
Yep.
And not an easy 3, I
Nope.
should add.
The one I thought he would carry, still standing. And that's the game of duck pins.
He'll settle for an 8, but we'll get a report on his score. It sounds like he's got a really good game going down there.
I would agree with that.
That's Rob. A moment ago we saw Rob Yowell on lane 3. We haven't given him much coverage, but Rob's excellent duckpin bowler, young guy. He's got himself a Pop Whitten Tour victory on his resume. Somebody we'll talk a little bit more about him as we see him on the lanes. But for now, we got Jason Sauter jumping up on lane 1, and get ready to throw it over to Pat here in a moment. All right, take it over, Pat.
Yeah, we've got Jason now back up on lane 1, and he's looking to set the foundation here in the 9th frame. Almost in need of a mark of some sort right now, but certainly looking for a strike. Big ball, 9 drop, solid 5-pin there, so he'll settle for that. I'm sure he would have loved to have seen a strike there, but with 11 boxes, 12 boxes to go now, he's just going to start looking at marking as many as he can. And he's all over that for spare in the 9th. So he's at 119 plus a ball, looking for a mark in the 10th. Back to you.
Great job for getting himself back on track for these last couple of frames. He's got 119 in the 9th. Filling a mark.
Got that mark in the 9th box, set himself up for the 10th. And that, foundation box, he got the mark. Now he just needs a big 10th.
Yeah. And I should add here, Tom, that is as much as I think he'd like to have. He's really needs 155, 165, 175, and he's setting up for 145. 150.
He needs that real big game now. He's got to throw that $180 or better that last one.
Yeah, the time really is kind of running out for him, but he knows that, and he's going to get up there. He's going to put the ball on the head pin if he can, and hopefully he'll throw a strike and
exactly
close it right. Brandon Gano throwing a ball on lane 3. It looks like the 7-10 to me. That's a tough leave.
I had some fun out there doing a little field work.
Yeah, welcome back.
And wow, what a great! As I was trying to keep track of Jason, I got to watch Johnny D. Palmer there throw a trip.
Yeah, give us the update there.
I actually talked to him after the first strike, and I asked him how many times he turned 39, and as it turns out, he's turned 39 37 times. So,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, he was excited when he threw the double and talked to him. He says, I haven't had a double since last night. Oh, that's too bad. And then he throws. So it was pretty fun to talk to him. And he's just a good guy. And he said the bowling is keeping him physically fit because you have to stay fit in order to do this game at his age. So it's an incentive for him to stay healthy. So see Jason stepping up on lane 2 right now.
Did you get a look at his score while you were there, John De Palma?
He was at 97, 117. He's about 140ish through 8. He's another 160 or 70 game looking. He's looking at.
Got on quite a run right here, right?
Sauter's on 2.
Sauter has
Sauter's
119 in the ninth.
And a ball.
Puts 9 on it. He's looking at 128 in the ninth.
Use this and throw 10 and get yourself 48.
Well, 48 leaves him 52 and 32. Leaves him an 84 to get to Jesse.
185 or better. It's not impossible. Not impossible.
Not at all. And he did.
No, he needs some of those 9s to fall. Those 9s got to turn into strikes next game.
He would need like a De Palma triple.
Well, he would be thrilled with that.
Yeah, or even better. So let's see what Jason puts on the fill.
Well, looks like 7 or 8.
Yeah, just off the head pin though.
So final score for Jason in that game.
145 it looks like.
So
assuming our camera
41.
we could see our camera clearly.
Yeah.
Or see through our camera clearly.
He's all the way down the end of the house. We're sitting up here. So it's kind
of 55 and 30 and 87 to get to 1 pin better than Deech.
It's 187. That's a
big game.
High mark, but
right. But it's not a 220.
It's not a 220. 220 is a lot different.
220 is
than a
mentally
180.
much more, daunting than a 180 something.
Yeah. 220. You're relying on luck.
Oh, you need 6 in a row.
Relying on
7
luck.
And, you need a lot of strikes, and in this game, you're not going to get 6 or 7 every. You're not going to get them every ball, even when you throw a good ball.
Right.
In the 185, maybe just get a whole bunch of spares, and maybe
or double or triple.
Yeah.
185. A triple gets you plus 40, so then there's a lot less work to do after that.
Exactly.
There's John De Palma up there throwing at a spare. And he's just a little outside there.
Okay. Just Brian, tell me when Steve can update. Okay, you're all set.
We got a post on our Twitter page from at Chuck the Sweeper, bringing in Oriole flavor right smack dab in the middle of Yankee/Red Sox territory on 3 and 4. Loving it. Maybe he's referring to Rob Yowell there with the
gonna say, that must have been
backwards hat,
Yeah,
backwards facing Oriole hat.
Orioles, Ravens, Washington Capitals,
Yeah,
Washington Nationals. A lot of that gear's made its way up to Lucky Strike this weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like you say, blue and the purples and the oranges.
Yeah, strange colors around here.
Yeah, what are those colors?
Yeah. Brian, the leaderboard is back.
We're just used, to reds and some
Blue,
pinstripes.
yeah, nothing too fancy. A big letter B.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have that big
it's
old
a
purple
faithful
R.
following down in Baltimore. All the sports teams.
Not as diverse as it is up here so much. They've got the Bills and the Nationals, but they're in 2 different, not only divisions, but 2 different leagues.
Yeah.
Whereas the Red Sox and Yankees are, arch rivals every year.
In the same division, in the same conference, yeah.
Well, we all know about the Red Sox-Yankee rivalry, right? Tom.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Even here at Lucky Strike.
Even within marriages, I'm a Red Sox fan. My wife's a Yankee fan. I'm a Patriots fan. She's a Giants fan.
That's why we're glad we have 2 TVs here. One for the Sox game, one for the Yankee game.
Correct.
Yeah,
All right.
it's an interesting state to live in, and it's an interesting area in the state to live in. If you're in,
Yeah.
we're sort of on the eastern side of the Connecticut, so
Yeah, the
you'll
river
find
separates. I think Yankee from Red Sox is separated by the river, and a little north to south as well.
Yeah, it's so amazing. You've got this this natural geographic feature that separates a fan base.
Yeah.
You know, two
It
fan bases.
is very. I think you can almost, if you put a map on it, if you put Yankee fans and Red Sox fans, that river divides them almost right down the middle.
You're so
Yeah.
right. I remember going bowling a tournament over in Waterbury, and it's like, that's Yankee territory. You come over here, you're Lucky Strike, you're more in the Red Sox territory.
Yeah.
North to south, as you get closer to the shoreline, I think you find more Yankee fans.
Yeah.
And you head out toward Rhode Island, though, it starts to tend more toward Red Sox fans again, even in the southern part. So it's an interesting fan base, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got Jason kicking off his second game on lane 2.
I'm looking down there, getting ready to bowl. He's finishing up game 11. It looks like he's got 1 in the ninth. Wrapping this up.
John going to be around 300 for the last 2 games.
And I was talking to Rick Gano. Rick Gano's got his own personal little competition going on. He says, I'm losing to a senior citizen. And he said, I had him by a pin, but he just blew right by me with the triple. So
John just left the 5-7, so let's see what he does with
made it.
Almost.
It's very close.
Almost. So that'll put Mr. DePalma in the 140s to finish up game 11.
Great job, John.
Yeah. And as we'll be clearing the scoreboard, and again on this event here, just like in the first block, you bowl game on the same pair you finish on, and same thing happens here on the second set, where you bowl games 11 and 12 on the same pair. So they'll be cleaning their scorecard on that lane and restarting for game 12 in the final game for their
Of course,
Eastern Classic.
Some viewers might question that because it's a 12-game tournament. There's 24 lanes here, but want to talk a little bit about the reason for the double up in the 5th and 6th?
Sure. Basically, yes, Lucky Strike is a 24-lane house, but 23 and 24 at times have they're not 100%, so we kind of save them, and so we use 21 and 22 of our breakdown lanes. So we know that we have 1 through 22 that are running strong, so backup pair. So since we only have 20 lanes that are referenced because of that backup pair, it's like you say, okay, how do you get 12? That 10 lanes, 5 and 6 and 11 and 12, same, you finish on the same pair. So you do get to bowl twice on the same pair of lanes, but it's based on what you draw for your chip.
It's all draw.
It's all draw. So it's
Brian, the headsets. If I look on my button, I can't hear.
it's not
I got it.
On the
it's like I said, look at the draw. You get to where you start and where you finish, and that's a good thing. It's not favorable to one or the other.
Yeah, I got Jason up here on lane 1. It's his second frame, game 12. He get to about 185, 190.
Yeah.
It's a really big game, but it would move him into first place of the bowlers who are through 12 games.
No doubt about it. And even, like you said, even if he gets himself 150 or 60 or something, he can crack that 1800 plateau and at least put him in the top 3 or 4 maybe. And still nothing shabby with that.
Oh, and he's falling over, but look at this.
Yeah.
I don't know
He
how
was
he got
falling
that to
over,
work.
but his falling over helped the pins fall over.
I guess so. He transferred his imbalance straight into the pins and
Yeah.
cleared him out.
Shifted the weight to the pins, you know?
That's exactly what he needed, I think, right there, Tom. A little bit of luck, and
Maybe that's the
maybe
first of
maybe
that
it'll
3 or
start
4
some
bagger.
momentum here.
And that's what you need to do. You need that that first one to get you going. As I always say, you can't throw a double or triple unless you got one. So on our screen, up on lane 5, we got Rick Cano that'll be coming up to start his final game. Rick, a past winner back in, I believe it was 2003.
Stole my underwear. After the round, after
So, Rick Cano on lane 5.
Whoa. Outside there.
No,
He's
just a little off to the side, yep.
probably scratching his head a little bit about that, but try to put this one back in the middle.
Exactly.
Souter's up on 2.
Jason taking the lane up on lane 2. A little off your screen there.
Yep.
But you will see the important part. Him filling his first strike of the 12th game. He's going into his 3rd frame.
Yep.
I want to say this is a absolute double, have to happen, but it would certainly aid the cause at this point.
Definitely would aid the cause.
Well, I think, in my mind, it's a head pin.
Well, okay.
Oh, that goes without saying. But
That's
he
a-
needs.
No
he
doubt
really
about it.
needs. He really needs to have another
God.
really good ball. That he needs a good ball.
That
For
wasn't-
confidence.
That wasn't it, I don't think.
And Jason was off. He went through the 2-8, and unfortunately on a strike, he has an opportunity to get some more pins. 8 fill, but really not what he was looking for there.
Yeah.
And man, Jason got to be disappointed there. 2 fill, two on the first ball, 6 more pins, and
Yeah.
then leaves the 2 pins standing.
Yeah, not with the double he was hoping for, and actually not even the break he was looking for, that spare break. So he's just now got to say, okay, that box is done with, put it behind me, and now I got to start all over again. And you got to let it go. Can't think about that box now. It's gone, done with, start it up again.
Yeah, he's almost in. Now he's in a situation where he needs a triple somewhere. I mean,
Needs those hammers.
before the end.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Not a triple in the 10th. He needs a triple early.
Right. Yes.
The 34 in the 3rd, guys.
And again, it goes back to what we were talking about, that score in the clubhouse. It sits there, and it looks like it's attainable, and then all of a sudden,
Yep.
it slips away.
Away a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, we just got a report that Billy Thomas just pulled a 166. Good game for Billy.
Yeah, I saw him with a discount double check strike in the 10th. He was
Oh, yeah?
excited. Yeah, very exciting. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers making a
He
stop.
did. He
by
did the
today.
Green Bay back.
All right, so we have something great that we'd love to jump to next here. Jim Kaufman has pulled over Lou Sarkeesian. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Eric. Yep, I'm here with Lou Sarkeesian from Seekonk, Mass. He was here today to finish up his 46th consecutive appearance at the Eastern Classic. Thanks for coming by today, Lou.
Huh? Thank you.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, other than the bowling part. What's there to know about Lou?
Not really too much. I drove delivered uniforms for 25 years at East Hartford, because I live in Seekonk. But so I did that for quite a few years. It was tough.
Okay. How long of a drive was that every day to work?
Each day?
What drive was it to come to work every day?
Oh, about a couple of 100 miles altogether.
You had to drive to work, and then you had to drive for work too.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun.
So, you've been coming to the Eastern 46 years now. How have you seen the game change since you first started bowling?
Quite a bit. It's not the same game really. I loved it. I didn't bowl in this until I was 40. The first time I ever bowled in it. So it was the first tournament I had ever bowled in.
Why was that?
I don't know. I just didn't have the money or whatever at that time, raising kids, and just never got there. So, yeah, it was fun. I had a shot to win it the first time, too. I was a nervous wreck.
What did you finish that year? I know you almost won, but where did you finish that year that you almost did?
Oh, I ended up 6th or 7th, something like that. But then, of course, a few years later, then I had the high single here. So
that was going to be my next question. In 1981 until '89, you had the record. You had 241, which was the highest game for that 8 or 9 year period. What do you remember about that game?
I should have had a little more, but it was a great. I got 6 strikes in a row, and then the last box I threw a bomb and left the 4-7 split. And something I've never done in my life. I hit the 4-pin, it came back and took the 7, and I had 34 plus a ball. And I threw a tight ball. I only got 7 on it, or it would have been more than 41. But I was pleased with it.
I'd be happy with 241. You had 30 yesterday, right? It was at the 735. I'm sorry. So what's your goal for today?
Just a few pins more, because I've been bowling so bad lately. The age is catching up with me, and so I get a lot of pins in the handicap section. So if I can bowl a little bit more, I get a chance to win. At least win the entry back. That would be interesting.
It's always good when you win money. It gets at least get your money back when you bowl a tournament.
Always did for quite a few years until the last 3 or 4 years. Now I'm lucky. I feel fortunate just doing it. I'm still able to do it, so that's what counts.
Well, thanks for stopping by, and I hope I'm bowling when I get to be get to be in the Lou territory. So
I'm to this age. Never mind, I'm still bowling.
Well, thanks again for your time, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, Jim, and thank you to Lou. Guys,
Yeah.
I heard some pretty interesting stuff
It's
there.
a testament to the type of people that bowl in this game right there. That's all you need to know about Duckpin bowling. You just heard right there.
Yeah, I mean, he said he was 40 years old the first time he bowled the Eastern. This guy's been bowling for 46 years in this tournament. And
So let's see. 86 years old.
He was older than John De Palma the first year that he did this.
Correct. Right. There you
No.
go. Really?
No.
But
Here,
that's
here's a guy-
incredible.
Yeah, I mean, his name has been in the records of this tournament. It's all over the history of this tournament, right? He's been the longest consecutive bowler, individual
Yep.
bowler.
And think about that. He started at 40. If he started at the age that some of these guys start, he would have almost bowled the entire thing.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
And so he had a 241 game that did get surpassed only by 1 pin.
1 pin.
But an excellent. I just think it's so great to
We
see
got,
him out here.
Jason up on 2.
So great here, and still bowling well. And Jason, we during the interview, Jason had
The 1-3 picked the 3 off, went off the side of the head pin.
yeah. I don't know if he had a 9 or a 10 that box, but
He ended up with a 10 box.
it's not what he was looking
No,
for.
he
He's only 4 over the frame. He needs to get to
Yeah,
180.
Tommy and I were doing some math. He needs a 4-bagger somewhere at this point. And he's on the right pair to
Gets a
do it.
spare there.
We got a mark, so that's
He's
that's
on the
the
right
one that
pair.
got him going. He'll get that spare to get you going.
But to get to 187, we're talking
He's not-
strikes now.
Yeah, spares are going to be good, but he needs to get where he needs to go. He's going to need some strikes and in groups.
Yeah, it's consecutive. Yeah, only Brian Ewing can bowl on those.
Take a look at Rick Gano here.
Rick Gano, the classic style. Arm comes straight back to the top and straight down through the ball. And
nice little backup ball he throws.
Yeah.
It's smooth delivery. I like his.
Throws a powerful ball.
Almost popped it out.
Yeah, that's a tough way to make that. With 3 and 4, 1 and 2, those boards are a little springy. Sometimes he's bounced a couple out earlier in the day.
Yeah, we've seen him come out.
So we'll take a step away from the action here and share our rules of the game segment.
Rules of the game, brought to you by Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut. I'm Brian Ewing. The National Duckpin Bowling Congress is in charge of publishing the official rules of duckpin bowling. Today, we take a look at Rule 607. A foul is committed when any part of the bowler's person or clothing encroaches upon or goes beyond the foul line and touches any part of any lane, equipment, or part of the building which is beyond the foul line, during or after the act. If in the act of delivering the ball, any object falls from the bowler's clothing or person and breaks the light beam, so as to register a foul shall be called and so recorded. If any object falls onto the lane beyond the foul line, and the light beam is not broken, no foul shall be called. Now, let's take a look at a couple of scenarios. So now when one of these situations arises in your league or tournament, you will know the rules of the game.
All right, welcome back, folks. We're going to have Jason Sauter, really the only bowler left here. We're down to just a few frames. 5 frames left, I would say, or 4 frames left. And Jason's the only one here who's on the leaderboard and is at this point looking to stay on our leaderboard.
He's going to stay on the leaderboard. It's just a matter of he wants to move into 4th place before the end of this game.
Yeah,
right.
And it's not looking good at this point, but we'll see here. He definitely needs to string together some strikes.
Almost starting now.
And see if he starts right now. This is desperate.
Well,
if the goal is to
right.
get ahead of Jesse, it's
he's running.
Got to pull out all the stops right
He's
here.
running out of paper. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, the clock is running.
It doesn't look like a strike.
Oh man, bad break there. He
Yeah,
was
that's
off the head pin there, but
One of those you say, I like my count, but I don't like the lead.
Jason's going to very seriously question the annals of our history of lanes 1 and 2. He's not going to feel as excited about bowling on that pair maybe as we do.
Locals do.
True, but
yeah.
Wasn't the greatest ball. He didn't crush that one, but he hasn't seen very many 7-10s on it. So he's got it in his head right now anyway.
Where'd that come from?
Did have someone make the 7-10.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. D'Antonis.
Yeah, Johnny D.
Yep.
Too bad we didn't catch that on
That
camera.
would have
but
been great. That's a rare event.
But you got to trust us. He did it.
So Jason's going to wrap this frame up here. Hopefully he gets his 10 or.
And
Oh, excuse me.
So he's all set.
He's all set. So if you were listening yesterday, probably the most controversial topic that we discussed all
It was
yesterday.
created controversy.
And I suppose I'm responsible for the
Yes.
controversy, is the relationship between one Steve Ivorone and Will Rigney.
You
at some point I heard
you were led to believe.
I was led to believe that Steve Ivorone is in fact the uncle of Will Rigney, and when we passed it over to Jim, who went out in the field and tried to get to the bottom of this, we really made it nowhere. We were less. I was more confused
We got
after
a lot of
the interview.
we got a lot of political answers.
But we've got Steve Ivorone here with us again. Jim is equipped with a microphone, and we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it again.
Settle the score.
All right, so Jim, here's try number 2.
All right, so just kind of recap what I found out yesterday. I talked to Will. Will's kind of saying, well, I think we might be related because there was an Ivorone in my family, but it was spelled differently, so wasn't quite sure. Then I talked to Steve. Steve said, yes, Will's the only person that can call me Uncle Steve, but only in a bowling alley. He's nothing, outside of the lanes, he's nothing relationship-wise. So last night I did some more digging. I tried to. I went to Ancestry.com. I went to the Ellis Island archives. I went to the State of Rhode Island website. I couldn't find anything. So I tracked Steve down again today, and I'm hoping to get to the bottom of the story. Steve, what can you tell us about any blood, any type of relation between you and Mr. Rigney?
Well, we're going to put this stuff to bed right now. Years ago, when I was still bowling the league, so it had to be 5, 6, 7 years, out of nowhere, one day, Will said to me, Uncle Steve. And nobody had said that to me. Uncle Steve. Okay. And so we talked, and then the next time I said, Uncle Steve, every time he saw me. So, okay, you're my nephew then in the bowl? Yes. So every time he sees me for the past 5 years, Uncle Steve. So Will is not my nephew. He is not related to me. No blood issues, nothing. No Ellis. Whatever he told you yesterday, he made the whole thing up. So he's not related to me, but in the bowling alley, I am Uncle Steve. And he made that up. You have to talk to him or how he came about to call me that. But he considered me his uncle. But he is not related to me, not at all. So we'll put that to bed. So.
That's pretty definitive right there.
Yeah. What we have right there, Jim, is Duckpin TV Mythbusters right there.
Again, breaking news, Steve Ivorone, Will Rigney are not related.
There are a couple of others, Danny Richmond, Andy Furlett. They refer to me as Uncle Steve. It's a ripoff. They are not related, all right? They like to claim me as their uncle, too. Not true, all right? Not true.
Okay, so Richmond, not bowling. Feel it, not bowling related to you. Will is bowling related, but not blood related. Correct?
Not blood related, nope. But he is my nephew in name. As artificial as it may be, he is my nephew in the bowling. He will always be my nephew, and I will always be Uncle Steve.
One thing I want to warn you, though, when I was talking to Will yesterday, I think he was trying to make a case for the two of you actually being related. So I don't know if he's trying to come after the Ivorone family fortune or trying to get into the will, but he was trying to make a case that he was actually really related to you.
I'm going to track him down. We're going to straighten this out right now. Let me go find him.
Yeah, you might want to get a lawyer, too. So
you might want to watch out for the Mississippi family on that one.
Good luck bowling today.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Oh, all right. So I want to say that's as definitive as it gets, but I don't know.
That's pretty. I thought I heard a threat there, Dan. I'm just saying. These people are from Rhode Island. They have a reputation, you know.
And
they all like The Godfather. I mean, come on.
I have to wonder, though. I mean, we did go down a list of other bowlers and cross them out. No, not related to Steve. But how long could that? I mean, does that list get any longer?
I don't know. You're the person that brought this up. So.
I wonder. I mean, maybe I'm on the list, and I need Steve to come back and make a comment about my relationship to Steve.
I'm just glad I wasn't responsible for that at this point, because that seemed a little ominous at the end there.
Well, I've been proven wrong. I mean, I have to say.
I think that was an unequivocally definitive no.
And I have to apologize to the viewers for misleading you, as I have been misled. I feel like
right. Well, Brian Williams of Duckpin TV. Yeah, well, we could use him. He's got some
I hear he's got some time off.
Yeah.
So,
well, that was a really funny interview. I think I'd like to thank Steve for playing along with your little game, Eric. It seems like you created some controversy and got us through about 6 or 7 hours of
we had maybe he was, maybe he wasn't.
Yeah.
You know,
My dignity is a little wounded,
Sauter with one.
and my self-respect is a little wounded, but I got a lot of laughs out of it.
Sauter with one. I don't know. Does he still have time? That's the question. He can't stop throwing them now.
No,
this
has
is
gotta
it.
be
It's got to be the one of the
string.
one of all of them.
That's right. This is the one. There's
One,
gotta be
then
a
two,
2,
then 3,
then
then
a 3,
4.
and then at least a 4. Yeah. But like I said, to get a double and a triple, you need that first one. So he's got the first one now. Now he needs that second and
Oh
third.
no, 187. I mean, that's there's no other way to get there.
Yeah, like you're saying, he needs the 187. So and that would put him ahead of Jesse only by 1.
Right, and that's all he wants to be right now is ahead of Jesse. And then he's going to sit. Right, then he'll sit and watch the next 3 or 5 come after him.
Just like Jesse was watching this weekend.
Absolutely. Wow. Now there's something we're going to talk about right now, Eric. I'm going to talk. We got an incredible revelation.
We just had the executive producer in our ear.
Wow. I got to tell you something. We've just been told, and through a very good source, that Patrick Ewing is the father of our very own executive producer, Brian Ewing, in a double for Sauter.
Wow. Jason really throwing a couple punches here.
He knows he's running out of time.
He's backed into the corner, and he's trying to fight his way out of it.
But Patrick Ewing, the father of the executive producer, Brian Ewing, I never didn't even think about that connection.
Never made the connection. I don't know how.
How simple. I mean, you're trying to connect Rigney with Ivarone.
Shoot.
We got Ewing and Ewing.
I thought it was Ewing Oil myself.
Yeah, the Dallas fame.
Yeah, I thought he was related to JR.
Oh. No, I got some interesting stories of Patrick Ewing. When I went to WPI, my first or second year at WPI, they had the Massachusetts State Basketball Championships. And Patrick Ewing's Cambridge Rindge and Latin team came into play against Worcester North. That was the state finals. And there was a little guy, I wish I could think of his name. He ended up going to UConn. And they were the only team that ever beat Ewing's team. They did it on WPI's floor. An incredible game. We got to witness their practice, and Ewing came in. This is a high school kid, standing with his hand above the rim, standing without even leaving the ground. It was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. And that man, brought us Brian. Of course. And we've been, of course, we're kidding, guys. Especially Mr. and Mrs. Ewing, who are sitting home, riveted, watching this on YouTube.
We are coming in shortly.
This is all in jest. This is all in jest.
Very glad to have them as viewers, though.
Absolutely. Keep watching, and we'll stop talking negatively about your son.
So we just got an update on the score. I mean, we know Jason just threw a double, but he had an 80 in the 7th before that. Double, 8th and 9th frame.
Most he can go is 170.
170.
He's out. I mean, in terms of winning, he's out.
He's not going to win the Eastern, but he can move himself.
Well, he's going to move into second place. Yeah.
With
he would be 17 pins short. He'd be at 1810.
1810. Yep.
So 1810 would be good enough for second in the clubhouse, and it would leave the 3 bowlers who are ahead of him with a little bit of work to do, but nowhere near what they're capable of.
Yeah.
They're certainly capable of that.
I mean, if he can get himself to 150 or 60 here, he's probably secured himself a top 10 finish.
Oh, yes, I would say that, because the drop-off after 1827 right now is pretty significant. It's a 60-pin drop-off.
You just saw on the screen there Rob Yowell up on lane 4. A little split there to shoot at.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for Rob. Every time I look over there, he's shooting at a split.
He's taking it all in good measure. I've been talking to him when I was, wandering about. He's a very happy-go-lucky guy. Just glad to be here.
Class act. Yep. So we'll jump over to Jason, lane 1, filling a double.
see up on lane 1. Jason Sauter is getting ready to finish up his 10th frame and
as
finish up his Eastern.
We've done the math, and the best he can do right now is second place as it stands right now, and that's not guaranteed, but I'm sure he's not going to be disappointed with a second place finish in terms of in the end, but disappointed maybe with his last 2 games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's one of those happy overall, but yeah, I could have done a little bit better in that aspect.
And he could end up with
he could throw
300 for his last 2,
right, and that's still good.
Oh, and that ball is
he threw that off the
way
side,
off the mark there. Unfortunately, looks like he got 3.
So, I mean, it's still it puts him in a position where he's going to go, probably going to get close to, if not above, 1,800.
Oh, and he carries this. Okay, so he maxes out here at 143 if he puts 10 on it, and that'll get him to a 84 rather.
Yep.
Which is short of the 150 average.
Well, yeah, it was, but it does put him still in the clubhouse in second place. So, it's you never know if he hangs on to second place or not. But I'm sure a second place finish at the Eastern Classic at his age will be a big accomplishment for him.
Very impressive. Very impressive. We'll let him finish this up here. Oh, excuse me. I missed his last ball. What did
142.
So he had a 142 game and 1783, and we're going to pass who's standing by with Jason.
All right, gentlemen, I'm here with Jason Sauter from Maryland. Finished with a 141 your last game, so that gave you 1782 total for your 12 games. How'd it feel today?
Felt good, actually. Threw the ball well. Didn't get enough strikes and choked my air at the end, but it was a good time. Actually did it sober, so I'm pretty happy.
Is this your first time, or how many times have you bowled East?
This is the second, but this is the first time I actually did anything and bowled good. It was a lot of fun. I wish I could be as good as everybody else staring at me right now.
I know you got a peanut gallery watching you right now, but thanks for the time. Good bowling this weekend, and have a safe trip home. It's snowing out.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you for that, Jim, and our congratulations to Jason. He's coming up a little bit short, but really great.
Yeah, I mean,
and
overall big picture.
He jumps past Scott Wolgemuth with his performance today in his last 6 games, and
so like you said, right now he's in the clubhouse number 2, and you never know.
Yep. So what we're going to do here, folks, is we're going to tie this up and end the shift, our coverage of this shift. There's no bowlers out in the field here who are remaining who are still bowling. There's only a couple frames left in the anyway, but there's none of them that are contending for
none in the top 20 that you see out there right now. So
what we'll do is we'll switch over to an interview that we recorded with DPBA President, Mr. Todd Turcotte, and we'll start getting set up for the last shift, which contains many of the bowlers who are currently in our 10.
Yeah, we'll recharge our batteries to be
our
ready for our next 3-hour haul.
And we'll be back in just a little bit.
Sounds like a plan.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of Duck Talk. My name is Eric Lateska. I will be your host for this episode. Today we have with us Todd Turcotte. Todd,
thank you for asking me. It's my pleasure.
Todd is a member of the DPBA, Duckpin Professional Bowlers Association Hall of Fame. He's also a member of the Bowlers Association of Connecticut Hall of Fame. He is the proprietor of Highland Bowl in Cheshire, Connecticut. And he's also currently the president of the Duckpin Professional Bowlers Association. So, Todd, I'm just going to kick this off talking about the Eastern. Here we are at the greatest tournament in all of Duckpin, the tournament that's been run the most consecutive years, 85 years this year. We know that you've had some success here in the past. It's very recently coming in second place. So tell us what makes this event special for you.
It's one of the rare events now, especially when I bowled for a long time. It's the 2 6-game blocks that really make it. It's 12 games. You have to come in mentally ready for 2 different shifts. You know, you can excel in one shift and then do poorly in the next, or vice versa. You can do poorly and then excel. It just requires total concentration for the entire weekend. You bowl with a bunch of different people that you never get to bowl with. And now those things here and just the history of the tournament, some of the great names that have won the tournament, it just makes it so good to bowl. It's exciting to bowl. It's one of the rare tournaments that's left that just brings out that, you want to go and win, the Eastern Classic and be one of those rare people that have done it, especially the ones that have done it 2 or 3 times. As amazing as that is, how consistent they can be. It's amazing event.
Yeah. Ask anybody who's got a win, and they will tell you it's truly an honor for people who's won this thing.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. So, what about do you have a favorite memory, either as a spectator or as a bowler?
I remember going back into the 80s when you would walk in between shifts, and the crowd, the spectators are all following, the people that are winning, or the big groups that are in the lead, or whoever was in those memories. It pushed me to want to still bowl the Eastern. Like when you come in and it was, a full shift. You had 40 bowlers bowling, and you had, 100 people in the background pointing out guys who were winning or in the lead or just had a big game to bring themselves up. Those are the memories back during that time that just make the tournament so great when you look at those great crowds that they used to have. It was amazing. Yeah, those are the things that stand out the most.
It's still a lot to be excited about as a spectator.
Absolutely.
At this
it still
event
brings
too.
in people to watch.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
doubt. Especially now with Duckpin TV, that gives you the coverage that you used to get when you used to come. Now you can, people that are far away can get that extra boost to the Eastern. It brings it.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of the history. Duckpin TV's produced a couple of events or a couple of segments where we're talking about the history of the event and covering some historic performances and over the course of about 85 years. Some really amazing things have happened. So make sure if you haven't seen them that you tune into them, folks. So now, last year, DP president currently and for the next year, last year and next year. Can you give us a recap of last season? Maybe just some of the highlights.
Well, last year we had the 8 stops. There was, we strive to go to that 80 entry mark to do the bracket formats. We had a $10,000 tournament at Hagerstown. The format that we did use last year was only successful in a couple events, and we used the regular ladder format. I thought it was key. Prize list balance was key. And I thought those were some of the great things the Pro Tour last year was run, where the bowlers themselves supported it, and it was designed to maintain the level of competition for the ones that wanted to be there. And I thought that was very important.
Yeah.
And it was some good wins, some first timers, and it was it was exciting for the members that wanted to be there. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, in fact, you had some good wins. There was the bowler from Canada, Nate. What's his last name? It escapes me.
Nate.
Congratulations.
He came out the first tournament.
First time
he
ever
30 games to qualify.
Yeah. And not only qualified well, and then went through and just won the event outright.
Yeah, that was very exciting.
There's not that often that you hear somebody the first time that they ever duckpin bowled.
Imagine that.
Incredible.
Some of us work for years and years and years and don't even qualify. And this gentleman comes in from Canada and throws a 232, I believe it was, to qualify, and then goes on to win. It's amazing.
Yeah, incredible.
How's it happen?
You also had some Mike Steiner doing really well at the beginning of the year.
Back-to-back wins for Mike this year. Yep.
You had Don surpass Jeff as Don Dove.
For the all-time.
My apologies. Surpassed Jeff Piles for all-time most wins. That's quite an accomplishment. It was an active season for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely. Definitely, and those guys still continue to compete at a high level. Don bowled this weekend in the Eastern, and he still bowl at a high level. They just are so competitive and good at what they do all the time consistently. It's amazing to watch them.
Yep, and all of them try to make it out for the Eastern. They love this.
They do. Yeah.
So, all right, Todd. Now, it's no secret that that participation on the tour was down pretty significantly last year over the year before.
Correct.
So, what does the governing body and you as the president of the DPBA, what do you guys have in the works to sort of right the ship and get people out on tour?
Well, you know, when you say the membership was down and the entries are down, that's absolutely true. There's so many different factors that come into play, and as the governing body looks at factors of travel conditions, hotel expenses, entry fees, and just general bowling interest to keep, like those exciting moments we talked about, the bowlers that don't go to the events like they used to miss out on those events. I mean, years ago, Duckpin Bowling was the Pro Tour was the event of the weekend. People wanted to go. They couldn't wait to get there. Now it's like a factor of the weekend. So, you know, we're trying to incorporate these stops and schedule them on better times. We went to 7 putting stops in houses that have been very supportive of the tour, that have good amenities for the tour, and really want us there. As you know, it's the last entity that gets free lineage. It's donated from the Proprietors Association centers. You know, we've structured prizes to be more friendly, keep the entry fee where we are, and you know, we know that some guys don't like to pay the higher entry fees. They think that money, but it all supports itself, and it's balanced, it's fair, and you know, we're trying to do some grassroots and get in touch with the members that haven't been bowled in a while. Let them know, hey, we're here. You can bowl. You know, these events are affordable. They're nice. They're in centers that really enjoy having us, want to host us. You know, and just the word of mouth and talking. I mean, Duckpin TV, obviously, this is a great way to let people know how to get, you know, back into the tour. We're easy to reach through email. You can call us. You can ask us. You know, we're going to do some more mailers, some grassroots efforts to get some people back in, and we hope that's going to be successful. You know, we're limited as to what people have in finances, and that we can't control. But we can control where the events are and how we run them, and the formats that we use to get people in. Hopefully, through those methods, that we can keep the consistency, you know, and entry solid, and work forward from there. I think I look forward to this season. I think we got a lot of interest in bowling still, and I think the bowlers will come out and bowl because it is the most competitive thing in Duckpin bowling.
All right, so that's a perfect way to segue into my last question for you, okay? So we'll give you an opportunity here to do the commercial. So look into the camera right there and tell your bowlers why they got to come out and bowl the Pro Tour this season.
You have to come out and bowl the Duckpin Pro Tour because it is the best entity that Duckpin bowling still has. It's the most rewarding and it's the most competitive. So if you're there watching us now, you need to be out supporting us later in the 7 events that we have this year in the DPBA. Come on out, schedule's online, and you can come see us and join us, have a great time.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Todd. And that's it for us. Stay tuned for the next episode of Duck Talk.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being with us, folks. We're back for just a moment here. You know, our thanks to Todd Turcotte, DPBA president, Hall of Fame member as well. It was a really great interview. We're glad we were able to get some time with him last. And the bowlers are just wrapping up. Shift 3 are wrapping up now, and some of the bowlers from the final shift, Shift 5, who are here to conclude their 12 games, doing their second half. Their last 6 games are starting to warm up. And if you're just tuning in now, I would say you're right on time. It's about to get really exciting. The bowlers who have the 5 out of the top 6 scores, or 4 out of the top 6 scores, 6 out of the top 7 have. Nope, I'm sorry. Let me get my numbers right here. 5 out of the top 7 bowlers have a really good shot of our leaderboard currently, and we're going to be bringing you that action live once they kick things off. We are going to roll one more clip for you guys here of an interview we had with Don Dove. We rolled it a little earlier today, but we'll play it again for you now in case you didn't get to see it. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello, folks. Edition of Duck Talk. My name is Eric Leteska. I will be your host. We're here today with Don Dove. Don, thank you for being with us.
My pleasure to be here.
Now, Don, we'll go through some of your resume here. You are a Hall of Fame member of the DPBA, the NDBC, Bowler of the Year on the DPBA Pro Tour 3 times, an interesting accomplishment. Very few people manage to get to, is you've won back-to-back on the tour 2 times. And then, the most recent and incredible accomplishment is eclipsing the record held by Jeff Piles of 18. You got to 19 last October at Johnson's Lanes in Hamden, Connecticut. So let's start there, Don. 19 victories is a lot to look back on. But do any of them stand out in your memory as being, favorites or the most exciting and difficult matches?
Oh, yes. Actually, the very first tour I won was in 1988, which seems like a long time. I was my 7th tour ever. And actually, the final match, I needed to throw a strike in the last frame to tie. So he bowled Mike Trepanier, threw the strike, and then nobody knew what to do. It was kind of amazing. There was a lot of people in the back, like maybe a couple 100 people or so. There was a lot of people cheering. It was a great atmosphere, and I still remember like it was yesterday. And the tour director's like, "You go here, and you're going to go." Like, on his bowl, right? So it turned out that I bowled first. Mike bowled his 2 frames, and then I think he had a mark and an open, and I had a mark in the first frame. So I think I needed like 9 on the first ball to win the tour, and I threw a strike, which just ended it. So that was my 7th tour. I'm thinking, well, this is really. I didn't think it'd be easy. It's not the way to say it, but I didn't think I'd get a win this soon. So it took me 9 years another tour. So that next tour was in 1997, and then after I actually won that tour, is that they just started to fall into place. And I guess I had a practice regimen that I was always looking forward to the next tour. So, like, for instance, if I bowled, like, say, a lucky strike, I knew the characteristics of that lane, so I might go out and find a place around me that's sort of similar to here, maybe different equipment, different angle, different ball speed, something that, I know I'm going to need to be able to execute that game at that place. And that's what I always look forward to the next tour. I didn't really lament on any win. So I think that's probably a lot of what enabled me to keep doing it. And I guess I didn't really look back. And actually a few years ago, I how did you do that? And I don't really remember, or it was just I just remember practice all the time, but I always would look towards the next tour immediately after the last tour. It's kind of like an NFL team that would say, yeah, we're going to enjoy this win for 12 hours and then we're on to the next team. And that's how I was with, being on the tour when we were in the season.
It's great. The first win is always pretty special, and breakthrough win. It took you a little while to get the second one, but it's a good message to a lot of bowlers out there who have just 1 star and are looking for their in the hunt for their second. So, Don, I don't know if you know this. I mean, it sounds like you kind of answered this question already. Maybe you'll have a different answer to it though. But I don't know if you know this. You're good at this game, right?
Sometimes.
When did you know that you were as good as you are?
I think that's part of what makes me be successful. I don't see it. You see me, I don't see me. I know what I feel, and I feel like I'm always trying to improve. And obviously the accolades and things falling into place and winning tournaments and being ranked number 1 in the country, and that all, makes you look like you're good. But I feel like there's room to get better. Actually, as I'm getting older now, it's even harder to do so. So, obviously I'm good at it, but you think I'm better at it than I think that I feel that I am.
Yeah. There's some humbleness there. I mean, that's a great thing to hear. And then also, you can still see the motivation keeps you competitive and driving to just continue progressing. I mean,
I just love the bowl. I mean, if it wouldn't, these tournaments, you wouldn't have to really have any money or anything in it. It's just the competition, and I just love to do it. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to do something on the side that I enjoy doing immensely.
Yeah. So shifting gears a little bit here, Don, the Eastern is a historic tournament. This is the 85th running of the tournament, longest continuously run tournament in all of duckpin bowling. So what keeps you bringing you back to it?
This is probably the only tournament I've never won. I've come really close a few times. Actually, I think one year, I'm not even sure what year it was, but I bowled the first weekend and I was top leading the tournament. I came in third place in the last frame. 2 guys threw doubles in the 10th to go by me. So I was like, wow, how much closer can you get? But it just hasn't fallen my way yet. Hopefully one day, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, on that note, I mean, what would it mean to you to get this added to your resume?
This would complete it.
Yeah.
This would complete the resume.
Okay.
There's not, people say, there's something you haven't done yet. Well, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I haven't won this tournament.
Well, you're here to give it another go this year. Do you think that you can win it? More importantly, do you think you can topple the tournament record, the 12-game world record held by your friend Scott Waterman?
All right, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, we haven't thrown a ball yet in 2015. I am not breaking the record. Nobody's going to break that record. That's an amazing accomplishment. And not to take anything away from it, scoring conditions have gone down a little bit, but that score is outstanding. And I really do not see that record ever being broken. I don't see the 655 set ever being broken. The 164. That's never going to happen. You might get somebody have a really great run and maybe 79, but to 10 strikes out the gate. And I mean, we watch now 4-baggers are special. Where before, I mean, we go to a pro tour 25 years ago and go to a 40-lane center. If you had a good shift of bowlers, there's no time to triple up on the overhead scores. So scoring has changed a little bit. So I don't really see anybody beating that score. And I guess if I get into a groove and things go well and I keep everything in line, you never know. I might be able to have a good weekend. But I just take it one ball at a time, and I don't worry about that until game 12.
Yeah. So last question, and then it's a follow-up to that one. Scott's a good friend of yours, obviously. Does your friendship with Scott make you a better bowler?
Oh, yes. And I think it's also the other way around. I mean, we practice probably 3 Sundays, and we go out, and the place that we bowl is a special, and we bowl probably 8 or 9 games, a day. And I think we push each other, and we enjoy the bowl, and it keeps us competitive. Because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't really be that competitive anymore. I'm one of those. Some guys can come out and just lace them up and go, and in another game or so they're ready to go. I need the repetition, and I think Scott does too.
Well, it's a great note to end on. There's friendships here and friendly competition that drives us all to continue getting better. Don, thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be interviewed.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And at this time, I'm very pleased to introduce, we have Larie Shriber on the phone via Skype. Larie is a member of the WNDA Pro Tour, and we got a couple of questions for her. I'll pass it over to Pat here to kick things off.
So, Larie, one of the things we want to talk about is one of the things we talked about during the show was how many leagues now are starting to become men and women. Not a men's league nor a women's league, just men and women together. So, what are your feelings about that down south versus we have a few leagues up north that are definitely going that way? Could you speak to that a little bit?
Well, we still have a nice concentration of bowlers down here, although it's certainly nothing like it used to be. I think that's just the way that everything's going to be going now.
I think that's just the way that everything's going to be going now.
We don't have the numbers that we used to have.
As much as I think people would like to have the leagues remain, or some of the leagues remain men or women, it's getting to a point where it's no longer feasible. I think we all need to take a step back, and the game is bigger than we are, and I think we need to treat it that way, and I think we need to start looking towards the future and decide what is going to be best for the game and the survival of
the handicap feature, and it pretty much evens everybody out, so I don't find it to be any different in either the men's leagues or the the mixed leagues that I bowl in. So it's a non-issue for me.
Right. I mean, I'm all for tradition, but again, I think.
Right. I mean, I'm all for tradition, but again, I think, in this day and age, we need to start looking at the big community, and we have a bigger responsibility as the Duckpin community to the game itself. Whether that means mixing our leagues or our tournaments, then I think that's where we need to consider going.
You mentioned that, what comes to mind for me is the greatest tradition in the game of golf. And that's the Masters at Augusta National, where just last year or the year before, I think, the club allowed the first woman into a membership, right? I think, just like Pat was saying, it was the ultimate equalizer, and there's no issue from my perspective about mixing leagues. And it's just a better experience, I think, for all when we're all bowling together and we're not thinking about each other any.
Well, there's strength in numbers, and if we need to pool our numbers together.
Well, there's strength in numbers, and if we need to pool our numbers together to obtain that strength, and that's what we need to do.
The year in review, the 2014. Give us a quick rundown of some highlights, some achievements, accomplishments of some of the bowlers.
We had a couple of bowlers who won first stars. Oh, we had a couple of bowlers who won first stars last year, which is always a big deal. Unfortunately, a few of those were followed up almost immediately by injuries. We're hoping to have Amanda Zangla back again this year. She won our tour stop in Connecticut in June. We lost her immediately thereafter. We haven't seen her since, but we're hoping that she'll be back this year. She was unable to make our final stop at Parkville in Baltimore, so we'd like to see her back as well. Our goal every year is to try and get new bowlers, whether they be fresh out of youth leagues or they be other women who've been bowling for years and have just never tried. We are fortunate enough that we are going to have, I believe it's another 3 tour stops this year combined with the DPBA, and those usually turn out good numbers for both tours when that occurs. Another bull roast at our Parkville stop, just kind of a celebratory event at our last stop to celebrate the year in review. We did it last year. It was a big success. Everybody had a great time.
Some other women bowlers. I've had the pleasure of bowling in several tournaments in the same group as Carrie, and also I've bowled several times with Becky Earhart. Of course, I've bowled in leagues with Amy Sykes, and it's always, it's just a different experience, which leads us to the last topic of discussion for this day. And the tournament we're at right now, I've been running for years, and you spoke of tradition, changing the game to perhaps grow the game. What we don't see here with 120 bowlers at this tournament are any women bowlers, and we just want feelings from you on that end.
Again, I'm all for tradition, but I think in the end, we as the community, as the Duckpin community, have a bigger responsibility in trying to maintain and grow our game, whether that means combining our leagues or larger numbers in our tournaments. I don't think anybody has the absolute answer, but I'd like to see it happen. I mean, we have a few. You mentioned Amy Sykes. She's one of my best friends. You also have Connie Ward from Connecticut. You have a couple of women who, may not feel as though they can compete on the level that they were able to, several years ago. But I don't think that stops them from going and playing. It's the love of the game. It's not because they feel like they can be competitive, because they love the game and they want to participate. It's no question. The women's tournaments just are not out there any longer. We have the Pro Tour. That's pretty much all that's out there. Whether or not Pat Rinaldi will be able to reprise the Ladies All-Star Classic, we have not heard as of yet. So, we're losing the tournaments. The women just don't have the.
And that's unfortunate, really. Larie, I'd like to personally thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it back to Eric to wrap this up for you.
Yeah, Larie.
Certainly, thank.
We gave Todd the same opportunity. We'd like to make sure that you get it too. Take the last couple minutes here to give us a commercial for the WNDA. Why should bowlers come out and bowl this year on the WNDA tour?
Well, I think it's a great time. It's great Great camaraderie.
Well, I think it's a great time. It's great camaraderie. As I mentioned to you, she's one of my best friends. She's a good number of years younger than I am, but we've known each other from youth league. She lives in Massachusetts. I live in Maryland. A lot of us have been able to maintain friendship miles. It's healthy. We travel.
In June. Silver Spring.
Hockey Strike, I believe, in June. Silver Spring at White Oak in July, Town Hall in August, and Parkville Lanes in Baltimore in September, Labor Day weekend. So it's a lot of fun. It's the competition. It's healthy competition. We all enjoy being around one another.
Thank you so much, Larie, for finding some time for us. I know you got a busy weekend with some basketball games and stuff. I wish luck to you.
Unfortunately, we had more of that nasty white stuff move in today.
Unfortunately, we had more of that nasty white stuff move in today. So basketball has once again been canceled today.
Stay safe, and yeah, we've got snow here. You're telling that to our local weatherman here, and yeah. So thank you again, Larie, and best of luck to you and to all the women out on the WNDA tour this year. We look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you guys for everything. Good luck to you.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you guys for everything. Good luck to you.
All right, guys. That was excellent conversation. There's some bowling has started here on shift 5, game 7, and I'd really like to circle back to that topic that we got Larie on about having women join us for the Eastern. But let's maybe first get caught up here. I think we probably got a lot of new viewers who would benefit from seeing the leaderboard, and maybe we can get caught up and point out some of the bowlers on the shift. So we just pulled up the leaderboard here, the ticker at the bottom. The first 3 bowlers you see there, first, second, and third, Mark Pelletier, Walt Brooks, are all bowling on this shift and looking to pick up where they left off yesterday. They're currently averaging higher than the one or 2 bowlers you see here at the currently listed in 4th and 6th who have completed games. The first being Jesse Deach, who bowled last weekend and got himself to 1827, average of 152 and a quarter. And we just finished with Jason Sauter, shift 3 earlier today. He got himself to 1782, an average of 148 rather and a half. And couple other guys to point out on the shift here. You've got Chris Kruger and Will Rigney also out there in the mix, trying to make a run at the top spot.
It's a shift we expected. We've got 6 bowlers in the top 10, and you throw in John D'Antonis and defending champion Greg Schieffer, and you've got 2 bowlers who 865 respectively, and they can do just what perhaps what Jesse Deach did in the first shift, the first weekend, and go approach 1,000 today, and they put themselves ahead of the 1827 pace, and that's 8 bowlers we've got a chance to really keep an eye on, and I want to make sure we maintain that focus on all of the potential bowlers, because last year we did get caught off guard a little bit toward the end. We had a couple bowlers sneak up on us, and I'm going to make it my personal duty today to not let that. We're going to make sure we keep an eye on anybody that has making a run at it. So
yeah, this year I think we're staffed a little bit better to stay on top of this.
We have
stuff.
a lot more bodies on the floor.
We got
Absolutely.
Jim out there action, and he's going to be regularly reporting to us and to you what's happening out there.
And we got Steve out there too. So like I said, we got 2 guys out there running around, being our eyes out there per se while we're here. The main flow and what we see in front of us on the screens.
And we got lots of cameras to point at these guys.
So we've got a really clear view right now of the first 6 lanes in the house, and we've got a couple of our contenders right there. Ronnie Pelletier out of Massachusetts. Our second place average right now is going to be bowling on lanes 5 and 6 in front of us, and they're going to move their way right over and finish just about dead nuts in front of us. So that's going to be an exciting finish for us, having one of the contenders right here, right in front of our booth.
See Eric Pellet, very accomplished local player on the left side of your screen, carries a strike.
Going to see wearing the looks like light blue is the choice of color today for a majority of our bowlers. A lot of blue in the audience, not as much brightness.
That is the color of the
it might be something to do with the T-shirt. You never know.
It looks like that's what Ron's wearing today.
The official color for those T-shirts was the Carolina
blue. Not a very of our executive producer, who's a Duke fan, so Carolina blue does not sit well with him. But he may have had a voice. He might have wanted a deeper color blue.
I would have preferred. I think I would have preferred, husky
You might have
blue,
an extra
husky
shirt to
blue.
sell, Tom. I think Brian he hasn't worn it yet. He might turn that back in now that he knows its official color. So, and here's stepping into the screen with the red shirt, Mr. Greg Schrieffer, our defending champ.
Yeah, we talked a little bit with Greg yesterday. He mentioned not carrying some strikes and then just untimely ripped head pins and things like that, which are an unfortunate hazard of this game.
That's part of this game. His first ball, in reference to missing the head pin, he missed the head pin but has a spare break, so it doesn't always work against you.
And Greg's got a lot of ground to make up. He shot 860 yesterday. He's gonna
18th place, averaging 143. So, for him to get to a 152 average, he's got to go about 12, 14 pins over a game. He's got to average about 170.
165. In that area,
close to 170.
Ron Pelletier, on the other hand, the bowler about to take lane 5. He doesn't have.
Well, he doesn't.
He doesn't have to do that.
He doesn't even have to
necessarily.
hit 900, which is not. It's not 900, but not having to pass 900 makes it a little bit mentally less stressful.
Yes. However, there's you've got names like Walt Brooks out there and Will Rigney and other people who are on his heels, and Mark Parker, who's ahead of him already.
Right. Yep.
He's probably going to want to shoot 900 plus to stay ahead of those guys.
You look at Brooks and Rigney; they're a double at any point. So.
And we just saw Ron just go off the head pin there, but again, left himself a two pin spare.
He's got a chance to break them.
The ones you got to make, take advantage of when you get a break.
And of course, we're not going to forget about the Steve Ivarone, who 880 yesterday, right out of the blue, really, and he's in contention with a decent score today.
Yeah, guys. By the way, Ron, 3 frames. He's got 47 working in the third after covering that spare.
So
he's 3 for 3 so far. He's in good shape.
He's come out of the gates the way you want to.
Yep, making his spare leaves, and then when the strikes come, then really watch him go.
Got Walt Brooks is going to be bowling over on lanes out of sight of camera right now on lanes 15 and 16 to start. So he will finish down on 3 and 4. We'll be able to watch his finish today. Trying to find Mark Parker. I think he was.
He's right with Walt.
Oh, he's in the same group. That should be easy. Okay, very
so that'll
good.
be another good pair for us to watch.
Excellent pair on 3 and 4. We've got our top two of our top 3.
So that'll be, as we get closer to the end
couple
of the
hours.
tournament,
But
we'll have our cameras down in
yep.
that area. The ones right in front of us at 13 and 14. So we'll be able to catch these top guys that are there
Right.
now, and then we can keep an eye on in case there's any dark horse that come out
Right,
of the blue.
and Ronnie and Will are bowling on adjacent pairs, so we'll be able to keep track of a majority of our bowlers throughout the day, and more importantly, toward the end when it really gets down to the last games.
To the nitty gritty.
Yep, to the wire.
Yeah, and we don't have we're setting up a camera currently to share Mark Parker and Walt Brooks, as well as John D'Antonis, who's bowling in the pair beside them. The scores right now, I see 18 for Mark in the second, but he's on a spare, and Walt through his third frame. He's got a mark. He's got 37 plus in the third. So everybody off to a good start here.
Mr. Pelletier coming up on lane 6. Drop 9.
Yep.
Going right along.
Ron is 6 on a spare. He's got, or 9 on a spare rather.
Yep.
He's got 56 in the third.
Yep, shooting this single, just rolling right along, nice and smooth. And right on the bottom, 4 spares coming out of the gate.
I've bowled many tournaments, Ronnie, and he is a machine when he gets going. Almost unstoppable. His ball is so powerful.
Yeah, he's got a reputation of closing really strong too.
He doesn't give up a game very early. There's no game he's ever out of.
Yeah.
He can throw straight. He can throw 3 or 4 in a row on a hard. Just boom, done.
Yeah, he's a bowler that you watch and it really looks effortless. It looks the game seems so
One
easy
of those
to
guys
him.
I was talking about yesterday. When they do it right, it looks so easy.
Yeah, and he's somebody you look at and it's like he can throw 12 games and it doesn't seem like it would bother him. It just looks so
His
natural.
mechanics are pretty smooth.
Yeah, not a bit. He loves it here. I mean, he's bowled here before, and he said if it was always closer, if this house could be closer to him in Rhode Island, he'd bowl in leagues here. But it's further for him.
He spoke of that last night. I talked to him after the shift, and he couldn't say enough good things about this bowling alley, this family that runs this bowling alley. He says you walk into this place and you never, ever feel unwelcome. And he said he can't say that about every place he walks into. He didn't mention anything specific, and we won't, but he just said this place is different.
And I always joke with him, and actually it was Ron and actually Dennis Cabral, and it seems like those 2 left-handers from Rhode Island, when they come here, love this place.
Yeah, pretty much own it when they're on.
Yeah. Almost wants me to go ahead and change my game from right hand to
think
left hand.
about it. It's fun. The way my elbow feels, I might have to think about switching to bowl right-handed.
All right, so we got a split screen view, and we
Coming
got
into
our
the screen
camera.
on the left, you see Mark Parker. You can't miss that delivery.
Looks like 6
Yeah,
6 fill.
Six fill. He left. It's like the 3, 5, 9, 10.
Gives him 40 after 3. See if he can make this one to keep his streak going along. And he made it.
Right now, looking at if you look at your leaderboard and you look at your screen, Mark Parker, Pelletier, and Brooks all in our view. So
Get to see what's happening with all of them.
Yeah, you will not miss. a
So
moment of
Jesse,
the
if you're
action.
down there in Maryland watching, we got you covered. Jesse has survived the first 4 shifts.
But this is the big one.
Now's the big one.
And Walt puts 9 on a spare and then covers it for yet another spare. 56 plus in the 4th for Walt.
See Ron Pelletier standing on the right screen. He'll be
Waiting.
bowling on lane 5.
Yeah, waiting patiently. Ronnie's got 66 plus. He's got 4 spares going, so he's just cruising right along. Like I said, he hasn't thrown a strike yet, Ronnie, but he's still breaking them. And again, not a strike, but
Ronnie will take 9 drops until they stop.
Yeah.
When they stop being 9 drops for him, they're strikes.
strikes, exactly, yes. No doubt about it. Mr. Pelletier.
Right on it.
9 and another.
Right on it.
So
So
like you said.
our top bowlers are coming out of the gates just like
Yeah, Ronnie, amazing there. He shoots something on the left side of the lane, and he doesn't take any steps to the right.
no,
He shoots it from where
straight out.
Yep.
He's
right down the side of the lane.
Yep.
He's told me that when I bowl with him, he's told me he shoots singles like it's the head pin. He just moves to a spot to make it the head pin. That's how he shoots it. Doesn't matter where it is.
Got Dave Mulvey in the left half of the screen there.
Let's see how his knee's working today. He had a little issue yesterday on lane 9 with a little.
Yeah. Former champion, Mr. Mulvey.
Every time you mention that word former champion, it seems to be a left-hander.
You noticed that, huh? Another left-hander.
I have this theory about left-handed bowlers. It's that the game is somehow easier for every single left-hand bowler. It just seems much more natural for bowlers who are left-handed. Walt Brooks
bomb
throws a strike, 76 plus in the 5th now.
Of course,
he's really got it going already.
As everyone can see, Walt Brooks is a former champion that's not a left-handed bowler. So.
Yes. And this is a terrible theory of mine. Probably not doing any justice to the left-handed bowlers that are out there.
Including me.
Every time I watch a left-handed bowler.
Look at that. Parker on lane 15 just threw a strike.
Oh, my goodness.
They're flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a high-scoring set.
Yeah. Every time I watch a left-handed bowler, you included, Pat, the game just somehow looks a lot easier.
Well,
you guys make it look easy.
We have more fun. I don't know. It's our mindset.
Yeah. I have this rule though. Rick Danzaro. The game does not look easy for him. It looks just as hard.
Well, now you're going to get some feedback. If you're looking for Twitter and Facebook hits, you just got one right there.
Yeah, I look forward to any response he has for us.
I'm sure you are going to get one.
Well, we just saw Ron Pelletier on lane 6, right through the middle. A little heavy on the headpin this time. So he's got like 90 after 5. So let's see what he does with this the rip that he had and see if he can move him around.
Well, he'll move him around, but what I think you'll see him do is like every other great bowler, he's just going to clean up the mess and move on.
Refresh.
Absolutely,
and that's exactly what he did.
Right.
You called it right on the nose.
Yep.
He's got 100 after 6. So he's 40 up with 4 boxes to go.
And we'll just apologize in advance if we miss a shot here and there commentating wise. Our heads are spinning up here watching. There's so many good balls going at the same time.
Look to the left, look to the right.
And we got John D'Antonis blinding us with his.
Because we knew that was coming.
But it's not as bright as that orange. I can deal with the
No.
green. The orange is tougher on me.
And it is nowhere near as offensive as those shorts Billy had on this morning. So. Sorry, Billy.
Billy's already started his.
I know, but you can't believe how many people told me they were listening to this on the way up in their car, and they're going to listen to it on the way home, all the way to Maryland.
That's great. So Billy probably is
probably
listening right now.
Yeah.
Billy, tweet us if you're listening.
But not if you're driving. Thank you.
Mark Parker. Oh, outside a little bit, a little heavy on the 2-pin, and gets 5. He is filling a strike, so he will try to add to that.
Yeah, if he makes this, it's just like 9-1 up on paper. So
yeah, he didn't go off the head pin very often yesterday. Oh, Parker just barely missing converting that.
Really close, yeah.
Pin flew around that.
Yeah,
pin in the
7 pin was in sight, but it just fell off the back at the end.
Yeah, you see Mark a little frustrated after leaving that 7-pin up there, and he knows that every single pin is going to count here.
Exactly, and I think it was a little frustration as well in that he threw his first ball off the head pin, which results in a bad lead, and then results in a 9-box. So
yeah. Well, all right, so we got Jim Kaufman with an update for the handicap divisions of the tournament. What do you got for us, Jim?
Yeah, we focused a lot on the scratch, which is obviously the focus of the Eastern, but there's also a handicap division, the top 3. Right now with a score of 2,056, Brandon Fuga from Rhode Island. Tom Clausen bowls here at a Lucky Strike, has 2014. Keith Boyle, also from Connecticut, 1960. I was looking through the bowlers on shift 5, and the one bowler who might have a decent shot at maybe creeping up into that top 3 on the handicap side is Lou Sarkeesian. He's only taking, let me put it this way, he's getting 477 pins of handicap. So he'll need low 800s to crack the top 3, but I think it's within his realm, possibly. I know we'll be watching a lot of Walt and Mark Parker on that pair. Lou's on the same pair, so might be someone else to watch for too.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Jim, and great update for some of the handicap guys who are out there. I mean, it's a great tournament.
Oh yeah.
Opportunity for. Forgive me. I don't mean handicap people. I mean people who are getting handicap added to their score.
Like I did last week.
I was talking more about myself when I was talking about handicap people. So Lou's a great person to watch out for here. It's convenient. He's sitting on that pair. Jim pointed out with Mark and
yeah, and you just saw on your screen below there, Ron Pelletier pocket hit, drop 9.
Next thing will be drive it to the back of the pit and hit the button.
And while we were away, when over on that pair 15 and 16, Walt Brooks had dropped 9 on, made the spare, so he's got 96 plus in the 7th, rolling along over there, and you saw Ronnie Pelletier make his spare.
Yes, he did.
As Pat said, right on the bottom. Alrighty, well, we just saw on the screen Walt Brooks, 10 in the pit. Or actually 9 in the pit. There's one standing on the deck, but 116 plus after 7.
It's Mark on lane 15 here. Light in the 1-2 pocket. He's got the 3-6. Mark Parker.
So let's see him if he can convert this and get himself back jump started a little bit. And Mark Parker just made the spare. Mark Parker sitting with 95 plus in the 7th.
Me being left-handed is a huge advantage. In person, not only did he respond to the tweet, he responded in person.
On Pelletier on lane 6 there, filling a spare.
Oh!
Carries his first strike of the game. He's got 120. He's got 120 in the.
Look out!
130 with working 130 plus with that strike.
Look out if he starts striking. Look out!
Yeah, and that you could maybe call a lucky strike. Yeah.
Well, you know, whatever. You throw the ball in the right spot. 95% of the time, they're gonna go down. You know, get one lucky, so what?
That's it.
There's Lou Sarkeesian here. And we had Lou in the booth with us for an interview earlier. And always a pleasure talking to Lou. He's going to settle for an 8 there.
Yeah. So I know we've been going on our screens, going back and forth with Ron Pelletier, Walt Brooks, and Mark Parker, and a couple others that are but had good showings yesterday. Right now we got Chris Kruger, who's sitting with 88 plus in the 7th. So he had a couple spares, and he's got 3 spares so far, and he's just like pick it up a little bit, and then just down to our left a little bit with 90 in the 8th is Will Rigney. He's working on a spare. He just dropped 9, so those are like the top 5 that we had yesterday. And they're keeping an eye on all of them.
Yeah, we still got a couple of small blind spots with our cameras, but fortunately the bowlers move, and they will move into our view
Might not have
soon enough.
game, but
soon enough.
Oh, we got to, the guys I think that we are not seeing right now. Maybe Will. Have we seen Will Rigney? Steve Ivarone, maybe?
And Chris.
He's over on lane 1 and 2. Chris Kruger. But they're all going to come into play, and we will definitely, update the scores for sure.
Exactly. Yep.
But for now, you've got the top 3 on different ends of the house, all on one screen for you to watch.
All scoring very well to start this last segment of the tournament.
Got Ron Pelletier getting up on lane 5 to fill the strike of the match. 130 plus in the 7th frame,
Let's
8th
start making
frame.
some predictions now.
And then also we got Mark Parker getting up on 16 as well, as you guys can see.
I think we're going to have a battle at the end of this afternoon between at least Ron and Walt Brooks. It could be pretty epic.
Yeah, Mark, a little heavy on the head pin, leaves a split 2, 4, 6, 7.
That's back to Mark Parker. I just think Ronnie and Walt are two experienced bowlers who have both won this tournament and know exactly what they need to do.
Well, you just saw Mark Parker make a heck of a...
Slides that 2 right over.
Yep.
Pulls a slide job, gets a spare.
Somebody must have told him what I said.
Yeah, he heard it. 114 in the 8th for Mark.
Ronnie
filling a spare.
Pelletier with a crusher gets
like
a 7.
Walt
He leaves
Brooks
the
just
9-10.
threw a double.
Is that a 9-10 for Ronnie?
Yeah, it looks that, but yeah, but like you said,
He absolutely, that was a missile too.
Walt Brooks just put that hammer on it, and like you said, Eric, that
Walt
double.
Brooks just threw a double. He's got 136 in the 8th with a fill on his next ball here.
So yeah, so Pelletier finishes with a 9 box, so that gives him 148 with a box to go, I believe.
So right now, Brooks is already starting to put some pressure on both Parker and Pelletier.
Yeah, all right. We'll jump away from the action and come back in just a moment.
Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right at your mouth.
Ma, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably missed 10 calls.
All right, welcome back, folks.
I'll admit to it, Eric. I'm watching a couple of weather screens here, but I'm not missing any bowling. And I'm sure some people out there. I haven't posted in like 3 days now. I've been running my daughter's track meet. I've been spending my entire week. My wife's reminded me of that several times, by the way. It's her birthday next Saturday, and I owe her big time.
Yeah, you gotta get your weather fixed.
But unfortunately, by next Saturday, we might have another 1.5 feet of snow to deal with. So, not a good look to this forecast, boys and girls.
If you're in the Northeast, especially.
If you're in anywhere in the northeast corner, is not looking like spring is rapidly approaching.
So coming, we can see on lane 16, Walt Brooks coming up there. He's working on a double.
And Ron Pelletier is also on lane 6. And looks like he broke him a little heavy and left 3. Brooks is. This is a shot. This is a shot where you really want to focus on hitting it and making something happen.
Yep. Make it fly. And
Oh,
he did.
boy.
Oh, he did.
Little excitement out of that shot, you think?
Yep.
Yeah, he's
Little
really
fist
feeling
pump.
it. One of the things he said to us yesterday is he's more of a Sunday bowler. First 900 he's ever thrown
On a Saturday.
On a Saturday.
Yeah.
but
Well,
it's
it's
looking
Sunday,
like
you know,
he's feeling comfortable. It's Sunday, yeah.
And again, when he won it, 2010, I was on his foursome, and Sunday he just couldn't miss.
Yeah. We just saw Pelletier make that break and loaded it with looks like 5 or 6 from here. 160. Free from here. I'm going to go with 62.
I think it was a 62 if it was a 5 load.
I see 64. He was filling 64. He had a 6 fill.
So
not a bad
when
start.
you're averaging 155 and you hit a 164, that's good.
You did good. You done did good.
Although
Mark Parker just threw a strike over there on 15.
It may not match up well with Walt's 212.
Yeah, that's the direction we're headed in. And Mark Parker also doing really well, 114 plus in the 8th, but it's being overshadowed, unfortunately, at the moment by the bowler in the same pair.
The leaderboard's going to take on a little different look, I believe, after game 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we're going to keep an eye on right now because Mr. Pelletier is all finished on 5 and 6, and he'll be moving to 7 and 8. But we'll keep on 15 and 16. We got Mark Parker and Walt Brooks there. Of us here, Will Rigney spared out. He finished with 129, so that gives him
just wait, because
gives him like 1029. So Chris Kruger's in front of us. He just made a spare, so he's sitting at 139 plus, loading that spare. So good load puts him in the mid 140s.
Chris finishing really strong here.
Yes.
Slow start to this game. He was at 70 in the 6th, and then 4 marks in a row. Yeah.
So he's finding the groove.
And remember where he finishes. He finishes on a sweet pair, 19 and 20. Kyle Shaw, he's told me.
Wow,
there's the finish.
Crushed.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a camera on this one, but Kruger
finishes on 19 and 20. And Kyle Shaw was telling me last night that despite all of the talk about 1 and 2 in this place, Lucky Strike's 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. He says right now 19 and 20 are holding their own.
Are his 1 and 2?
He likes 19 and 20.
Guys, we missed Mark Parker go up and throw a strike on lane 15. Oh, we caught it.
We caught it. Yep. Yeah, when Walt threw the trip, he came back and at least answered that, so he's still in the hammer mode.
It's possible, Eric, that one of us misses something every time, but none of us combined miss everything.
That's why we're a good team.
We got six eyes here.
Now, what a game like Brooks is doing is putting a lot of doubt in the minds of guys like Johnny D, Greg Schrieffer. They're trying to make a run at a score already behind, and then somebody throws a 2 at you, and it's just.
Yep.
All right, let's toss it over to Jim for a moment for a quick update on all the action.
All right, down on 1 and 2 out of the view of the cameras, Stacy Kelly, 130 average bowler from Windsor, Connecticut. 190 his first game. Just a double. He had an open in the second, doubled in the third and fourth, and then marked the rest of the way out for 190. He's on the same pair as Steve Ivorone. Steve Ivorone was in the 130s his first game, so he'll need a bit better than that to get back on pace.
All right, thanks for that, Jim. A little out of our view down there, 1 and 2. Big game for Stacy Kelly. Bowler I'm very familiar with. Bowl on Monday nights in the same house at least with him, and have competed against him in many tournaments. That's a great game for Stacy. And then we get the update on Steve, Uncle Steve, as it were. But just in case any of you were listening earlier, we settled the controversy. Steve Ivorone and Will Rigney are not related. However, from their scores, you would think from their scores in the first game, you just add to the list of reasons why they seem related. They're both in the 130s, and a little slower than they're going to fall off the pace here as a result.
So Mark Parker just threw a great ball, solid 9, left his 10 pin in the corner. Let's see what he does with that one pinner.
Yeah, Mark filling a strike here.
Yep. Now he was hoping for that double, but he'll take this if he covers it, which he did.
Yep, just a little on the outside. He hit it right in the ear.
Puts a big load on this. He'll be in the 60s as well, matching what Ron had.
Yeah, it's a great start for Mark.
So load it up. Just heard another fantastic score from lanes 1 and 2. It sounds like Kyle Shaw's 187 is now
and way to finish with a strike there.
Gone.
Another 164 from Mark Parker.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
the leaders lighten it up.
Two of the leaders, first and second, first game, 164.
And
Walt Brooks throws an excellent ball right in the 1-2 pocket. He's filling on a triple, or filling, looking for 4 in a row there. Not going to get it, but breaks 8. A spare opportunity, and he's
possible shot.
He's got a shot at 200 here. Yep.
164. What did Parker have?
Oh, and Walt covers it. I think we're looking at a 200 here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7.
Yeah, he needs a 6 counter here, and then he'll have 200.
What did Ron Pelletier get? They both hit 164.
All right, 6 or more.
Right now, Walt Brooks is up there, 194 plus, so he needs a 6 count here, and we'll have our second 200 of the weekend.
Yep.
Okay. He's got 194 plus. Because I'm going to hit the button as soon as he finishes this shot and then update it.
We're watching Walt.
Oh, no, you're kidding.
5.
Wow.
199.
Goes right through the middle for 5.
Yeah, 199.
And comes up 1 pin short of that great mark, but
I think he'd take that, though.
I don't think that he's going to have any issues with that.
199.
Yeah, Walt's a guy who's thrown a lot of 200s in his career, and he doesn't need an extra one. He's just looking to count as many pins as possible, and a 199 is certainly going to do it. I think he has jumped into first place, and we've already got the leaderboard updated.
Yep. So we're already.
And we're going to bring it on the screen.
Yep. So the boulders are going to start, just like you say, they just finished up now. Walt Brooks and Mark Parker will be moving over to lane 17 and 18.
And how do you like that? I mean, so you're Mark Parker or you're Ron Pelletier. You're in first and second. You shoot in the 160s.
And now you're second.
And you get passed by Walt Brooks, who throws a 199.
What happened, you know? Well, as we saw last year, that's what happens on shift 5, it seems. You never know what's going to happen, and you could be up in first, and then all of a sudden, bang, what happened?
Yeah, guys, I'm pumped right now. I mean, we're off to a really good start to the wrap up, the final shift of the Eastern Classic, 85th annual Eastern Classic.
And no disappointment, that's for sure.
No, these guys are putting on a show.
Probably not very happy right now, so just might want to draw it from. As I already had done 3 of these, just kind of slammed. Just so you know. I did.
We gave him a direction, and we were on top of it.
I thought he was telling me to do that. But I won't do it.
All right, so we got our bowlers doing the electric slide right now. Changing over. Everybody's pretty much on the same pace.
Doesn't it look like Eric down on 7 and 8 did? And Mr. Pelletier just started this game out with a strike?
Yeah, I believe that's what it says. So Ron may be reacting a little bit to Walt's game. He says, hey, I got to start throwing strikes too.
That's it, maybe. So we're here again at the final shift 5 of the 85th Eastern Duckpin Classic. Let's say we have some actions. Like I say, you see some action on the screens in front of you as the bowlers are shifting over. Some of them are still moving. And start of game 7.
All right, well, we got a little break in the action here. We'll take a step away and run a quick commercial.
Duckpin TV hotline.
The Nick Tronsky.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
All right, what you just missed, unfortunately, was Ron Pelletier getting up and throwing a spare, putting 10 on the strike, and he's got 20 in the first, 30 working in the second.
It was a beautiful split that he just made. I mean, he left the split, but didn't phase him at all. He just went right out and got it, just like it was a normal one-pinner.
The guy's in the zone. What can you say? But so are Mark and Walt over there. They're both in the zone as well.
Oh, exactly. So, as you can see on our split screen, we got Mark Parker coming up on lane 18.
Stacy Kelly had a 190.
And here's Walt Brooks stepping up on lane 17 to resume his incredible performance so far. Right in front of you. No, you should be able to just point it out. It should be
Brian, the leaderboard is back.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, that's the iPad.
Alrighty, so we finally got some pins on the lane for Mark Parker to attack on 18.
Yeah, Pat, just move the cursor up 2 clicks. All right, Walt Brooks on lane 17, starting his second game.
Nothing wrong with starting like that, is there?
And right in the pocket.
10 in the pit. Mark Parker did the same.
Oh my goodness, just absolutely on fire.
Yeah, and now we got on lane 8, Ronnie Pelletier. Why not? He threw a strike.
Incredible. This is
back-to-back strikes.
This is just too much to keep track of. If everybody's just going to throw strikes,
it'll make the game go quicker.
I remember this last year. This started happening last year, but later.
Yeah.
If this starts in game 2, we're in trouble. Yeah.
We're not going to have any pace of play issues today.
No. Nope. These guys are rocking and rolling.
So Ron, 40 in the second, 50 working in the third. He's got a 200 in the works right now.
Yeah, haven't in a while.
Walt opened up first frame of his second game.
Strike as well.
Strike, Mark Parker, strike. And off camera here, I've got, I'm looking at Chuck Paris. Chuck opened the game, his second game with a double and a spare, then put a 6 on it. He's off to a really great start here. we'll do our best to keep you updated, even outside of the few bowlers who
Will
are.
Rigney had 3 spares going, 52 plus in the 4th. One of our top 5 members last on the board as of yesterday.
What's the best way to bring him in and get an interview in? I don't want to do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So coming up on, we got on lane 17 there, the gentleman that you've heard or mentioned his name most of today, sometime today with the interviews, is Lou Sarkeesian. 46 years consecutive.
Yeah. Contender for the for one of our handicap divisions. C bowler or
Yeah. Yep.
And what a great ball he throws. Little solid hit there. I don't know if he left a 5 or if he's got an extra pin there.
Yeah, unfortunately he's got the 5-7.
Yeah.
And, all right. So going down on your left side of your camera, you'll be seeing Ron Pelletier coming up there. He's working on a strike. And if you watch on the right side of your screen, you'll be seeing the Mark Parker, Walt Brooks show. So I guess Mr. Pelletier will start us off first on this go-around on our split screen that you have in front of you.
Man, these guys are making it real tough on us. They're all bowling at the same time virtually, and they're all throwing strikes. How do you give them the credit they're due when they're all doing this to us? You know. All right, we'll see if Ron can throw a double here.
I'll end up with a sore neck. Look left, look right, look left.
Peltier's.
A little light in the 1-2 pocket. I think he's got the 5-9 there. Very makeable 2-pinner.
He'll take that leave on that hit all day.
Right screen, Mark Parker getting up there trying for his double.
He's off the side a little bit.
1-3-9.
1-3. A very makeable spare.
Ronnie picked a spare.
Yep. Ron just went and picked the 2-pinner, wrapping up for a 10.
He'll make the 10. You know what? You hit your object pin, you just walk away.
Yep. Start it all over again.
I saw him just say, he gave a shrug of the shoulders. You know what? He hit it.
Oh, and Mark Parker does the same thing.
Yep.
I don't know. These guys are.
They hit their object pins. I mean,
they're all in communication.
Yeah. What did you do this, Buck? I'm going to do the same.
Yeah.
They're not going to worry about a miss like that. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, well,
not at all.
All right, so we'll go back to our screens there on lanes on the right side. We'll see Mr. Brooks. Maybe he can catch his double.
Walt is the hottest of the hot bowlers right now. Coming off a 199 and filling a strike.
Count
with
it.
another strike.
Count it.
Put it down.
So
it's not somebody you want to be trying to catch right now.
Yeah,
Nope.
Walt has logged a triple and a double and can turn it into another triple or more.
And we're all the way into the 13th box of the day.
He's bowled 12 boxes and he's already got a double and a triple.
Speaking of strikes, just got word here. Dave Dupuis, I think Mass resident.
Candlepin
bowler. He's got himself a 4-bagger.
Good teammate, a teammate of Tommy Dom here.
Yep,
bowled with him during the summer. He came down here.
He learned this game real quick.
Yeah.
Story about Dave and Gary Santora. They wanted to bowl so bad in duckpins, and they wanted. And the first few times they actually bowled with no handicap because they didn't have an average, and they kept doing it. And I was like so impressed that they would, almost a donation really to bowl with zero handicap
until they could get to that games, and then they started having an average.
Yeah, and Mike Tomasello does the same thing really.
I just caught a shot of our defending champ Greg Schreifer through a strike.
Pelletier's going to come flashing into your screen.
Through the middle.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going to shrug that off. It's just one box.
That's it. Pin it out.
Then that's if he doesn't make it, because
He's been known to do that.
He'll give it his best shot.
On the right side of your screen there, you see Walt Brooks patiently waiting to take a shot at filling his double.
I'm not sure that's a word associated with Walt very often. I know from experience. In a good way. In a good way. He wants to get up there and throw every chance he can. If I was throwing the ball like he is, I'd want to do it too.
And we just saw on your right side of the screen, Mark Parker get up there, hit the pocket, leave himself a 2-pin spare. So, Mr. Parker just missed that spare. So
we're going to bring
flashing down to lane 3, where Mr. Dupree is going for one more strike.
Oh, and he throws a great ball. He breaks 9. He'll be happy with that. So that's his 7th frame. We got to do a lot of math here. He's got 49, 79, 108, and 117 plus if he covers it.
That's not an if with him.
Yeah, that's not an if. Yep. So on our other camera, Walt Brooks went off the head pin, but he left himself the spare lead. He'll take that 8 count any day.
And meanwhile, Dave Dupuis covered his single. He's got 138 plus in the 7th. Maybe got another 200 game in the works down there.
Yeah, and Walt Brooks just went by that 2-pinner. Picked one off to finish with a 9. Mark and Walt both opened that one, and actually so did Ron. So they all opened that box. All 3 of them. Strike together, open together.
Oh, man. Band of brothers. Yeah, you got Mark Parker. He's Warwick, Rhode Island native. He's a loan coordinator at Guaranteed Rate Incorporated. And married. Was here with his children, with his child Evan, 2 years old. His favorite activities are listed as golf, poker, and mortgages. Guy loves what he does for work, I guess.
Yeah. As you just saw on the screen there, one of our top leaders, Ron Pelletier, just went off the head pin a little bit, but left himself a spare lead, 3-pinner. So Ron's giving it a shot, and he converts that 3-pinner, so he's back on the spare track. 2 gentlemen that have been following with him continue on and do the same thing.
There's Dave Dupuis, picked off 138 plus in the 7th, filling a spare.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Brooks is about to take one.
So Dave heading.
Let Dave go.
Now he missed the head pin, but he's got himself a spare lead. Now Dave is actually a house bowler here. He bowls here in the league on Thursday nights. So it might be a little house advantage.
We switched over the screen to Walt Brooks there. He wasn't filling a mark, and it's a good thing because he cuts the 2-8. Walt tries to recover there, puts the ball in the head pin, carries 9. He's looking for a 10 box here.
No, he missed. So we just saw Walt Brooks open now. We got Mark Parker trying to restart He's got 38 in the third, trying to get himself back, kick start a little bit. Mark Parker drops 9.
Yeah, Mark's
himself back, and like you say, back.
Yeah. Mark's got 2 and has ended that streak.
Yep.
With a spare.
Yeah, that's one streak he didn't want to continue.
Meanwhile, you got Ron Pelletier throwing his ball up there and
what else?
buries it in the pocket.
Yep.
Pocket.
Got himself a 10 load. Make those spares count when those 10 loads.
Yeah, another one of our bowlers here on the leaderboard, Chris Kruger in your view here, jumping up on lane 13.
Yep. Onto your screen there. He's right now. Chris has got 54 after 4. Like I said, he has about a little off that 150 pace, so he's looking to up it up a little bit here and get himself back into the top 2-3 leaders.
Currently in 6th place after 7 games.
Yeah, Chris averaging 147 so far in the event.
It's only a little bit ahead of pace for him. He carries a 145 in his pro league.
Oh, all right. Well, it didn't hurt him because as far as it's not on a load, I mean, it hurt him because he didn't throw to get himself a break, but it's still makeable.
Yeah,
he can do it.
Oh, he covers it up.
Yes, he does.
Good for him. All right. Chris, a little bit of a slow start last game, slow start this game. He finished really strong last game. He's got 64 plus in the 5th.
Right.
He's got some work to do with the way that these guys, the top 3 right now, are bowling.
Yeah, right now those top 3 are like on another level right now.
Chris married to his wife Elizabeth, has 1 child, Bryce. Chris is a chef. I'm going to invite him over after this tournament is done. Now we got Mark Parker setting up on the right side of your screen here. The right side of the right screen.
There you go. Oh.
And unfortunately, he goes into the pocket a little light. He's looking at the 7-8. And that was on a fill. I mean, he'll take the 8 fill.
Yeah,
which gives him 56 in the 4th, and hopefully he can get a 10.
And then coming up on our left side of the screen, we have Ron Pelletier that'll be coming up shortly.
Ron taking the lane here, and he will be filling a strike.
So, yeah, gives himself a spare leave. Working on that strike. And if you look on the right side, we got Walt Brooks getting up there. Oh.
Through the middle.
Right pin, but just a hair heavy.
Ron covers his spare and pushes the button.
Yeah, back to that spare machine again.
127, it looks like. 127 in the 8th plus first ball of his next frame. Walt gets an 8, and Walt now has 80.
I believe
82.
No, I'm gonna go with.
No, it says 70, 73 in the 5th.
73.
73 in the 5th for Walt.
Yeah. After that double start, he's been a little off the hip and hair, and then directly on it. So he just needs to find that rhythm again.
Yeah, he bought himself a double. but he's going to need to get back on track pretty quick with the way that Ron's bowling on the other side of the house.
Exactly.
All right, so we'll take a quick break from the action while the bowlers have given us a second here, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Oh, hi. It's your wife.
You just called 2 minutes ago. I love you too. No, I love you too. No, I love you more. I love you more. I love you the most. Okay, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Hang it up. We gotta keep the phone line open.
I gotta go.
You gotta tell her to stop calling. Phone line has to stay open.
She can't help it.
Welcome back here. You got Dave Dupuy on the camera there. I think he's wrapping up his game. We'll be able to get a score in for him. He had a 4-bagger this game. Was in the 55 in the 8th frame. So he was setting up for as high as something in the 190s, and if he threw a double, he 200s. Chris Kruger in the right there. Shooting at a split, small split. He was filling a spare. 71 in the 5th. Got 2. And now we got Mr. Pelletier, who went through the middle. Who went through the middle on a fill.
But still, he was
132 in the 8th, plus what he's got here. He'll be in the 140 neighborhood in the 9th frame.
Yeah, 140 would have won. Well, he made a nice shot there to hold the sticks. So Pelletier has 42 with a box to go. 142. As we're going to take a look on this.
Yes.
So we're going to continue with our top 25 Duckpin TV bowlers of 2014, and we are getting up there close to the top of the list. And at number 7, bowler from last evening's shift, young bowler from Lebanon, Connecticut, bowls out of Lucky Strike, Kyle Shaw.
Yeah, Kyle has a lot of accomplishments this year. Really a breakout year for him after being Rookie of the Year the year before. Number 5 in the NDBC rankings countrywide. Number 5 also in the DPBA Bowler of the Year. Came in 9th in the Eastern last year, 9th at Southside in Hagerstown, 5th at Johnson's in Hamden, Connecticut. Kyle.
Excellent year, second year on tour. At number 6, current leader of the Eastern Classic, former winner of the Eastern Classic, Mr. Walt.
Oh, Walt Brooks, you just saw him in your screen there. There's a lot to say about him. I don't have enough time to say it all. He just while we've got the camera on him, I think he just left another open box up there. That's 4 opens in a row for Walt after opening this game with a double. But his accomplishments are many. In 2014, Pop Whitten Bowler of the Year, NDBC number 6 ranked in the country, DPBA number 6. He came in 9th at Highland, 3rd at Town Hall, and 6th at Parkville, all in the DPBA tour last year. A normal year, I would say, for
Just
Walt
another
Brooks.
day of the job for Walt.
Yeah.
And coming in number 5, our very own executive producer, bowls out of Holiday Lanes right now and has bowled many leagues in Lucky Strike, Mr. Brian Ewing.
Yeah, happy to see him on the list. His vote, oddly enough, came in. He voted for himself as number 1.
Yeah,
I thought that was really weird.
Luckily,
But
minds.
we averaged it out and
Yes.
brought him and knocked him down.
Took him down a couple pegs.
No, Brian's a humble guy, and he really did earn this designation. He earned his way onto the top 25 and the top 10 came in number 9 for the points last year. He came in 7th at the Eastern last year. Was really in contention to win it all the way up until the very end. 5th at the Town Hall stop and 2nd at Parkville. Great year for Brian out on tour, and another one coming up, I'm sure, for him this year.
So we have named 5 through 25, and we're down to our top 4. If you're out there and you want to throw out some feedback as far as predictions for the top 4, who you think we missed, who might be in that top 4 category, get out there at Duckpin TV, Facebook, duckpintv.com, and let us know your predictions.
And we've got scores coming in for this game. Ron Pelletier about to conclude his second game here. Third game? Second game. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Already losing track.
Yeah, and actually, out of the 3 tops that we watched from game 1, where we had 164, 164, 199, Ron's the only one that's really keeping the pace somewhat. Walt and Mark have struggled a little bit this game.
Yeah. And Ron about to come up on the left side of your screen. And gets right back to it. He left an open up on the last frame. He throws a strike in the 10th, 152 plus.
Just a day at the office.
Ron looking really comfortable right now. Walt, on the other hand, Walt just firing all over the head pin, burying it in the pocket, and suddenly he's looking a little shaky at the moment. I don't think that's going to last very long. He's probably going to get it together pretty quick here, but in the meantime, Ron's starting to run away with it a little bit here.
Right. Like I say, Ronnie's just being nice and consistent. So, if you notice on the screen, we have Mark Parker and Walt Brooks will be coming up.
Hey, Pat, you want to pass your headset off to Rick Danzero when we get him over here? Okay.
Oh, and we just saw him. Mark Parker on lane 18 to break his open streak. And we just saw off camera, Ron Pelletier just hit an 8 load on his strike there, finishes at 160. So game 2 for Ron Pelletier, 160. We have Walt Brooks on the screen, shooting a spare here. Right on the bottom. So both Mark and their drought both have marks now. Getting themselves ready for the 8th, 9th, and 10th to get themselves moving. They got 3 more frames to go on lanes. Everyone been watching. Mark Parker and Walt Brooks.
All right, so we're welcoming into the booth with us here Rick Danzero, good friend of the show here, Duckpin TV, the director of the youth program at T-Bowl Lanes in Newington, Connecticut, also the president of the Connecticut Youth Travel League. Rick's a great bowler, and Rick, you didn't participate in the Eastern this year. We're looking forward to having you back next year, and maybe we can commentate on you a little bit. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. I really wish I could have bowled, just not enough time to do it. But it's always great to see you guys doing this. Exciting format you guys got going on this year. Nice runs going on in the shift. So hopefully coming down the stretch be very exciting for y'all.
Oh yeah, we have our hands full to say the least. And we'll try to ask some questions to Rick here. We'll also try to cover the action simultaneously, especially as Mark Parker and Walt Brooks are bowling. But so Rick, a lot of things to ask here. I guess I'm curious. There's a lot of things that have happened in the youth duckpin world recently. You just came back from Maryland a couple of weeks ago. Some exciting things going on with competitions, just a little small scholarship type things going on. So give us an update, the State of the Union, if you will, about the NDYA.
Yeah, so February is probably our busiest month of the year for the kids. We had, like you mentioned, North-South Challenge matches just finished up. A lot of great bowling there. We had a three-way tie this year, which is probably unprecedented for the event. Marla Shriber and Beth Schlein do a fantastic job running it. We also have the $250, I believe it's a Zarella scholarship. I'm not sure what the name is on who donates it, but $250 for the high set for boy and girl in a month, which hopefully anybody who runs a program or a kid that bowled, if you bowled well, get those scores sent in because
That's right.
they're due.
Get them up there.
And then at the beginning of the month, they also have Paramount gives away a set of bowling balls to a high game over average, second game for the first weekend of the year. So a lot going on. It's coming down the stretch, leading towards the state challenge matches, state championships, nationals, national invites, and of course the big one, the July match, is coming up in July.
Yeah, great to you hear Paramount donating a set of balls, a couple sets of balls to the youth bowlers. They also donated a set of balls to the Eastern, which is being raffled off to raise a couple extra dollars. Thank you very much to Paramount for that. So what? Hold on here. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any of the action. Some good stuff's happening down there. Apparently, we got Mark Parker who threw a strike. Walt Brooks, who, since we last updated, threw a spare and a strike.
It's almost like a head-to-head battle down there, right?
It is. It's
pretty.
It's actually head-to-head if you're looking at our screen. You don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
They may not.
Ron's almost off in the side here, and he's making the run down there.
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife about the two other guys, Josh and who's the other one, Lou.
Yes,
hopefully
Lou
they're bowling
Sarkeesian,
well
yeah.
because all eyes are on them, just the same as the other two.
Absolutely,
So
the camera's pointing at them all day.
You got to feel for them a little bit, just trying to save some face down there.
Yeah, we had Lou on a little earlier. He spoke to us, and Lou's the legendary bowler here, who's been at this thing 46.
Oh.
So this is a walk in the park for Lou. You know what I mean? So, Rick, what's on deck for NDYA in the the coming months here?
So like I mentioned, we do have the nationals coming up. There is an NDYA raffle that's being run by Jane Hudgens, raffling off a 60-inch Samsung TV, an iPad, and a Fitbit. Tickets are available through her. You can email her at janendya@comcast.net. We do also have a bingo event going down in Glen Burnie for a fundraiser again for nationals. So hopefully anyone can go out. Again, you contact Jane at janendya@comcast.net for more information. These are big things to help support the game, help support the youth, and keep them bowling through up to these events. So those things, and of course, as I said, the July matches. Last year we had 27 teams, had to double up a little bit. So again, for those of you who bowl youth, get your information in because spots are going to go quick. So it's the biggest event of the year for kids, for youth bowling.
Yeah, we all can't wait for that one. It seems February and July for the kids and for the adults are just the busiest months of the year for the
and for those
Duckpin
of us
bowling
who
world.
double like the both of us, we're just going nonstop. Yeah. So it's crazy, but it's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Hey Tom, anything going on?
Yeah, while we're going, we got Mark Parker, who's now's got 106 in the eighth. He went strike spare, so he's sitting at 106 plus. Walt Brooks threw a spare strike. And I can't see his score, but he's got 2 boxes to go. He's on a couple marks, and then Ron Pelletier just started his third game. Off the head pin, left a 7-pinner, made it. So they're off and running again.
Yeah, there is a lot of action going on here. Mark and Walt trying to keep up with the pace that Ron is setting right now.
Yeah, Ron's, like I said, 320 and change for 2. He's averaging 160 for the first 2 games today. He's rolling right along.
Yeah. All right, we'll pass it over to Jim. Jim's keeping track of things a little bit more closely than we're able to. So, Jim, what else do you see going on out there?
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, bouncing around the house here. Ron Pelletier, as you know, he has 324 for 2, but I don't think he's the high score on this shift. Stacey Kelly had 190 his first game, followed it up with 168, so he's got 358 for 2. Ron, I don't think he has to worry about Stacey just yet. Stacey's still 140 pins behind. Dave Dupuis finished with a 180 that game with the 4-timer. He's at 11-10. Mario Nassisi on the same pair as Ron Pelletier at 169 his second game. Will Rigney He's had 129 and 139 his first two, so he's falling off the pace a little bit, but still has 1168 for 8, a little under that 150 pace.
All right, thanks for that, Jim. So Rick, while you're here, you know, there's some bowlers out currently trying to wrap up their 12 games and beat the mark that's been set by Jesse Deach. And you still have Jesse probably sitting at home watching and hoping that his number is going to be enough. So if we ask you to make a prediction, who do you think's gonna come out on top of this?
I don't know. It's a tough one. You like the experience of Walt and Ron. You know, you hope you got to think that plays into it a little bit. You know, it's always nice to see different bowlers win. So hopefully Mark can pull it out. Again, if Ron can keep going on his own here, and you know, Walt and Mark can keep doing their thing, it's gonna be a great battle. But
all right, you got to pick one.
I'll take Walt in this one.
All right, Walt. Okay.
Especially after the break, I just saw Ron leave.
Yeah. Yeah, an ugly break there for Ron. He's looking at the 8-10. Rick, I'll wrap this up by saying that you were, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I made mention of you in the broadcast. I told Pat and others, Pat's a left-handed bowler. I think you may have heard this theory from me before, that all left-handed bowlers make this game look a lot easier than it is for right bowlers, except for you.
I mean, all the time. Since we were 16, you've been telling me that. We can't fix it either. I'm just doomed, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, you're going to suffer like the rest of us who throw right-handed.
But that's all right. That's some of the fun of the game.
That's right.
It's just, you know,
all right, well,
we'll keep doing it. Also, I just want to mention,
just go ahead,
get it right. The scholarship is a Bill Yingling scholarship.
Bill Yingling scholarship,
make sure
yes.
To give, you know, the Yingling family and everyone their truthful right spots there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, great job, guys. Keep it up. Good luck to those of you who bowling. And I'm sure I'll see you guys on Duckpin TV again.
Excellent. All right, thank you for coming in, Rick. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All righty, so I'm looking around in front of us, like you say. I'm down on the right side of the house here. Mark Parker and Walt Brooks are going into their 10th frame, wrapping up their games. Mark Parker 118 after 9, and it looks like Walt Brooks 132 plus in the 9th. Right in front of us, Chris Kruger, who's here on the screen there, just finished, I believe 130. I'm going to go 133. So he's a little under his pace. He needs to pick it up a little notch. You know, he's not at that 150 clip, but hey, he's still got 4 big games to go. Anything can happen here. We got Walt Brooks coming on your screen, working on that spare. Gets a good number on that load. Now let's see if Walt can convert that for a spare.
It's amazing how quickly the pace got different between these two bowlers, right? We got out of between these 3 bowlers. Ron's on a separate pair. You've got Mark and Walt on the same pair. They're moving at the same exact pace. But Ron had concluded, game 2 almost 10 minutes ago now. And they had finished their first game at pretty much the same exact time.
Well, you just saw Walt now make a spare. With a good load, he can end up with 160 as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. It looked like he was really slowing down there in the 6th frame, and 82 in the 6th. And
all of
just
a sudden, spare strike, spare. Here you go.
Yep, don't.
Steve says.
Not sure what he finished with. It's high 50s, 160s. Tough to see from here. But we see Mark Parker up there.
Yeah, we'll get an update on Walt's score. It's certainly something to be happy about. Another really good game. He's probably 350, 360 after 2.
He's over that 150 plateau. That's
well over it.
Mark,
well over it. Yeah.
So. Let's see if Mark Parker can do something with this split. It would be a nice shot if he made it. Look at this. Oh! Look at this. Almost. So he gets the 10 count, so tough game. Let's see if he can make this his low game for the day. 120, 128 for Mr. Parker as he wraps up his second game. Shifting over one pair to start their third game of the afternoon event.
Some of what we're seeing right now is it's a sore subject among many bowlers, and it's pace of game. I mean, there's really no reason why in a setup like this we shouldn't have everybody moving along at the same pace. For a team to be 4, 3, 4, 5. I haven't seen any lane breakdowns. I haven't seen anything other than just people not bowling, ready bowling. And it's something that really needs to be addressed, you know?
I couldn't agree with you more on that. Again, being in quote-unquote like an old-timer.
Well, yeah, I mean, I look up at the camera sometimes. Look, right now there's 6 lanes. No one's bowling.
Yeah.
You know, that's not... And there are people, you can hear rumblings. There are people like, why can't they do it? You know, why can't they bowl at the same pace we are?
Yeah. All righty. Well, you're coming up on your left-hand side of your camera is one of the top 3 bowlers we have up there, Mr. Pelletier.
Yes, we need to go to the board.
Oh.
So he starts off going through the middle, and you know, I talked to Ronnie earlier down on the lanes, and shortly after he had ripped the middle, and he said, "It doesn't bother me.
No.
Doesn't bother me."
Nothing seems to faze him.
No.
Trying to hold some count here. Alrighty, well, tough box for Ron.
Yeah, he'll shake that off.
One of the few times you didn't see him get 10.
Yeah, he hasn't left that many pins on the deck all day.
All right, well, I guess we're going to break for a short commercial here, so we can shift some of our cameras around to get ready for the next game.
Get you some better action.
Give you
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Strike. Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
All right, welcome back, folks. Still kind of a lull in the action here while some of the lanes are being changed over, but we're ready with an updated leaderboard for you here. And it started to look like a 3-horse race among Walt Brooks, Ron Pell, Mark Parker. There is only 34 pins that separate them, which can be made up in a game.
And the next closest contender, still with games left, is Chris Kruger. And Pelletier's about to throw a ball.
Oh, and throws a great ball.
And right on cue, a strike for Ronnie. So he's 20 pins back of Brooks. With 4 games to go, that's a neck and neck. That's anybody's race right there. Chris Kruger was in the picture in 8th place right now, but he's found himself now 105 pins back with 4 to go. Against the quality of bowlers like Brooks, Pelletier, and Parker, that's a big uphill battle. And Kruger's still got to deal with 1827, 1782, 1763, 1761 in front of him. So he's got a ways to go. He's got to go almost 600 just to get to the current 5th spot in. So he's got a large uphill battle. Is going to need something real big, maybe 2 real big ones to get back in the picture.
Meanwhile, we've got a great match, or I don't know if you can call it a match, but there's three guys. They're making it seem like a head-to-head match.
If they were all on the same pair, it would be even more bizarre. But the fact that two of them are on the same pair is going to make it very, very interesting coming down the stretch.
Yeah, a little bit easier on us, and
much easier on us.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday, right? You put some good bowlers on a pair together, they lift each other up, and build on one another's success.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt that I'm sure Mark's sitting there going, okay, I got a little bit of a deficit, but 4 games to go, plenty of time. Again, these guys, the way they throw doubles and triples, that's just a double or a triple from being back in the lead.
Absolutely. You got Dave Dupuis, the guy, our bowler, just came off a 180 game, four bagger. Dave hasn't made an appearance on the leaderboard, but a couple more games, he may crack the top 20, maybe the top 12.
He could maybe move a couple people around. See, Eric, you're moving up the board. You're up to 15th again. So.
Wow, really? And I'm just sitting here.
You're not even doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so
take a look at that.
Here's the leaderboard down to the top 20, and look who's at number 20. We've got two Duckpin TV
personalities hanging in there
on the list. Billy had a great morning this morning.
He had a really good morning.
It must have been the pink shorts.
I'm sure.
If I had to guess something,
he'll credit pink shorts. Absolutely.
I wouldn't give his talent the credit. I think it's the shorts.
It was all about the shorts.
Yeah.
It's distracting to other bowlers too, so it gave him an advantage.
Yeah. It's the defense. That's what it is. It's not offense.
Offense,
shorts are defense. Yeah.
So we're gonna have Ronnie Pelletier stepping up on lane. He's on lane 9, so he'll see him come into the picture.
I think he's got 44 plus. 44 plus in the 4th.
On the left side of the screen, you're going to see Ron Pelletier come in from the left. He's working on a strike. And he carries 9 on that. That sounded
right. There's that high hard hit we were talking about.
Yeah. But got away with it.
That's right. We are in the process of adjusting our cameras.
Ronnie picks up the spare off camera.
Made a number of adjustments to our to our camera angles to be able to give you a live picture
you're
of
at
the
carnival
action.
Every once in a while, you're on a ride. That's all. You're taking you for a little ride there.
You got Steve Ivorone in the picture here. Uncle Steve. Dave Dupuis on lane 6. Looks like he broke 6. And Andy Fierlet on lane 4 looked like he took a bow after he threw that ball on the headpin, in spite of being a little off balance.
Yeah, I think he's been throwing the ball like he wants to this weekend. He's a kid that could have made a big splash here, and he's pretty frustrated with the way he threw the ball, I think.
He covered that up. Steve Ivorone, heavy hit on the head pin there. Looks like the 4-6 to me. Yeah, Pat, you were pointing out what Chris Kruger is going to have to do to get himself back in the mix here, and he's going to have to do a lot. But he's started his third game off the right way with a spare and a strike, and I caught the strike out of the corner of my eye. It was it was a hammer, really type strike.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to say he was out of it by any stretch, but when you're down 100 pins to somebody like Walt Brooks, he's not going to come back to you. So you've got to go and do something extra special to get him, and it's not going to happen the other way around.
Yeah, if Walt Brooks keeps up a 450 to 480 pace, that means you've got to put up a.
Yeah, you got to go almost into 580s somewhere.
Yeah.
And then again, maybe first place is out of reach. Who knows? Maybe it's out of reach, but that doesn't mean you couldn't go third. I mean, there's still no reason to give up the ship right now.
Can you just bring the?
We still have. So here's one of our contenders right here, third place currently, 34 pins back after 8 games, and the way he threw the ball yesterday, anything can happen. There's Brooks coming into your picture.
Yeah, we got our camera set up here to keep track of the top 3 bowlers right now. On the left side, Ron Pelletier about to throw his first ball of his 6th frame, filling a spare.
It's almost like there's a camera on Ronnie's back.
And he jammed it in the 1-3 pocket. Wow. Solid 9. He's shooting at 7-pin for a spare. On the right side, you got Walt Brooks shooting at the 3, 5, 9, 10, and covered it.
And we've got Parker up on lane 18. Pelletier breathes a sigh of relief as he just barely hangs on to catch that 7-pin.
Parker way outside.
What happened there? Looks like Parker might have dropped the ball.
Yeah, he's got just a big question mark above his head right now.
Mark Parker just threw one almost in the channel.
Yeah. And then,
yeah, it's that one you got to walk away and you got to really refocus. He talked about focusing. He needs to refocus right now.
And that was actually on a spare, that one fill he put up. And if I think I just saw him.
It might be a 5-box.
Yeah, it's a 5-box. He's got 16 in the slip there, but I don't know. Consider it 2 8-boxes and move forward.
Yeah, he's got to just completely shake that off. And coming into your picture here on lane, he's going to bowl on lane 6. One of my teammates from Thursday night at Lucky Strike having a great afternoon. He's at 358 through 2 games, and he's looking at another 150 or 60 game or more here. He's at 106 in the 8th. He's got a 108 in the 6th, and he's got to double up.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, all I'm going to say is I want some of that on Thursday night, brother.
Stacy Kelly, holy. He's all but assured a 500 set.
That's a 500 then some.
Yeah. That's setting up to be a really big, first 3 games.
It's a monster first 3 games. 1,000, maybe. Maybe do we see 1,000 today on somebody?
Who knows? He may pop up on our leaderboard.
Stacy was again. You want to talk about connections? Stacy had some experience with minor league baseball. Hurt his arm, hurt his shoulder, but he was a as a high schooler.
Yeah.
And
also had a leg problem.
He had some issues health wise, but man, he can throw the ball.
Bothering him today.
Well, underhand's a little easier.
You got Walt Brooks on the right side of your screen there.
Well, it's going to catch one more. He did.
Looks like a good ball in the 1-2 pocket. Looking at the 9-pin.
Yeah, he had the 10 for a fleeting moment there, and the 10 kicked at the end.
That was filling a spare. He's got 28 in the 2nd.
So what is he actually at? What is the score?
Walt Brooks covers that up, makes quick work of it, pushes the button. He's got 38 in the 3rd, plus his next ball. Mark Parker trying to bounce back. And that he does. I don't think he could throw it.
I would agree. Can't do any better than that one.
I think his memory was pretty short
You got
at this point.
it.
Lou Sarkeesian on the right side there.
On the left side of the screen, you just saw Ron Pelletier get up there, off the head pin a little bit, but he got himself a 7 load. He's got a spare lead. Nothing he can't convert.
Ryan, if he goes over 180 again, he's going to be on the leaderboard. We need to update Stacey Kelly's scores. He's moving into the leaderboard.
Oh, and Ron does a great job there. So it's not always an easy thing to cover over here, but
No, that 4 horseman's usually tough. Sometimes you get the 3, and that back one stays up and looks at you. So
I gotta imagine that Ron's mark percentage today is got to be pretty close to 70%. I mean, he's
no
throwing
doubt about it.
easily 6-7 marks a game.
Brian, we need to take down the board to do that. Okay, tell me what Stacey had the first 2 games, Brian.
Stacey Kelly taking the lane here, filling a triple, 358 for 2 games, and another really big game in the works here. See if he hits the head pin and keeps counting them up. 138 in the 7th plus a double. It's 168 plus 2 hits.
So, a little excitement here in the B division.
The camera for Ron. Stacey throwing the ball here for a 4-timer.
Is it the 5-7?
It looks like the 5-7, a great ball. That puts him at 166 in the 8th.
Well, looking down the other side,
If he can
there,
slide this over, he's going to have a 200 game.
Despite that break, he's in the 530s.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And actually, down on the other side, Mark Parker just threw a double. So we turned our head for a second bang.
How about that for refocusing?
Yeah.
Wow. And Stacey Kelly ends up at 195.
Oh, my God.
Keep your eyes at the bottom of the screen in a moment, folks.
553.
553.
That's amazing.
That is unbelievable.
That's an 1100s possibility.
Incredible.
And he bowls with you on Thursday night?
No, I don't know that guy.
You don't see that, Stacey, on Thursday?
Guys, this is really amazing. 553. The sets just don't get much bigger than that.
That's. I mean, in duckpin bowling, you don't see those. That's a rarity.
Right.
I mean, even if you have a big game, you throw a 200 game, it's almost inevitable you're going to come back with 30, maybe
40,
50,
50,
if you're
yeah,
lucky.
even if you're lucky, right.
Sometimes it turns into a 112, a 120.
So. Ride the wave. So, let's see. As I'm looking around here in front of us, we got
All right, there's a little bit of silence here on the air while we are trying to
We're
figure
gasping.
out.
I mean, I bowl with this guy every Thursday, and I mean, he'll never be the same. I won't have a bowler for the next month now.
Yeah. I guess we'll take a quick break here. We'll try to get our stuff together, and we'll have a leaderboard ready for you when we come. We'll be back in just a moment.
To Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that. Strike. Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, Duckpin Bowling historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl every Friday and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at luckystrikelanesct.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Hope to see you soon.
Alrighty, well, we're back in action here. Ron Pelletier, and we got Walt Brooks up on the screen here. Drop.
I almost kicked that back off the back there. I think that was his third ball.
Yeah. So he's opened, and he's got around 64 after 5.
Ron Pelletier still at it over there. He's got 6 marks in a row, 139 plus in the 9th. There is just no letting up with this guy.
Now Parker was on a double, missed the head pin a little bit. Hoping to key in on this one.
Okay, he's 14.
Oh, a lot of try.
I just talked to him, so I'll give you some feedback.
So Mark Parker trying to pick up a 10 box here. Around 69 after 5. Hoping to get it restarted for the last 5 of this game.
Yeah, that's a good way to get thoughts from Stacy. All right, we brought up the full leaderboard here. As predicted, Stacy Kelly, 553, has catapulted himself
from off the sheet.
From way off the sheet, I
and
think.
Now, I mean, into 14th place. I just had a chance to briefly talk with Stacy, and he's about as flabbergasted as we were. He hasn't seen he didn't see it coming, but they're just falling for him right now. He said he's not going to change anything. He, obviously, looking at the division, he's the current leader in the B division now because there's only one other B bowler on the list, and if he puts together something else close to 500, it puts him into the approaching 1800. I mean, you don't throw double 500s often, but when you throw one, that's the only way to throw the second one.
Well, if he shoots 500, that's like he took his foot off the gas, Pat.
Yeah, I mean,
He pins lower. What happened?
Yeah, he choked, right? he goes 10:53. What a horrible second 3.
Yeah.
But Stacy's a guy. Again, I bowl with him all the time, and he's just going to throw every ball the same way. So it's not going to change anything for him. And he'll be he's already thrilled with that. I mean, you go back to back to back like that, 90, 68, 95.
Yeah.
Those are dream games right there.
Yeah.
Dream
Great
set.
job. Great job, Stacy. And we've got a little more input from Jim here. He spoke to Stacy. What do you got, Jim?
So Stacy Kelly, he has 13-10, as you said, after 9 games. So he's still probably about 100 pins or so behind Ron for the overall lead, but you look at the handicap scores that are in the top 3. He only needs 381 his last 3 to be in 3rd for the handicap. And if he can stay hot, 477 his last 3, he'd overtake first place in the handicap division. So it might be a little too late for the overall title, but definitely in the running for the handicap division.
Yeah, so Ron Pelletier off the side a little bit on his first ball, fills a spare with 6. A little showing there.
Yeah. Yeah, felt he
gonna-
could have threw that ball a little bit better.
Yeah, he's going to have to settle for something in the mid 150s, which is a great game.
that's
but
terrible. But it's not. It's not a. Thought that 160 pace that he's been.
No, it's not.
Flying
And,
at this
you know,
afternoon.
He's down to three games, probably 20 or 30 pins back of Brooks. You know, he's not going to worry about that amount.
Nope. He's just going to gear up for the next three.
Just want to give our Duckpin TV staff some kudos. We got a phone call into Lucky Strike Lanes from the former announcer at the Norwich City League, John Levangie, big Baltimore Oriole fan. Used to call my name out all the time when I stepped into the batter's box. Great guy, and he just called up and said he's at home, tuned in, and we're doing a great job. So,
oh well, thank you to him.
Their baseball connection again, and baseball players out there interested in duckpin bowling. And John lived in the Norwich area, so.
Yeah, a lot of duckpin bowlers interested in baseball too. So we got Walt Brooks up there on lane 19, I believe it is, or
You are correct, sir.
lane 19, and he's on the right side, the left side of the right side of the screen, if that makes any sense.
Left-hand lane on the right-hand screen. Yeah, there you go.
And Walt's slowing down a little bit here. I think he's in the mid 60s through 5 frames.
Yeah.
Ron Pelletier throws a 155. He's still setting the pace, it looks like, and
Walt Brooks has got 73 after 6, so he needs to turn it on those last 4.
which he did last game. This is the exact moment where he
You
turned
are
it on
correct.
and finished the game. Yeah.
And looks like Mark Parker looking down there, I believe. He's got like 70 in the 6. He needs to pick it up a notch as well. He needs a strong finish as well, just like Walt.
He does, yeah. So Ron, maybe a little frustrated on that last frame, but it's starting to look like he's still going to put a little more separation between him and Walt. Or rather, he's going to close the gap between him and Walt if Walt doesn't really put it together at the end of the game here.
Yeah, it actually could put him a step ahead by a few pins, possibly, depending on how Walt finishes this one. So up on your screen, you see Mr. Lou Sarkeesian.
I can do that, and we need to get access to this leaderboard. Okay. These are the ones I did last time. That's Brooks and Lane. That's the same ones. See Andy Furlitt coming into your screen, missing a 1-pinner over there on lane 3.
Alrighty. Well, Walt Brooks just got up there. Looks like he threw a hammer. Oh, it made a spare actually and missed the first ball. Mark Parker's getting ready to go.
Yeah, Parker is on the left side of your screen here. You're only going to catch him deliver the ball.
Right, you're going to see the pins.
You see the
more
pin
than him.
action.
Looking at a 3-pinner.
Just slid off the head pin.
Yeah.
Almost looked like he hit the head pin, but didn't go down.
Quite, yeah.
He's got 88, possibly 89 if he gets the pin here in the 7th frame.
What a difference sometimes a day makes, huh?
Yeah.
So Yeah, just coming off the lane here, you saw in front of us here on 11-12 in the middle of the screen. Just finished that box with Will Rigney. He made a spare, sitting at 94 plus in the ninth. He had 1168. So he needs a big finish here. Hopefully, nothing but a good old strike spare. Another 20. Get himself in the mid 20s.
Just noticed Stacy Kelly's bowling in the same pairing as Mario Nassisi, who's another B bowler who's having an outstanding Eastern Classic. So a couple of the top B, couple of the top bowlers in B division are paired up against each other.
Actually, you are correct. It was a Nassasi brother, but you got the wrong one. That's Sal. That's not Mario. That is Sal. You have one of them.
You're right.
Three of them. You had one out of three.
That's right. That's Sal. Mario's having the day, or the weekend, really.
Yeah. And actually, just for you people that, it looks like Stacy Kelly started out with a 10 box and he threw a strike, and right now he's looking at a 3-pin. He can convert that to get him back to continue on his way.
Yeah. One of our blind spots at the moment. He'll slide over a pair, and we will be able to watch him very closely after this.
Well, that'll be good because we'll get to see him for the last two games. But he'll move on into our area for the last two games.
Yeah.
He'll move and won't have to move again.
Oh, Mark Parker.
That's what he needed.
Righting the ship. He has a strike, and that gives him 99 plus in the 8th.
He definitely needed that.
Walt Brooks now on the left side of your screen. Throws a great ball of his own, a little heavy in the 1-3 pocket. He's got the 2-4 for a spare.
Got to be happy with the load. And Walter made that spare, so got like I believe it's like 100. I think it's 102 plus.
Yeah, these guys
he's
are
all the way down from our viewing spot.
Right, these guys are down in the territory where we're wincing to see their scores.
And me being the elder statesman, my eyes aren't what they used to be. So
yeah, you just saw Will Rigney come off the lane there. Will, at the start of Game 7, was one of the people we were watching very closely. Threw 900 on the nose yesterday. He has had a rough go so far today. Somewhere in the 130 neighborhood his first game, around 130 his second game, and now about a 110.
Yeah, 109 actually, so he's got like 377 for today.
Yeah, unfortunately he's kind of fallen out of the conversation here.
Yeah, but hey, as we've seen, he goes and throws a
550
last three like Stacy threw the first three. He's back in the hunt, so you never know.
Yeah,
that's one thing about this game, you just don't know.
Brooks is at 100 plus and Parker's at 99 plus. Parker was really close. Lou Sarkeesian's bowling. Yeah, we can do it. Well, no, not if we do all three. If we do two, maybe. Well, let them bowl. Let them bowl. Let them bowl. And then we'll do it right after they bowl.
All right, so as you can see, right now you can't see, but coming up to our right there, we have Walt Brooks and Mark Parker looking to finish. They're in their 9th box, so they're finishing up down there.
We got the official report on their scores.
Nice
Mark
line
has
drop by Walt.
Yep, great. Mark has a 99 plus. in the 8th, and Walt has 100 plus, 109 now with this fill. And another mark.
Yes, another one.
And it would seem, so these guys are looking to close their game pretty well. They retain a slight advantage over Ron if he finishes well in the last frame.
He is in a holding pattern. Yes, Ron Pelletier, we're looking for him, see where he is, and he's in holding pattern, waiting for the pair in front to finish up so he may shift to the one pair to the right.
Yeah, there's that play thing again.
Mark Parker here filling a strike.
With, might be 8, 9?
8 or 9, yep. Could have a little sleeper from there.
If there was only one, he hit it.
I guess that was his second ball. He cut the 2-8 on his first ball. Filled with an 8, gets him 107 in the 8th and 10 box for 117 in the 9th. He is, unfortunately, finding himself behind the 8 ball a little bit at the moment.
He might even fall behind the clubhouse leader at this point in terms of overall average. But you know what? In a set like this, it's not going to keep. You're not going to just keep throwing 160s. That's not what this game's about. So right now we're going to get to almost the end of our top 25 duckpin bowlers of 2014. Duckpin TV has put together a list, and we're going to give you number 4 right now. Gentlemen, I had the last weekend, Mr. Don Dove.
Yeah, Don Dove. You saw we did an interview with him earlier. We did it last week, and we've been able to share that with you a couple of times. Don, I mean, what can you say? I mean, Don surpassed Jeff Piles, winningest member of the Duckpin Professional Bowlers Association Tour this year. He acquired his 19th victory at Johnson's Lanes in Hamden, Connecticut. He ended up ranked number 3 on the list in the NDBC top average ranking. 3 also in the DPBA Bowler of the Year points. Came in 9th at Southside, 2nd at White Oak, 5th, and like I said, won the Johnson stops. You know, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering to myself, how did this guy not end up being Bowler of the Year? And I think you're about to answer the question next with the next guy on the list.
You might have to compare stats now, because our number 3 bowler, another gentleman from the South who was here last weekend, traveled up with Donnie Scott Wogemuth.
Yeah, had an incredible year. Had an incredible year. NDBC 14th overall for the season. Number 1 DPBA bowler of the year. He came in 5th at Southside, 10th at Meadowbrook, 3rd at White Oak, 1st at Town Hall, and 5th at Pinland. He added a victory to his total, got to 6 in total. I mean, I don't know. There's not you can't say enough about how this guy's year went. 2014 was a great year for Scott Wogemuth. He comes in 3rd in our rankings, but that's not taking anything away from him. He had a great year. And
at number 2, as you can see on the screen there, who just finished up this morning and did his Eastern Classic 2015 in nice style, 1754, a 146 average.
Yeah, Mike also excellent year out on tour on the DPBA tour. He got himself 2 stars, back-to-back stars at Meadowbrook and White Oak. Came in number 2 on the NDBC average rankings, number 2 on the DPBA Bowler of the Year points, just 1 behind Scott Wogemuth. 5th at Highland, 1st at Meadowbrook, 1st at White Oak, and 6th at the Masters. A great year for Mike Steiner. And that leaves, and then there was 1.
Number 1's coming up very soon. And maybe everybody can guess, throw out a guess, throw it out there on Facebook, Twitter. Let us know if you have a guess at who's number 1 on the Duckpin TV top 25 bowlers of the year 2014.
I'm going to let the cat out of the bag on this one. Eric Leteska, best bowler.
Living legend, huh? In your own mind.
You paid us well to vote for you.
All right. Wow. So we've got a lot of stuff happening here to wrap up the game 3 I just saw Walt Brooks throw a strike.
Yeah, to fill on it. He had a spare, and he filled that spare with a strike.
And he's finishing the game the way he did the last one, with 4 marks in a row and a big fill on the end. Mark Parker did not do that, unfortunately. He's in the high 120s.
And as you see right in front of us, Ron Pelletier made that 3-pinner. Back off onto the races. Here he goes again.
Yeah, that's a great start after a little bit of a layover there.
Yep.
He just picks her up right where he left off.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Okay, how's this? Yeah, way or down. It's Jim up too. Yeah. So we'll take a quick break while our bowlers are changing lanes, and we'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Oh, hi. It's your wife.
You just called 2 minutes ago. I love you too. No, I love you too. No, I love you more. I love you more. I love you the most. Okay, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Hang it up! We gotta keep the phone line open!
I gotta go.
You gotta tell her to stop calling. Phone line has to stay open.
She can't help it.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One big thing to get you updated on here is Chris Kruger. We pointed out earlier on how much ground he really needed to make up. Bowling well, but needed a big game, and he seems to be coming up with one here. He's got 158 in the ninth, 158 in the ninth, and filling his spare, filling his last mark.
That was a strike 10 fill in the 10th, I believe.
Strike 10 fill. That looks like a 178.
178 game, yeah.
So,
or 175 maybe.
I think it's an 8.
I'll go with 78.
Well, we're give or take a few. It's a great game.
It's a 170 game.
right when he needed it.
Yeah, he's back in that hunt.
So he will
close to that, back to that, close to that 150 plateau again.
Stay on the leaderboard.
If not, move up.
It remains to be seen.
He was just barely behind Roy with 146. He might move up 2 spots or 3 spots with that.
Yeah,
it's going to be close.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to probably put him around 149, just under the 150 plateau.
Ryan, I need to access the spreadsheet.
And we are updating our statistics now and be able to share an updated leaderboard with you in a few moments.
And as you see on the screen in front of you, coming up on the left-hand side will be Mr. Ron Pelletier looking to bowl box 2. And actually, you can also look and on the same screen on the right side of that with the towel on the was on his shoulder, Will Rigney. So we got a couple guys in this shot.
Will Rigney has dropped in the ranks down to 11th after 8 games, and I think he will be dropping a little bit more after his 9th game gets recorded. That was about a 110.
Ronnie Pelletier throws the ball a little light, but leaves himself to 5-9-10. I've seen him make this before.
And I'm sure he's happier shooting at this than he is shooting at it the other way.
No doubt about it.
His ball coming from the left side. Oh my cover.
Yep, look at that. Like I told you,
Ronnie,
normal 3-pinner for him.
Ronnie believes in leave what you can make, so.
So, Ron's got 20.
Brian, the leaderboard is back up.
Yeah, we got the updated
And,
leaderboard here.
Chris Kruger now jumped up almost at that 150 plateau, as Tommy had accurately predicted. Just barely under it, but moved up into 5th place now. And he needs another game like he just had to set himself up for a huge finish. Not a lot.
So we're trying to do some math here to guess or to project what is needed for Walt Brooks, Ron Pelletier, maybe even Mark Parker to pass Jesse Deach. And unfortunately for Jesse, it's not a whole lot.
No, Jesse's in trouble right now in terms of winning this tournament. Brooks is only looking at throwing a 404 through 3, which, I mean, that doesn't. It's not even close to his average.
Right.
And Pelletier's, even Ronnie needs a 418. So these guys don't have to go nuts to catch him.
I guess I said the toughest one would probably be Mr. Parker.
Parker's got to go a little
about
strong.
461.
And Kruger even more so.
Right. He's got to go about 480.
Right. So you know, Stacey Kelly set.
Yeah.
If you
exactly.
Want to use recent history.
Exactly, but Mr. Pelletier, he just keeps going what he's been doing the first 3 games, and he'll be all set.
I'm not going to worry about Ronnie throwing a 400 set. I might worry about him throwing two games 400.
Speaking of Ronnie, we got him filling his spare there.
Well, is he going to be happy with?
Oh,
that was dangerously close to being ugly.
I thought he had the old 710, but got that 7-pin to trip out.
That was a very high, very heavy hit, and he kicked out 2 extra pins.
Guys, very happy with that 9 count.
He'll shoot that 10-pin all day.
Ron bowled really well yesterday, but there's something. He seems like he's extra sharp today, and my guess is it's the shirt.
Well, I think he's wearing the right shirt, definitely. He loves this house, and he's probably more than proud to wear that shirt.
Yeah. Well, he covers up that spare, makes it look very, very easy.
6+, and the
scorekeeper
right
draws
along,
another line up on his score sheet.
Yeah.
Just looking over at Stacey Kelly, who coming off that 553 set is struggling. He's at 76 in the 7th. He's got to strike up in the 8th. So if he were to start stringing them, if he can get to the 30s here, 30-40 game, he's not going to be really upset about that.
No.
Coming off a 553, he's got a little wiggle room.
He's got a little wiggle room, yeah. And like at the we're talking about, like for the leaderboard and stuff. I mean, right now for the B's, Stacy's got a good shot at that.
He's got a chance to move to the top 10 with a strong finish.
The option of B there, he only needs to go 407, 408 to take the B lead.
Yeah, that's not out of his clear.
53, 408.
Absolutely not.
So there's another shot for Stacy. B
Yep.
bowler. And that's one of the nice things about this tournament. There's so many ways you do well.
Yep. Well, you get recognized for effort. You get recognized whether you're, one of the top bowlers in the country or you just have a good weekend.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys. I can't help notice. I'm looking at the leaderboard, the ticker leaderboard.
Picks up a spare.
And I see in 7th place Scott Wolgamuth. I bowled at the same shift as Scott, pair to his left. And
it didn't seem like that was
Scott
happening.
didn't was all that pleased. I mean, he seemed like he was okay with his performance, but there he is in the top 10, and that's the kind of year Scott Wolgamuth had, and that's why he was in the top 5 of our list. Scott's had a great year.
Going to see Ronnie Pelletier appearing into your picture here on lane 11.
That's right after Marcus Moratori.
Marcus Moratori with he gets a little kick, had a split, got a couple extra pins, and then he's got a single. Lane 12 seems very, very generous right now with those high hits.
As we see Marcus get ready, try to convert this for a spare. Lets it go. Oh, just went by it.
You would think. We're looking at this leaderboard right now, and it's an interesting leaderboard. A lot of A's, a couple of B's. Doesn't look like my students' report cards, but unless my algebra class maybe. But we got that little /SR there in 7th place as well, which is age 55 and over, Mr. Scott Wogermuth in the senior division.
He looks like he's got it wrapped up here. Right?
I don't think anybody's coming after that, unless Lou Sarkeesian goes, really, really high in the last 3 games.
Yeah, as you say that, Ron Pelletier logs another mark, 8 fill spare.
Yeah, he's
just rolling right along.
He's an automatic on those.
He's rolling right along right now.
64 plus in the 4th. All right. So we've got a camera set up for you, ladies and gentlemen, on lanes 1 and 2. The view isn't as good as we'd like it to be, but it's certainly better than nothing and will allow us to talk to the action, and that is where our current leader, Walt Brooks, and our 4th ranked bowler, Mark Parker, who's fallen a little bit off the pace, but still well within striking distance with 3 games to go.
Exactly. So we can kind of lead. And you might be able to tell just from their body language how they've done, too, when they throw that ball. You can kind of get an expression whether they are happy with it or not.
I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday at the end of the broadcast. Mark had an outstanding day, but we all, I think, agreed that, Walt and Ron, the experience of winning this tournament, it was going to be an advantage, and it's turning out to be. So they do have an advantage with those wins.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here, guys. I'm challenging my eyes to do me right here. A strike for Mark Parker and a strike for Walt
Ryan,
Brooks.
something just happened to my team
in the 2nd frame. I don't know what they had their first frames, but they're both looking for strikes here.
I don't know what happened. It's fine. It went blank and then it came back on. So it was the TV. It wasn't the computer. I don't know if somebody hit the power.
So up on our split screen on the right-hand side, you can see we got Ron Pelletier getting up.
Count it. I was going to say count it right there.
Lets it go, and yep, you got it.
84 plus in the 5th. He's 4 for 5.
I didn't have to wait for that ball to get to the pins.
All-mark game going for Ron.
I apologize. 5 for 5.
Yep, 84 plus. All-mark game going.
When Ronnie Pelletier throws the ball there with that release and that follow through, you don't have to watch.
You don't have to watch. You know.
Virtual bowl. I think we just saw a spare from Mark Parker on lane 2, 9 and 1. Looked like the 2 pin to me.
Yep. Got Walt Brooks getting up there on lane 1.
I believe I'm looking at the 7 pin for Walt Brooks, which is a 9 drop. Strike.
Yeah, I'll concur that he was shooting a single.
Oh, and there's that body language I'm
that
judging
right
by there. He
kinda
didn't
told
get
me
that.
He didn't convert it. But he covers it up.
He covers it up. Hasn't done a whole lot of that today, and that being missing.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's we've got Ron Pelletier on lane 11.
Yeah. 84 plus, working on that strike. Well, we just saw Marcus was working on a strike. Pick it. And just holds the wood for a 10. So Ron Pelletier getting up on the left side, trying to keep this game going nice and smooth for him.
Going to come into view on the left here. Oh, and he throws a great ball.
Oh, could have been a double. It's good enough hit for that double, but now he's got himself a 2-pin split, 9-10. For Ron, it's just another day in the office. Throws the ball out, hits one, almost tries to come out, but he'll take that 9 load on his strike. Looking here.
Leaves his first open up there.
Yeah, but 102. All right, down on Stacy Kelly, who had the 553 his first three. Struggled a little compared to that one, but he got marked out 2 of the last 3 boxes to at least pick up his game a little bit. Ended up with like a 122. So today's for, if I do my math real quick, for Stacy, not a bad 4-game set, 675.
I think I'm seeing on the left side of the screen there, Walt Brooks. He might have missed a 7-pin again for a spare. Yeah, it's 2 frames in a row.
He's got to be happy with the first ball, but not that second. Like I say, you're happy you get the break.
Yeah, Walt's got 49 in the 4th. And at this point, Ron Pelletier has overcome Walt's total through 4 frames. Or
yeah.
How many games have we completed? Not
3 in the books. This is
3 in the books.
4.
So we've got 9. That's 94 frames. Through 94 frames, I think Ron has overcome the lead that the narrow lead that Walt had.
No, as you can see, getting up will be Ron Pelletier on your screen. Just a little heads up here off our camera here that we had saw Chris Kruger, who threw that 178 game to get himself back. Right now, he started out with 210 boxes to get it back started again to get himself back on that pace.
You got to go.
Yeah, Mark Parker down on lane 1 there. He missed his first ball. It looks to me like he got a 10 box.
Just popped out. I stepped out of the booth for a second, and lo and behold, my assistant superintendent's in the house. He came here to throw some open bowling, and so they're going to shoot some pool instead.
There you go. Plenty of stuff to do here.
He's a 10-pin bowler by trade, and he came here to throw little duck pins, but maybe he'll stick around for the end of this, and he'll get a chance to throw a couple games later.
Ronnie Pelletier gets up, throws the ball, bang, on the bottom.
Spare.
Back on his game again. 112 plus after 7. So based on the pace that we're seeing here, I mean, it looks like Mr. Pelletier, he's always about 2 or 3 boxes ahead. So he might get himself done and in the clubhouse, and then he'll have to sit around and watch those guys finish up their last game. Maybe that's an advantage for Ron.
It's not unlike being the second to last group in a golf PGA event, and then
sit back and wait.
Yeah.
And maybe that's an advantage. You know, he just keeps doing his thing. Doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
He's still 101 pins off the pace. Lanes 3 and 4. He's up on 3 right now. There's D'Antonis right there.
I'm good.
So D'Antonis threw. I believe he just threw a pocket hit, and then I don't know if he has a 1 pin. Or is there 2 pins there? There's a pin in the corner. And it's still there.
Well, this was pretty predictable, I think. It's just a matter of time before John D'Antonis starts putting it together and climbing the leaderboard. And there he is in 8th place.
Yep.
13-22 for 9 games. And he's got a little ways to go. He's 100 pins behind Walt Brooks. And not insurmountable, but he's going to have to start putting it together. He can't miss the 7-pin anymore.
And then over on lane 2, Mark Parker with a big bomb. And to just turn it on as well.
Yeah, he needs some more of those strikes.
Yes, he does.
Like we were saying before, he's got to go 460 or better to go by Jesse.
Walt Brooks on lane 1. And we just got a report that we have 90 viewers on YouTube, which is a record for the live coverage for Duckpin TV. We thank every one of you who's tuned in. You to reach out to us and interact with us on Facebook, on our Facebook page. And
Walt Brooks almost made that, so he's up, try to get himself a 10 box.
90 people watching this. I mean, most of the people that would watch it are a lot of the people that you would think would tune in are out there bowling or here watching their friends bowl. So we got some outside interest involved now, which is really great.
Right. Getting up on the right side, you got Ron Pelletier coming up, looking to keep his game going along, working on a spare 112 plus.
Oh, a little light in that 1-2 pocket. He's got the 5-6. If my math is right, guys, I've got Walt Brooks at 58 in the 5th, and Mark Parker 67 plus in the 5th. Yet again, we're behind the pace that Ron is setting this game, and if things continue the way that they've gone so far in the game, which they could turn in an instant for Walt. We've seen it 2 games in a row now. Get to sit the 7th frame, and he just marks out and puts 80 pins up there and gets himself to 150.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Ron Pelletier finish up there with a 10 box. So right now he's got 130 with 2 boxes to go. So he gets 2 10 boxes. He's still at his 150 clip. Actually a little low for what he's been hitting today, but he's got to be happy with that. He knows if he catches a mark or 2, he's back in high 60s maybe.
To his average.
Back to his average. Just an update off our camera screen there. I know Chris Kruger is still struggling a little bit. He's got 39 after 4, so he really needs to now.
Yeah, Chris trying to follow up a great game in the 170s. Got a little.
Yeah, sometimes that can be very tough to do.
Oh, Walt Brooks on lane 2. On the left side of your screen there. Looks like he went through the middle. He's not going to start his marking right now, it looks like. A real light hit on the 3-pin, goes off the wall and comes back and takes a couple more with it, but 3 or 4 more left on the lane.
On the right-hand side, you see we got Ron Pelletier wrapping up his last 2 boxes here, trying to get another mark, get back on pace.
Oh, and
throws the ball.
Same result as Walt, down on lanes 1 and 2. He goes through the middle. Not filling a mark, so it doesn't hurt that much, but he will go this frame without a mark.
Yep, so he's just trying now to get up there, hold his count, get himself at 140 with a box to go.
Yeah, you got Mark Parker on the left side of your screen there. He goes through the middle as well. I guess these guys must have called each other that frame.
And Ronnie Pelletier makes that for the 10, so he's sitting at 140 with a box to go.
We heard from Mark's sister, Katie, on Twitter, and she is sitting at home cheering him on. Hello to you, Katie, and thank you for watching. And we're here rooting for Mark as well.
And right in front of us, you just saw Mario Nasasi just catch a double.
And Mark's going to have to settle for an 8-box there.
Yep.
We'll send it over to Jim, who's got something to share with us.
Just a quick observation watching Ron Pelletier that last frame. He had ripped the middle, took out the 3-6-10, and then on his last ball, still had 4-pin standing, hit it light. Wood came off the wall to take out the 8-pin for his 10-box, and kind of just gave like a pump of the fist. He's locked in every ball. He understands that every single pin counts at this point, and not leaving anything up on the deck. And he knows that you can't really do that if he's going to have a shot to not only go by Jesse, but fend off Walt title.
Yeah, good observation, Jim. It's amazing that these guys end up timed, you know, their bowling is timed together, and they're all bowling simultaneously almost.
I wonder if they did that on purpose.
They're just trying to make things a little more difficult for us, but I'm still having a good time trying to keep track of everything. So while these guys are setting up, and I guess we'll take a quick second and roll a commercial. We'll be back right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Oh, hi. It's your wife.
Just called 2 minutes ago. I love you too. No, I love you too. No, I love you more. I love you more. I love you the most. You hang up. No, you hang up.
Hang it up! We gotta keep the phone line open!
I gotta go.
You gotta tell her to stop calling. Phone line has to stay open.
She can't help it. Hello? Duckpin TV hotline. Yes? Uh-huh. Yep. Right, that's your mom.
Mom, we're right here. Just talk to me. You gotta keep the phone line open.
Jesus. We probably missed 10 calls.
Okay, we're back. Well, while we were off the air, Ron Pelletier was up and dropped 9, and of course he converted it yet again. So right now he's sitting at 150 with 1 ball to go. So he's hoping for another strike just to get him back at his 160 clip.
It looked like he had a little extra on that one. He got the ball out a little farther, and the velocity was a little higher, but still gets on the head pin, breaks 8. 158.
So again, he's
another great game.
Yep. 15.
Mark Parker there on lane 2 left himself the 5-7-10. That is ugly, but gets an 8-box here, and I believe by my math he's got about an 89. It's hard to confirm or see from here, but we'll take a look. Walt Brooks throws a strike on lane 1. He is trying to pull this game out of the dumps, as it seems. He's in the mid to high 60s through 6 frames. He just threw a strike in the 7th, which is exactly when he started his run in the last 2 games. he marks out, that could potentially put him in the 140s, which he, frankly, needs a game like that to keep up with Ron, who just threw a 158.
Yeah, so that 158 puts Ron at 1568. So right now he just needs to go shoot 260 for his last two to go by our current leader, Jesse Deach. So Ron just needs two 130 games.
Be careful with those wires. Everything is very sensitive. If you touch a wire, you may lose a camera.
And actually Ron will be, he's got a couple boxes to wait here. There's the group in front of him is in there just finishing their 7th box, so Ron will have himself about a 5-10 minute wait before he shifts over to the final pair for him, 13 and 14. So
I was in the back for a little bit.
Looking off camera here a little bit too. Chris Cruiser's is definitely struggling this game. 8 after 6. He had that mark maybe to get him back started, but he cut it for 2 on the load and pinned it out, but he's still behind the 8 ball.
No, never.
No, I can do Ron. Want Ron?
Right in front of us, we just saw Chuck Paris and just make a spare.
Here comes on lane 2. He is filling a strike, and I would say he needs a mark, and a double would serve him really, really well right now. He's got to make some ground up. That's 10 to me.
You can't too be. No, he's just got to hit one and give it a ride.
Got an update on the leaderboard there with Ron Pelletier having completed his 10th game. He still shows up as behind Walt Brooks. However, in just a couple of frames, Walt will be concluding his 10th game, and I would predict that Ron is going to leap over Walt and assume the first position. And
Walt would need a 146 to keep ahead of Ron, so for this game here.
Just spoke with Walt just briefly off camera, off air. I'm sorry, and he said he missed a couple singles and he's just got to get his head back in it. He just missed a couple easy spares. Needs to get back on it.
Yeah, Walt's been sharp.
He's been very sharp.
It's looking to be just a slight bit sharper than him so far. I haven't really seen Ron miss anything.
Right.
Walt missing the head pin a little bit here and there, and missing a couple of singles. He's let some opportunities go, and I'll tell you what, Ron has not let him get away with that.
No breathing room, and Ron's even made a couple of more difficult spares to even put a little bit more pressure on.
Yes, no doubt about that.
Mark Parker looks like covering a 10 based on the lack of excitement. Mark really slowing down here, unfortunately.
Yeah. And again, just to keep looking at the board there, we had Chris Kruger, who last game with the 178 got him into the 5 spot right now, but he is definitely struggling down there. After 7, he's got 67. At 1 mark, so he needs a big last 3 boxes to get him back in.
This didn't seem to be a factor last game, but the pace seems to be really fast on the pair that Ron Pelletier, and it's probably in part because he doesn't want to throw more than 2 balls a frame. He refuses to. But they're going really fast, faster than the pair ahead of them, and he's now waiting in between games.
Yep.
Didn't bother him last game. I wonder if it's going to start to, play a role in the next couple of games here.
Knowing Ronnie the way, I doubt it.
Yeah, and unlikely. And really, this is the last time it's going to happen. They're going into Game 5. Right. He will not wait in between 5 and 6.
No, and he'll just keep cranking it along. And if you've been watching at home, I'm hoping, I know at least 90 have been, you can see when Ron goes, he's back and ready to go. There's no delay with him.
Yeah, and if it's going to be a factor of any kind, it's going to be a factor here. And just keep in mind, you're starting your momentum for your last 2 games. You almost think of them as one big game because they're right on the same pair. You start the next game right after you conclude your 5th. If it's a good game, you feel like you can have another good game. If it's a bad game, you worry that you might have another bad one. So hopefully Ron's a pro. Ron's been here and done that. He's 3-time winner of the event, only ever person to have won this thing back to back. I'm not expecting it to play a role. We'll see.
I would doubt it as well, but like you said, only time will tell, and we'll know in a little while.
Yep.
And we'll see how it all plays out.
And we have Pat on the loose. He's going to go have a word with Ron while he's waiting. Meanwhile, we've got Mark Parker on lane 2. It looks like a 9-drop, the 5-pin, and let's see if he can cover it up. You got Walt on here. Walt needs to really get back on track. Good looking ball. Nice fist pump there. He knew that was right where he wanted it.
Yep.
5-pin.
Again, looking off the Chris Kruger must have heard me through a strike. So maybe he can finish strong the last few boxes and get himself back in there a little bit.
Yeah. Chris fighting really hard right now. Oh no, and blows by that 5-pin, and
as we say, the body from up here, the body language.
Tugging very hard on his shirt. He does not like that he's missing that, and I'm starting to think he might have ripped that thing. Understandable frustration. That is not a pin you like to miss, especially when you have a lot on the line.
Exactly.
And he gets a 10, and he is going to have to regroup.
Yep, gotta forget about it.
Yeah, it's really hard. These are those moments where you are most susceptible to removing yourself from the moment in frame, viewing it as just frame, and that is where you want your head to be. I can guarantee you that's exactly where Ron's head is, and he's got to be careful not to lose that frame of mind.
Exactly. Got to keep that focus.
Still got our camera at lanes 1 and 2. That's John D'Antonis, who just flew into your screen. The shadows down there don't do his shirt any justice.
Yeah.
Really. So I had a chance.
This angle's a little better.
With the staggered pace and the time off for some certain bowlers, it gives us a chance to focus on just one lane instead of 2, and it also gave me a chance to have a conversation with the projected current leader after 10 games, Ronnie Pelletier. Says he's never felt more comfortable in a block, throwing the ball right where he wants to, and has absolutely no worries going forward right now. He has nothing he's thinking about other than just keep doing what he's doing.
If I had to bowl Ron Pelletier head-to-head and he was saying something like that, I would probably be shaking.
Well, yeah. That's all he said. He said he's never felt more comfortable in a block.
That's incredible. That's coming from a 3-time winner of the Eastern Classic Championship. Look out.
That's scary.
Yeah.
But we've seen him today. Has he thrown that really big game? No. 60-something, 60-something, 50-something. He's been consistent there all along, and the reason he hasn't seen that real big game out of him, because you haven't seen him throw doubles and triples yet.
Yeah.
Yet, I say that.
Yep.
Wait till he catches those doubles and triples, and then watch out.
Right.
Luckily for him, or because he's been bowling so consistently well, he doesn't have to rely on that like some of the other bowlers may end up doing very shortly.
You're exactly right. He's been just riding that, breaking them and making them.
Just looking over at lanes 9 and 10, I think that might be. Is that Stacy having a game started, or?
Yeah, we got Stacy with 36. Stacy Kelly has 36 in the third, 46 fourth.
Yeah, like we said earlier, he struggled that fourth game.
I think, he lost it a little bit in the fourth game, but
I think he had like a 122, which that's coming off a 553 set. I'll take that. 675. Okay, thank you very much.
Quite a bit ahead of that 150 pace we keep talking about. Well ahead of the 160 pace as well.
As Billy said all day yesterday, you don't look at how you got there. You just look at what you got when you got there. 675 through 4 is anybody here is a great score.
Yeah.
And actually just in front of us, on the side of us that we were watching here, the Dave Dupree, who had that 4-bagger earlier, just caught himself a double as well.
Walt Brooks up there, he's going to take a shot at the 5-pin again, try to make up for that missed opportunity last frame. And the frustration, it is officially boiled over, I think.
Yeah.
I might have been mistaken there. He might not have been shooting for a spare.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but he is not happy. Mark Parker drops 7 here. Mark covers the spare. Well done, Mark.
Again, an update down from off our camera angle here. Chris Kruger was working on a strike. Unfortunately, he hit that head pin a little full. Was able to pin it out at least. He's got 94 after 9 with a box to go, so he's looking for big stuff.
And I guess Mark was concluding his game there. Puts 20 on the end.
Eddie's keeping score. You could have anything. Could have a big one.
I think we are on the verge of a very interesting. And judging by the temperament and the comments that we've got coming from some of the bowlers out there.
All right.
I think I would much rather be Ron Pelletier right now, Walt Brooks.
Well, and looking at the leaderboard and projecting what we think is going to happen, young Mr. Jesse Deach back down there in the south is now moving back up the leaderboard again.
Yeah, well done, Jesse, from the seated position, probably climbing the ladder right now. All right, so we got a good opportunity here to take a break, and we've got our last historical clip that we have prepared for you guys, and we'd like to share it with you now. So we'll be back right after this.
With the 6th edition of set to begin in a month, Frank Barber, owner of Lucky Strike Lanes, sponsor of the famed Blue Ribbons, and creator of the Eastern Classic, was seriously injured in an automobile accident. Barber sustained a severe spinal injury and for several days lapsed into semi-consciousness. Newspapers across the state of Connecticut reported the news and speculated whether the Classic would come. John Derry of the Hartford Times put all speculation to rest on January 14, 1936, when he wrote, Frank Barber of Danielson, impresario of the Blue Ribbons and one of the best-known figures in national duckpin circles, is in serious condition at the Middlesex County Hospital following an automobile accident in Portland Sunday night, but Frank is still carrying on. Yesterday, when the writer visited Frank at the hospital, he he found him encased in a plaster cast, but still functioning as a bowling promoter. He gave orders that all arrangements for the important Eastern sweepstakes, to be held soon at his alleys in Willimantic, must go forward despite his injuries. Indeed did go ahead that year and was won by Ed Blankney. Near the 80 Barber's event has continued, uninterrupted.
Back and Tom, I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to see that clip ahead of time. That was a little documentary about the accident that Frank Barber was in. That nearly, I mean, he almost wasn't around to run the tournament.
Yeah, you do
and
wonder
this 85 consecutive years that we're talking about may not have actually. We may not be saying that today. I mean, we may. But who knows? Maybe we wouldn't. Maybe we wouldn't. Maybe we would have lost steam and lost traction, and there would have this wouldn't have been such a historic event. And how lucky we are to for Frank to have recovered and be able to run the tournament.
So on the screen you see on your right hand side, we got Ronnie Pelletier getting up. This is game 11. Like I said, right now he is like our number one quote unquote leader. And he just
we are.
Ball, left himself a two-pinner.
Yeah, we're updating scores right now, but we roughly we did some rough calculations in our head. So
aren't they in trouble?
Weigh that in.
Our math in our head.
Take that into account when we give you the projections. Oh, Ron just barely misses. I think that's the first time I've seen him miss.
Yeah, and
exactly. He doesn't.
And he didn't get that one out. Usually, if he does miss, it's because he overthrew it a little bit. That one looked like he underthrew it.
Well, he shrugged it off pretty quick. I don't think he's worried about it a bit, so I'm not worried about it either.
No, I don't think it seems to faze him too much.
He has about a 20-pin advantage over Walt Brooks going into 5th and 6th game.
Yep.
Or 11th and 12th game, I should say.
Yep.
And about 15 pins behind him is behind Walt is Mark Parker.
Yep.
And then you've got Jesse Deach, who is sitting at home watching, I hope, I would assume, and he's certainly in the race here as well.
And actually, I know Pat was talking like last week he got the bowl with Donnie Dove. Actually, myself, I got the bowl with Jesse.
So you got to see the 978.
I saw it
really
up close
big.
in person on it. It was nice to have him come up. First time he had been here, so it's good to have him up here. Hope to see him back again.
Yeah, I think he'll come back. I think he'll come back after that.
I think so.
Good.
I think so. And actually now, like I said, Ronnie Pelletier's got one box already in, and actually on the other pair moving into your left-hand side of the screen, you see Walt Brooks and Mark Parker. So that'll be good for us because that'll give them almost, as we were talking before, Ronnie was way ahead, but now since Ron had to wait so long to get on this pair, now they'll be almost close when they finish. So we'll get to see hopefully a good finish at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Ron dealing with something that we really frequently run into, and whenever we're doing a tournament. In a tournament that you're shifting lanes like this, you're depending on the bowlers around you to try to keep a similar pace, so that you don't have to wait around.
Exactly.
And it doesn't happen like that. All right. Sometimes, and everybody has to do it sometimes. Ron just went through it. It's probably one of the most challenging things to work through if you're really on a roll.
Yeah, because you want to keep going. You don't want to stop for anything. You just want to keep that flow going.
And hopefully for Ron, that's not going to play a role. We don't think it's going to, but sometimes it does, and we'll see how that happens.
You never know.
Yeah. So we're getting pretty close. Pat, how are we doing with the leaderboard
we
there?
We got an updated leaderboard, and of note, of course, Ron Pelletier is now on top. We had pretty much talked about that. Looks like a 31-pin advantage. He's on the lanes, about to start his 11th game of the tournament.
Yep.
I'm sorry, second frame. Scott Wolgamuth is moving up the boards, up at the charts into 6th place.
Ronnie Teal.
Ron heavy on the head pin, 2-6.
So
Nice ball.
We have Chris Kruger, who had a rough 9th, 10th game, and he has dropped back down into 9th place. And essentially, at this point, almost 110 pins back. It's not looking very promising for Chris on this shift.
See Mr. Pelletier getting up, trying to pin this out. All right, covered that one of the pins. I see him get ready to get the other one, and throwing the ball, and he gets a 10. So right now, Ron's got 20 after 2, hasn't lost any wood. Just getting himself ready to hopefully find his thing. And as we see on our split screen, getting ready shortly down on lanes 3 and 4 on your left side of your screen, and you see Walt Brooks getting ready.
Yeah, and we should thank our first, second, and third place bowlers for making our lives really easy and ending their bowling right in front of the cameras, the fixed positions that we set up on Friday night. We got a great view of both pairs, so we can really get the best picture.
Right.
Some commentating
because we can stay on this split. And you got lane 3 and 4 where pair 1 is, and you got 13 and 14 where Ronnie is, so we're perfect. Couldn't ask for a better finish.
So you got on lane 4, and he is off the side, cuts for 2. Walt's frustration is evident.
Yeah, he's got to really come back. He's got to find it right now. He's letting his frustration get the best of his bowling right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small margin considering there's 2 games. 30 pins is it feels like a lot of pins, but you cut it in half each game, right? 15 pins.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that is on his mind. I just think he needs to just stop thinking about the last game and that ball and just 19 boxes.
I think the way you do that, Pat, is you refocus on the fact that the goal in front of you needs to be, I got to close the gap between the guy. I don't care about where I am and how I got here.
Yep.
I'm looking to make up 15 pins each game on Ron.
Yep.
One step at a time.
And what that does, I think, is, it gives you some belief that, hey, goal is something I can accomplish. Helps you to refocus, and then.
All right, as you see, getting up on Mr. Pelletier, starting out with 2 10 boxes, so he's hoping to get back on the marks. I think this is the longest I've seen him have opens today. 2.
Yeah, 2 in a row is probably the most opens he has had all day. So
he gets up there, throws his ball out there, and yeah, he must have heard me. There you go.
Well, we
10
talked
in the
him
pit.
right into that. We have a knack of doing that.
Yeah.
Ronnie owes me for that one.
Need to quickly update everyone on the leaderboard. We had a slight glitch, and it was to the benefit of one of our own, Billy Kuntz. We only had him in for 9 games, and putting in his last 3 games, he has now climbed the leaderboard up to number 17. But look also at number 13 now. Eric Lateska has made a small move up the leaderboard. And he's not going to go any further, really, because everybody in front of him's got 12. But we got some good representation from the Duckpin TV broadcasters on the top 20 list.
So we've got side of your screen. We've got Walt Brooks and Mark Parker, who are the man who will show up on the right side of your screen, Ron Pelletier. Ron's got a 30-pin advantage over Walt Brooks, who has about a 15-pin advantage over Mark Parker.
Actually, he's got about a 30, actually.
Oh, 30-pin. So
Yeah.
There's a fairly wide margin between Ron and Mark Parker. Mark is actually currently projected to finish in fourth behind Jesse Deach, who's watching from home. But I apologize. He's working, is what I'm told. He's at White Oak Lanes. Hopefully, he's got access.
Hopefully, they have it on all the screens there.
Yeah.
All right, so on the right-hand side, we got Ronnie Pelletier will be coming up there, trying to touch second base here. Just trying to keep the flow going.
He starts throwing any doubles now. It's going to tremendous heat on the contenders behind him.
No doubt about it. I think he knows that too. So Mr. Pelletier, actually he pulled this one a little bit, but something that Ronnie can make. No doubt in my mind.
Well, making is option 2. I think loading the strike is first option.
I would definitely agree with that.
Oh, wow.
Throws
Neither
the ball.
happened.
Oh, nope. So he's just looking to pin this thing out and try to regroup.
Got Mark Parker on the left side of your screen. Big ball, 1-3 pocket.
Heavy, but
Tough
he
way to
got
make,
8 out of it.
Tough way to make an 8.
Tough way to make an 8, but he got 8. I would have only gotten 6. I wouldn't have.
There's no way the 4-7 goes with that ball with me. Not happening.
All right.
Walt Brooks on the left side of your screen, the left side.
And right now, just focusing on who's on our leaderboard, it is a testament to how important it is maybe to finish early and put up a score early, because as the day has gone on, the people that aren't bowling are gradually creeping up, and the people that are slowly thinning out, and we're down to 4 bowlers in the top 10 that are still currently bowling. So it's a testament to maybe getting it done early.
Yeah, and Walt up there continues to struggle, gets a little unlucky, leaves himself to the 9-10, and then 10s it out, I believe, but he's starting to look like he's running out of gas.
So we are at the conclusion now of our top 25 list. I'm sure that many people out there watching and listening already know the name I'm about to read, and you see it on your screens coming very shortly. He's bowling right now in this shift over on lane 6. He's bowling on lane 6 in the bright lime green today, coming off that fluorescent Connecticut DOT orange yesterday. Mr. John D'Antonis.
Yeah, John had a phenomenal year. He's on quite a string of years, maybe 4 or 5 in a row here, where he's just, he's ranked near the top. This year he was the #1 bowler in the country. NDBC ranked #1. DPBA came in 4th. He was riding around, hanging out around the top 2 or 3 all year in Bowler of the Year points. Last year at this event, he came in 3rd. He was press and really making it an exciting finish. He opened the year finishing 2nd at Highland Bowl on the DPBA Tour, came in 7th at Meadowbrook, 5th at White Oak, and then 3rd at Southside. He knocked me out of that tournament. Thank you, John, for that. But I mean, you can have.
I'm sure he didn't mean it.
You can have a lot. I didn't take it personally a lot. I mean, I only took it a little personal. But there's a lot I think you can debate about these top 2 or 3 bowlers, guys who had a great year. D'Antonis, it's hard to argue with being #1, even having not been the Bowler of the Year. Great bowler. I mean.
And now it can start. People want to chime in on Facebook, Twitter. Let us know if maybe we missed somebody, we misplaced somebody. But I don't think anybody's going to argue with our top 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Actually, I was expecting my name to come up there.
Well, I voted for you.
You voted for me?
Yeah. You have to talk to Brian. And did you vote for yourself?
I forgot to.
Well, there you go.
Oh, man.
All right.
Remind me not to run for president.
All right. Well, coming up on the right-hand side of your screen, you got Ron Pelletier getting up there, trying to get it restarted again after he ripped on his strike and picked it. Going right here, gets up there.
Oh my goodness!
Throwing the ball out there, and yeah, I guess you could say he righted. He got that ship righted.
I think right now Ronnie would bowl on lane 13 for the rest of the tournament and not say anything.
I just came up with a nickname for Ron Pelletier.
Boom.
That's a good one.
Boom works.
The magician. The magician. He
Makes
just made
him
10 pins disappear. What a ball, Ron.
The magician's 2 words. I like Pat's. Boom.
Magician's 2 words? Oh, the magician. Got it.
Just boom. As you can tell, we're having some fun here this afternoon.
Hey, we're getting a
watching
little
all this
punchy.
bowling.
Leave us alone. We've been here for 20 million hours or something.
So this is probably the biggest honor of John D'Antonis's career.
Oh, I'm sure this surpasses any accolades he's ever earned. When he finds out he was Duckpin number one, Duckpin TV number one is what it's all about.
Yeah, Walt Brooks up on lane 4.
He's beyond struggling right now.
He's coming apart. It looks like
not something you would expect to see.
No.
Yeah, we've all been through it.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he can't bounce back with a.
Oh, he gets a lucky break on the spare there and
rolled over there.
Carries it.
See?
You know, it takes something like that, and
that's the trigger that gets you going. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, maybe Walt should be
There's
called
a
the magician
right there.
We got Boom and the magician. So speaking of Boom, coming up on lane 14 is Pelletier to see if he can do another one.
I don't think he's going to top that last one.
He figures out this lane, the rest of the turn.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
This is indeed, though, the slowest start he's gotten to so far. He's got a 42 in the 4th, 52 plus in the 5th here. I'm not predicting a bad game, though. This guy is just on the money.
I predict a bad game. I think he's going to hit only in the 150s.
Oh, yeah, very tough game.
He gets up there.
Oh boy!
Splat. How about splat?
Splat that time, yeah.
I still like
a lot
Boom.
of adjectives. And this time, he's been solid as a rock, not emotional at all.
Yeah.
There you go.
He knows there,
yeah.
He knew that was a big double, and like we had said, we saw him in the first 4 games not throwing a lot of strikes, and when he did, it was one. When he didn't catch that double, guess what? He's got a double now.
Yep.
That could be the start of his triple.
Yep. Mark Parker. Oh, looking at the wrong screen there, folks. Sorry. I borrowed his Mark Parker's blue boxers from yesterday. I'm wearing them today.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though. Well, the interview last night after the shift was over, Mark Parker was by average leading the tournament, and he confided in our.
Confided, yes,
he
that's
confided
exactly what he
to
did.
us that
reminisced
to everyone watching and sees this over the next 6 months that he wears blue boxer briefs underneath when he's bowling. So, I mean, that's not.
There were a lot of revelations in that interview.
It's all right.
Yeah. And we'll leave it at that.
But we'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Aside from the fact that he is focused.
Yeah. He was highly focused.
Very, very focused. Very focused.
Yeah.
So.
No, and that, I mean.
And that's,
all
you know
jokes
what?
aside, he was saying a lot of the things I wanted to hear him say yesterday.
It's exactly what you need to do.
And he did come in. He did come in really doing well.
Yeah.
Well,
and he's just struggled a little bit to keep up the pace that he set last night.
If Ronnie's results on lane 13 are anything close to the last 2 times he's stood up there, this tournament's in danger of becoming a runaway.
Yeah.
All right, so on your screen, you see on the right-hand side, you
lane
got
13, big
Pelletier
ball.
getting up there.
And he's able to use those walls.
Almost.
The reaction
Able to
was
use those
because he
walls.
knew that could have easily been 4.
Yeah, or 2 or 4, exactly.
That was a big thank you.
That was a
But that
very light, thin.
Let's see if he can take advantage of that break.
But you know, this is you know, a natural advantage it would seem that that Ron kind of has over some of his competitors. He's got that ball coming in from the left side. He's got a little rotation on it. When he does hit it light, I mean, he does have a lot of velocity on the ball, but when he does hit it light, he's able to keep the pins on the lane, and he gets the mix, and that's how he's getting a break
he's
like
left-handed.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, the game is just too easy for a guy like this.
You just saw
He
Ronnie
really
made
should be
that for the spare, so now Ronnie's sitting with the 101 in the 7th, working on a mark.
Should be a penalty for being
So, you know,
left-handed.
he's
Should have to
back on his
deduct
pace a little
pins.
bit.
That's a new. If you start left-handed, you start
And
negative
if you
10.
watch on our left screen there, you're going to see Mark Parker getting ready to get up there.
We can get you an update on their scores. They're a little harder for us to see, but they're a little earlier on in their game, so.
Yeah, they're a few boxes behind.
Yeah. We got our defending champ, Greg Schrieffer, in front of us, who hasn't quite had the performance he had last year. We've kind of lost a little bit of track of him over the course of these 6 games here, but
Well, like you said, one of the, prior to Mr. Pelletier doing it in 12-13, there was never a back-to-back winner, and he's the first one. So it's kind of tough to repeat in this event, no doubt about it.
yeah, it took 82 or 83 years to do it once. We may have a while to wait for that to happen again.
What we're looking at was a potential for 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
That and 4 in total, tying for most ever with Jeff Piles.
You would tie him for the most ever with Mr. Piles.
You got Mark Parker on the left side of your screen, misses a single. 4-10.
Yep. And got Walt Brooks up on lane 3 there.
That ball's in the pocket, breaks. Yeah, Walt was filling a spare there. He's got 39 in the 3rd.
All righty, well, getting up on your right hand, you've got dual action going. You just see Walt make his on the left side. Now you got Ron Pelletier getting up on the right side. Like I said, Ron has 101 plus in the 7th, trying to load his spare and continue what he's been doing the last 3 boxes. He gets up there, he throws the ball.
Count it.
Yep.
Uses those walls.
Yeah, I guess I'll give that one a splat. Boom.
We got boom splat, and that was thank you very much.
This is starting to sound like a popular song these days.
Yeah, there is a song sort of like that.
Boom splat. Thank you.
I'm not singing.
Yes, we're going to keep the singing to a minimum, though. And spare you all.
Exactly. My daughter would confirm that.
The actual title of that song, by the way, is Boom Crash, not Boom Splat.
Thank you for correcting me.
Boom Clap even. Gonna crash and clap. Clap doesn't go with bowling, so we'll go with Boom Crash.
Yeah.
Boom Crash it is.
So with that strike, though, that gives Ron Pelletier 121 plus in the 8th.
Hey, it's not as bad as making up relationships.
So hopefully coming up on your left-hand side of the screen, right now you got Lou Sarkeesian up there.
See, the difference between my mistake, Eric, with the wrong song title, and your mistake with mistaking that Steve Ivorone and Will Rigney were related is someone could come out with the song Boom Splat. Whereas Will will never be Steve Ivonone's nephew, so.
I am speechless, Pat. Thank you for that. I mean, I stand corrected. That's
there you go.
Yeah. Well, what if a marriage occurs, right?
Well, speaking of, you want to Rigney in marriage, it's
is there
coming up
such a
in
thing
July.
as like an uncle-in-law?
He's going to be marrying a Castiglione, so there you go.
Yeah, we got Walt Brooks on your left-hand side of the screen getting up there, throwing the ball out there.
All right.
And that's what he
There you
needed.
go.
That's going to be a heck of a wedding party, by the way.
He definitely needed that hammer.
Needed that ball, and definitely makes this more exciting for those of us watching here.
Yeah.
He's not done.
Absolutely not.
He's not done.
And then if you notice on your right-hand side of your screen, you see Mr. Pelletier getting ready to approach the lane shortly. And like I said before, 121 plus in the 8th. His score is very easy for us to read because he's right in front of us. Where unfortunately Walt and Mark are down a little bit from where we can see. We see him on the screen. As you just saw Mark Parker on the left screen.
All right, so if you're doing the math here frame by frame, Walt has actually closed the gap between himself and Ron he's pretty much lopped it in half. The only problem is after the same point in the game that Ron was at, he went on to throw a double 9 fills spare strike. So so Walt's got some work to do to try to match that and retain the 15 pins that he caught up.
Exactly.
The more important thing for Walt is just to get back on track right now with 16 boxes to go. He needed to right the ship, and he seems to have done that.
Okay, well, we got Ron Pelletier on the right side of your screen, getting up there, ready to go. See if he can work on that strike that he had.
Oh.
No, I have no description.
He's moving it over, and look at that. He waved the pin over.
I have no description for that.
Another double. No, again, here we go. Double, 9 double. It's
Wow.
strike time.
I can't even. We get into if we can figure this out. We top 40 hit. I'll tell you that.
How like sweep? How does sweep
That
sound?
was. Let's see. There was boom, splat, in the middle, and then a thank you very much and baby. Now, if you can get that into some sort of a rap beat, you got yourself a number 1 hit.
I couldn't agree more, Pat.
4 strikes and 5 boxes for Ron Pelletier at a critical moment in the tournament.
Yeah.
In all seriousness.
And he's that's just after I got through saying that Walt is making up some distance. I don't know. Walt's got a
all Walt
really
has to do to stay close is throw 5 in a row. That's all.
That's all.
Right, or he could throw a 999 single. He can figure out ways of doing it, but in some way, shape, or form, Walt's going to throw multiple strikes.
Walt has to continue to mark, stay sharp. There's another game after this.
Oh, you better believe it.
Okay.
This is only game 11. There's still another one to go. It's not like this in the final 2 boxes. There's still another for Walt. He's still got another 16 boxes. He's still got a game and a half under his belt to go.
I guess I'm getting a little bit of a reputation out in the bowling community. At least the those who use their left hand when they throw the ball. And I don't know. I don't think I'm in their good graces right now, based on what we're seeing on Twitter.
I know. I can't wait till the next time I bowl against you, left-handed. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. I'm beginning to have a bit of a reputation as a hater.
All right, so on your left-hand side of the screen, you see there.
We got Ronnie Pelletier coming into your screen from the right.
I think I see a 7-10.
Here we go with our split screen.
Oh, all right.
Ronnie leaves an opening there.
Yep.
Rips through the middle, 159. But coming off double spare double, it's a result.
Yeah, Walt
Brooks with a 9.
Gets the 10 pin there, and
you see Mr. Pelletier throw it out there. He got him to move around. Well, he got a 6 second half of that double. So now he's just looking to pin this thing out.
Brooks covers the single. So Brooks looking at an 88 through 6 boxes, and Pelletier looking at another 60, 65. You pick a number in the 60s, and you got it covered.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy with that one for sure. I mean,
No,
157. I mean, he's probably saying to himself, "Okay, I'll take it." But boy, if I could have had something, 1.5.
He's averaging for the tournament through 10 games, 156.8. So you want to round that to 157? He hit his average.
Yeah.
All right, so that puts Ron at 17.25, which means that he is going to need a 103 game to beat Jesse Deach, and probably going to want a little bit more than that to stay ahead of Walt.
Yep.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with you on that one. So now for Ron, this is one of the times now he doesn't have to wait.
Yeah,
they can just clear the score, and now he can go, because like we were saying, it seems like they've been going at a pretty good clip, that foursome. So now they can just wipe off the scorecard and start game 12.
All right, and we got an update on that leaderboard down at the bottom of your Ron having completed his 11th game, maintaining his lead in all likelihood. When Walt completes his game, I don't expect...
He's averaging 156.8.
Yep, I don't expect the order to change, but, Walt's... The way that game ended, Walt's got an opportunity here to, at the very least, sort of, match Ron and, potentially even do more.
Yeah.
Look for a moment there like Ron.
Well, we got Walt on the screen on the left side. Let's see what he does.
Oh, he's in that 2-5 pocket
Yeah.
instead of the 1-2 pocket. Not where he wanted to be, but he does have an opportunity at the spare. There's some space between the pins.
Yeah,
He's just got to kind of put it in between the 1-3 pocket. And
one of these that he needs to make, no doubt about it. Well, using the area.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just a hair full.
Oh, and he's 6 box for Walt. Puts him at a 94 in the 7th. That's not terrible position considering, Ron ended up at 157.
Yep.
3 marks, gets him.
Yep, gets him close to where he was. Yep.
I wouldn't mind a double if I was him, though. That would give you an opportunity to maybe make up a little ground.
Try to get some of those, right, like you say, you don't need to get all 30, you just need half.
And through 7 frames, he is down 48 pins. Pelletier. Ron had a little bit of a climactic finish to that game.
Yeah, he threw that double, but then unfortunately, the little 3, 6, and then the 7 box. So yes, I know he probably wasn't box alone, but he'll take that game for sure.
Yeah. We're going to throw it to Jim, who's got an update on our handicap divisions.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, in the handicap division, Stacey Kelly looks like he has a good chance to crack the top 3, depending on what he has his last game. He's got 45 in the 4th of his 12th game on a spare leave. If he can shoot 122 his last game, he'll finish 3rd in handicap. If he can do 176, that'll put him in 2nd. And if he can buy 18, he'll end up leading the handicap division, and he just made that spare leave, so he has 55 plus in the 5th. Game, trying to get on track to cash, or at least get in the top 3 in the handicap.
All right, thank you for that, Jim. So,
as you can see on your screen, actually Mr. Pelletier on the right-hand side will be starting game number 12, his last game, 10 boxes for him to go. So we'll see what Mr. Pelletier has to start this 12th game off with.
Well,
any predictions?
Well, I predict he can beat a 102. My first prediction.
Yeah, that's a pretty, I would say a pretty sure bet.
My prediction is he'll be ahead of Jesse after this game, but that doesn't mean he'll be winning. How's that?
Okay. Okay, yeah, a little full, 2-1, but we've seen him make stuff like this today. He's been...
That's a 2-pinner for him. He's going to shoot between them, and he'll play it like a 2-pin split.
Ron's spare ball has definitely been here today.
The way his ball cuts, he'll cut right into that.
Yeah. Oh, shot it really.
Oh.
Well, he played it differently than I thought, but he still hit it right and didn't quite go. But
let's see what he does here. Nice and smooth. Yep. Starts out with a 10. I think if he, started last game with a 10, he'll take that if he hits another 157.
That's
You won't
right.
hear him complain.
So to all the left-handed bowlers out there.
Stop, Eric. Stop. It's okay.
No, I feel the need to what I'm saying. And Pat, I don't know. You're a left-handed bowler, so you can feel free to beat me up. No, what I actually, I mean, I'm sure it sounds like hating, but I'm actually jealous of left-handed bowlers because virtually every one of them that I watch, they just so easy, and Ron is just like putting that full display right now. Doesn't this? He just makes this look far too easy, and he's not the only one. I look at somebody like how smoothly and such a nice delivery he has. I mean, you name it. Even you, Pat. This game just.
It's not. I mean,
it looks natural when you guys do it. I think. How about Parker Bone, the 10-pin bowler? I mean, does it look any more natural than that guy when he throws the ball?
You want to start talking 10 pins. Now you are talking about a distinct advantage for left-handers because they're dealing with an oil pattern that breaks down a lot quicker from the right-hand side, doesn't get used as much. So I believe there really is, but I don't know. I don't know that lefties have the same advantage.
No. I mean, so that's true, of course. I'm not talking about the way the ball reacts in lane conditions. I'm just talking about the form just looks so much more natural for left-handed bowlers.
One of the famous left-handers I saw growing up, Jeff Rand.
Oh, there's another example, right?
I mean,
well, I told you, we just
maybe you guys just do it better. That's like I said, I'm jealous.
We're in a right frame of mind,
It's probably because I've been on the receiving end of too many beatings from left-handed bowlers.
Well, it wasn't me. I had to wear a duckpin suit, and you proved you can beat me in house shoes.
We're in house shoes and street.
No
street
excuses.
clothes.
You beat me.
All right. Well, we saw Walt Brooks up on your left-hand side of the screen. Not quite the first ball he wanted there, for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Walt, time is starting to run out a little bit. I mean, you don't want to sound the alarm or push the panic button yet.
But yeah, you are so correct, Eric. Time is running.
Well, he has a 199 under his belt, but the way Pelletier's bowling, and to make up 30 or 40 pins, he's going to have to go 200 to make up 30 or 40 pins. It's a huge task.
It is a huge task. One that Walt is more than capable of doing. It's just not the position you want to be in. That's
right.
all.
No doubt about it. And actually, as you see, coming up on your right side of your split screen there, getting ready. In front of us is Mr. Pelletier, trying to get himself back started. He started off the last game with a 10 box, so he's looking to try to get some kind of mark up there and keep his good day rolling on forward. Ronnie gets up there, throws the ball, and I'm going to call that a boom.
That's a boom.
That's a boom.
That's a boom.
Consensus on the right sound effect to describe them.
He's just absolutely owned lane 13. Everything he's thrown there has been almost perfect, and the results have been very, very good.
Yeah, 13 has been very good to me.
Yes.
Well, any lane would be good to him throwing a ball like that into the 1-2 pocket.
I'm not saying lane 13. I'm just saying he's just honed in on that lane right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. And like we were saying, I mean, you get on a pair like you were making, Eric, before, is now you got 2 games on it, and you feel good about it because that way you finished that last game in there. Forget the 10th box.
Well, he
was
already comfortable before he started on that pair.
Yeah, he never got uncomfortable.
He's like sitting on a couch back there now.
Well, he said it, right? This is the best he's felt on a 6-game stretch at the Eastern.
He never felt more comfortable in a block, so that was scary news, and it's coming to fruition.
Don't do anything stupid. Got John D'Antonis, the #1 ranked Duckpin TV bowler.
My pick yesterday, who he's bowling well, but I'm sure he would admit that he wanted to bowl a little bit better than what he's done.
Right.
Yeah, John's struggling, complaining, and it's tough to bowl under, when you're even slightly impaired in some way, and especially if it's on the hand that you're throwing the ball with.
I know
it's hard.
exactly how that feels.
Ronnie Pelliter's stepping up on 14. I'm going to make a prediction. He throws this ball in the pocket. Go out on a limb.
Let's see what he does. See if Patrick's right.
Oh, look at that one go.
Let's see. Oh,
that was one of those.
Thank
you very much.
So he's got a boom and a thank you so far
boom,
now
thank
this
you.
game.
He changed the lyrics this game.
That's Ron Pelletier's 3rd double in 2 games.
Yeah, well,
if you want to think about it, it's
I'm
his
sorry,
third double.
not 2 games.
Last 10 boxes.
13 frames, yeah. Third double in 3. Wow.
Yeah, actually not even 13, because then he had like 40-something in the 4th, so he's actually in 9 boxes.
9 boxes, 7 strikes.
Yeah, left side of the screen there. Walt Brooks covers a 5-pin, gets a spare. Hanging on as tight as he can.
Yeah.
Wow, this is an avalanche right now. It's coming down hard.
Well, he's just trying to get himself, like you say, focus on what you got to do, and if you get yourself to second, so be it.
Now
he's got to stay.
He's got to start thinking about that.
Stay in your own.
Right.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's easy to think it's all or nothing, first place or
no. There's still second place is no.
Second
slouch.
place is great. Yeah, you just
so you gotta
for a guy like Walt with the expectations he has for himself.
And as he told us, interview, he has 2 seconds and a first in this. This would be his 3rd second place finish, and again against the competition that you're bowling here in this tournament, that's nothing to be ashamed of at all.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Not at all.
Somebody go tell Mike to calm down. He thinks he's in Jamaica right now. He wouldn't know if he wasn't.
Lou Sarkeesian on the left side of your screen there. The legend.
Maybe at the leg,
The pocket pretty heavy, and he's looking at the 2, 4, 6, 9. What an ugly leaf.
It's not going to be fun.
Well, just to let you guys know, off our camera here, we watched him earlier who had 553. Actually, Stacey Kelly's got a nice game going right here.
Nice, yeah.
134 after 7.
Yep, trying to end on a good note here.
He's got a chance to possibly do well in the B division. Make a good finish here.
I think he needs an 187.
Stacey's got 3rd locked up in the handicap. And locked in a top 3, but can get a little bit more if he continues. No. I guess we're getting a report here. He just having missed that mark that you. But he missed a mark and has pretty much guaranteed himself a 3rd place finish in the handicap division. Well done, Stacey. Came out of nowhere with that.
Ronnie Pelletier is going to come into your screen inside of the right hand split, and I'll make another prediction. If he throws another ball on lane 13 like he's been throwing, if this is a boom or a splat, this tournament may be all but done.
Oh, really another great ball from Ron. That was not far from being a triple.
That was more.
Oh, he drops his ball.
More than he wanted.
I don't know whether that's nerves or.
He's excited. I think he's feeling it right now.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, maybe just a little too excited.
Yeah,
on
he
that
got a
one.
little excited, but I think he's got a little breathing room right now.
Yeah, I think being it was on that double, he was happy about that 9 count on that double. He got a good load because last
It's
time he had
19
that
and
double.
that's 28, Phil.
Last time he had that double,
Yeah,
with the 3-6.
2-2,
So
yeah.
this looks a lot golden compared to that one.
Yep. And he's certainly going to, obviously, he's going to finish well ahead of Brooks, and so he's going to be able to sit back and just watch.
Yep.
One more box. I'm going to take. I'm going to really go out on a limb, and I don't think he can lose this tournament right now. Something really bad would have to happen, and something extraordinary would have to happen on the other side.
I'm not calling it yet, Pat.
That's all right.
I'm not calling it yet. I'm gonna hold out and see what Walt does, because I know that guy.
It's absolutely nothing against Walt.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, he's up against a wall right now.
He is. But he threw a 201 earlier today, or on 199.
Yeah, 199.
Apologies.
Yeah.
199. He seems to be on the head pin. You see Walt on the left side of the screen there. He left a 510, and Walt's got a 136 in the 9th of his 11th game. Looks like about a 145, 146 game for Walt. Now we got Greg Schrieffer, whose scores are, or he is done with his 12 games. 16, 68. Well behind the pace he set last year, but a good showing. I think he certainly would like to have done better, but hey, like we said earlier, this is
Not easy to repeat.
Not easy to repeat.
Johnny Pelletier waiting to take lane 14, coming off. He's first time I can say this in I think all day. He's coming off a missed single.
Again, Pat, off the camera here, I'm watching Stacy do a strike.
Yeah. I used to know a guy like him. A guy with his name. He bowled different, but
Stacy's
on fire.
A mark away from having a shot at taking the B prize.
And as you just saw, Ron Pelletier leaving a little mini split, but
yeah, this is a spare lead for him.
It's just big. It's
walk in the park.
Again, for him, it's a 2-pinner.
I got to correct myself, guys. I thought I saw Walt's score coming in the 140s, and I was wrong about that. He's got a 130 on his 11th game. He's fell another 28 pins behind Ron
Mr.
that
Pelletier.
game, so he's about 60 pins back.
Actually, Mr. Pelletier just gave himself a 10 box, so he's
Ron,
got 78 after 5.
Yeah, Ron has substantial. I'm starting to agree a little more with Pat now. I mean, it's going to be a hard.
Yep.
That's going to be hard to overcome. Especially Ron's got 78 in the 5th. He's halfway to a 150, which would mean Walt's going to need 210 plus to catch Ron.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so as we're looking around here, like I said, off your camera here, I'm watching Stacey Kelly. He's got 123 plus. He's working on a strike, and like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, there's a lot of divisions here that we're dealing with. So Stacey has a shot of taking the lead in the B division.
Come on, one more. Jesse's now moving to second. No, we didn't say that.
No.
I'm talking without the mic.
So we did some math here, and we just
threw a nice ball.
just realized that now Walt Brooks has fallen behind Jesse Deach. Jesse has assumed the second position, and Walt is going to need a 160 game to surpass Jesse, secure himself what seems like it's going to be a second place finish. 161.
Looking down here, Stacy Kelly, like I said, we had, like I say, 5:53 to start, and he's got a good game going here, 143, with a 1 ball to fill.
Yeah, guys, we're looking at Stacy just nearly in front of us here. He's got a good limp going. It seems that something's hurting on him. Walking pretty gingerly. It's a good thing he's wrapping up his games here.
Yep. Well, he just needs to throw this one more time in the pocket.
One more ball.
6 or better.
Maybe 150. So a 150 game. It's a great way to end his tournament.
He would love a 7 or better. And there's the 7 we were talking about, 150 for Stacy Kelly. And I believe that might put 17-19.
Ron Pelletier there crossing the head pin over in the 1-3 pocket. Leaves a 5 pin. He is pulling a mark, but looking to get one back on the board.
Get back here.
So looking quickly at our
here throws it out there. He's got it.
Top 20 now. Jesse Deach, who's home, comfortable, or at work, one or the other, has now moved back into second place. I think Ronnie's already got enough to surpass him without even throwing any more balls. So he's definitely looking at second now, and Walt's going to have to go somewhat big. He's going to have to go 33.60. He's going to have to go 160 to catch Jesse now. And Stacy what was Stacy's final total for this block?
The 962 for Stacy Kelly, the gentleman
Wow.
you bowl with, and actually that set here put him in the temporary lead for the B division.
Right, I don't think anybody's going by him.
He jumped over Tom Clausen. Yep. Stacy finished with for the total for the event, 17-19.
Yeah, we were
Tom
talking
had
about that
17-17.
set, And
Yeah, that
guy comes up.
last ball he threw every pin. He
was
needed
a big
one pin to pass Tom Clausen. So what a great game.
Yeah.
While he's injured, it looks like to come up with a 150
and he also passed
claim the B division.
He also passed Billy Kuntz with that ball going 17-19. He beat Billy by 1 pin.
Yeah, well done.
All right, so we're coming back here shortly on lane front pair on the screen in front of us. You got Mr. Pelletier, 88 plus in the 6th. Looking to just, keep putting it on, just keep rolling along, give them something to catch him. And like we said, looks like Ron will probably be in the clubhouse with about 5 boxes to go. And just think, one time they were about 1 box apart.
Yeah.
Here comes Ronnie stepping into the screen now. He'll be bowling on lane 14.
Filling a spare.
I'm going with a boom.
Ronnie gets up there, throws it out there. Misses, but gets a thank you.
Yeah. Amazing. I don't observe this every single ball that he throws, but that one right there, you actually watch the ball land and catch its roll and change the path that the ball is rolling on.
Something that we talked about yesterday with the wooden lanes and versus the synthetic alley. That ball scooting might catch 3.
Well, it depends. If there's a little bit of oil on a synthetic lane, it's going to skid for sure.
Yep.
There's a lot of friction on a synthetic lane without oil on it, though. It can be a lot like a wood lane.
But as you see there, Ron Pelletier took advantage of that 1 pinner and made that 7 pin. So again, sitting at 107 in the plus in the 7th.
And at that point, Jesse's now in second place.
Yes.
And in the clubhouse, even if Ronnie doesn't throw another ball.
Exactly. Yeah, he's at 1832.
He's already there.
Yep, and it will be up to Walt Brooks to try and get past Jesse for Second at least,
right.
it's going to take a lot to get to first.
Yeah, he needs a 161 just to go by Jesse.
I think we're going to be looking at Ronnie approaching 1900.
Yeah,
I think.
So if that's the case, he needs just a 161 to jump over that, and you got Ronnie about 35 pins ahead of that. You're looking at Mr. Brooks needing about a 200 game to possibly get himself into first.
Probably even more at this.
Yeah, because we don't know what Ronnie's going to do.
Right.
I know what Ronnie's going to do.
Well, there's about a 60 pin differential between the two of them. Last game starts here. If Ron gets to 150, 210 is the number that Pat
right
that Walt's got to get to.
Wait a minute. I know you're the. So we know weathermen are never right. So
yeah,
I
that's
doubt
right,
your prediction's going to be right. Weathermen are never right.
I'm way better than the weathermen. They get paid to do it.
And you're hurting his feelings with that one.
I couldn't let it go.
All right, I guess we got an update from Jim on Stacy Kelly's finish. What do you got, Jim?
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I just talked to Stacy. Just finished up with a 962 for his second block. And from what I've seen, I think that's the second highest block we've had all tournament. Jesse Deitch's second block. So, talked to Stacy. He was limping a little bit towards the end. Come to find out, he had a tumor in his femur years ago. They had to operate and put in a steel rod in his upper leg. So after 12 games of bowling, gets a little, still managed again 962 over a 160 average for his last 6 games today. And from what I can tell, he should be third in the handicap section as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that, Jim. And I've heard the story about Stacy having had the tumor in his leg and the surgery and the steel rod. I mean, he is almost always battling some pain when he's bowling, but it's a great comeback story as far as I'm concerned to have gone through that and come back and to bowl, and here he is throwing a 962, the second highest. I mean, the second highest set here on
for the second weekend. Yep. And I can remember just watching Stacy run around here as a little tyke. So
it's Stacy Kelly. I mean, drafted out of high school by the Oakland A's.
I talked about that before. He was a phenom in high school.
Yeah.
And the injury was really what probably kept him from actually going somewhere in pro baseball.
Alrighty, we got Ron Pelletier up on the screen there on your right-hand side. Hit the pocket, man, left himself a 3-pinner.
Was filling a spare there. He's got 114 in the 7th, 44 over the mark.
Yeah, so right now he's in the 40s, looking for maybe another mark or two to get 50-60.
Walt Brooks on the left. Walt Brooks screen shooting a 2-pinner. He gets that.
Yep.
And that is
Ronnie Pelletier. This is one of the few times you see him not hit the object he was dealing for. He was looking to split those 2 pinners and just missed it on the left-hand side.
Hard to see, but I think that was Walt's second frame, and he's got a spare there
as well. Yep. We got Mr. Pelletier at 1847 with 2 more boxes to go.
You got Mark Rue up there, local Connecticut bowler, bowling a lot of leagues with this guy over the years, and Mark's got 1468. I'm sure he would have liked to have done a little bit better. I think he's a B division bowler for us, and great bowler, great guy to bowl with. And
well, if he goes 132 here, he's looking at 1600.
Yep,
respectable.
Yep.
12 game tournament.
133 average. What it turns out to be, and then he. Coming up on lanes in front of us on the screen there, you got Mario Nasassi finishing up this box here, throwing the ball out there, nice 9-drop, leaves a 10-pin. Now, and then we got Ron Pelletier getting ready to finish up with his last 2 boxes. Like I said, he's got 1847 with 2 boxes to go. So he's looking just to put a little extra pins here to give Walt something a little bit more to shoot.
Well, if he goes 20, Walt needs a 200. If Ronnie goes 10-10, Walt needs a 200 game to tie him.
Yeah, and Walt's going to have his work cut out for him to get to 200 at this point. He's got 38 and a third on a spare.
See Ronnie get up there. He's got to lay a little bit.
Rare cross. That's a rare ball for him to cross over the head pin like that.
Yeah.
He might be just slightly right now, a little unfocused. I think he might have it in his mind. He might even think he's wrapped it up.
Yeah, it could be.
Got a little overexcited on the one pinner.
Foot off the accelerator a little bit or too much. See what he does. He gets it out there. Oh, yeah. I guess it's the first one was too much. Second one not enough.
In his mind, he's leaving the door open.
Yeah, and he's not going to be happy with that. As you see him hold his wood, and so again, as Pat says, he gets another 10. Walt needs a 200.
Right.
And over on the
and Walt's not on pace for that until he starts throwing some strikes right now.
got Mark Parker jumping up on lane 4, and Mark, we've talked a little bit less about him over the last couple of games. He has lost his momentum. He's been struggling, but still well inside the top 10, and he's going to try to put an exclamation point on his weekend.
Well, he did right there. He just threw that nice ball through that hammer, so maybe he can catch a few of those and, like I say, move himself up on the chart here. So you got Walt Brooks in the screen
an
there.
8 for Walt.
Yeah, good pitch.
That's filling a spare. Walt looking for 161 at least to jump over Jesse Deach, who has a slight advantage over him right now, and perhaps as high as something like 210 or so, or 200 to have a chance at getting at Ron. He's going to need some strikes to get that to happen.
So, again, I'll go to the weatherman on this one since he likes to mentions. What do you predict then when Ron gets up there to finish his Eastern? What's he going to throw that last box?
Sunny and 55. It's a beautiful forecast. Oh, no. For this, I'm talking about today. If today was sunny and 55, people would be really happy, and that's what Ronnie's going to do right now, sunny and 55.
I think Ronnie, happy is a good way to describe. He's had quite a performance this weekend, and today in particular, just so sharp.
Yeah, and like Pat said, I mean, if this does hold out, which we think it might, 3 out of the last 4 years, that's one heck of an accomplishment.
With the field of bowlers that comes up for this, I mean, the best of the best make an appearance. Of Scott Wolgamuth, John D'Antonis, Walt Brooks.
Yeah. And the list just keeps going.
The list goes on and on, and you put a bunch of other bowlers. Greg Schrieffer, the defending champ.
Yep.
Lots of phenomenal bowlers come up for this, and to have won it 3 out of 4 years, that.
Exactly.
Of course, Dean's going to expect a huge tip. That's awesome. It wasn't on air. I said no. I said Dean's going to expect a huge tip.
Another observation that I'm making about our leaderboard is Jason Sauter has made his way into 4th place.
Yeah, and like you said, he's just sitting back now watching. He's moving up.
And that's great showing from Jason this morning, and he had a really good shot at getting past Jesse.
The last 3 games got away from him, and
yeah.
he could have been looking. He could have been sitting in that position Jesse was in just as easily.
Yeah, exactly. So as you see, getting ready to throw his final box this year in the 85th Eastern Duckpin Classic. You got Mr. Pelletier.
I'm going to go with a thank you very much. How's that? You wanted a prediction.
I want a prediction.
I'm going to go with a thank you very much.
Okay.
Or a thank you and good night.
Good night, man. Good night, Irene.
Walt Brooks over on lane 3 or 4. Lane 4 it was. He just threw a strike. And
he goes. Mr. Pelletier going, and yeah, I guess that
Thank
is
you,
a thank you.
and good
Now,
night.
Is this good night that's coming next?
Good night's coming up.
Pat, the most accurate weatherman I know.
Sunny and.
That was a Sunny and 55 ball right there.
Okay, so
Right now you got Mr. Pelletier working on the strike, and he's got 1867 plus 2 balls. 67 plus 2. He's getting up there.
So Ron, off the mark a little bit there.
Yeah. That's what's happening outside. The sun went into the clouds. It's now snowing.
All right.
Looking for a big fill here to finish it out.
Okay, so 147.
He just
not his
switched
best game of the day,
I was
but
gonna say, the worst game of the day.
He switched Jesse's numbers around. That's all. It's the same numbers, just different order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1872.
1872 total.
1872 total for
Yeah.
Ron Pelletier.
So now Walt
Fabulous
needs a
bowling.
206.
He is the sole owner of first place, and Walt needs
206.
So we will turn the camera over to lanes 3 and 4.
To watch
I think
their
we're going to
finish.
have a really big moment here with Walt getting on the lane, filling a strike. And
He's got to start throwing them one after another.
We've got Ron wrapping up here, so we'll get an opportunity to have a word with him in just a few.
Yeah, Walt's on a strike.
And we're really at the point here where first place, a bad frame out of Walt at any point over the next several frames locks him out of first place.
Yeah, he's just got to stay focused, like you say, for now, and just, you do the best you can, and hopefully that'll get you second. Like you say, and he's still got to shoot a big game to do that. He's got to go 61 to go by Jesse.
1872, one of the higher 12-game totals over the last several years. Probably about average, I would say.
Yeah, I would go with that. It's been a while since like I say, you've seen in 1900.
Yeah, we saw 1930 something out of Brian Stiles a few years back, and we haven't seen one since.
Yeah, the leaderboard's up, Brian. Walt's up on 3.
Yeah, it was 2009 actually was the last time we saw somebody go 19. And actually we had 2 guys go 19 that year.
Walt's up right now.
So
Walt's up right now.
on lane 3 you got Walt Brooks up there throwing the ball down there.
Oh, and he
hop.
carries the double. Oh, right on time.
Yeah.
I'm not worried yet, but
Yeah,
I'm starting
don't-
to think about it. That's a good sign right there for Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, we gotta before we put Mr. Pelletier's name on the
Not
check,
happening
we're
yet.
gonna,
On
we're
the
gonna
check,
wait.
yeah.
Wow. All right. Walt just completed his 6th frame.
6th frame, yep.
With the double, he's got a double up in the 5th and 6th.
Correct, sir.
What does he have in the 4th?
All right. Walt's score currently is a 96 plus 2 hits through 6 frames. So he's filling a double. We'll see what happens. But right now we've actually got fresh off of his 12-game, 1872 total, Ron Pelletier, the current leader. He gets to sit back and watch as Walt Brooks takes a run at it. He's sitting there now with Jim Kaufman, and we'll throw it over to Jim now.
All right, yep, I'm here with Ron Pelletier, 1872, 12-game score. You're the leader in the clubhouse. Congratulations. Thank you. I was going to ask you, or I was planning on asking you, what did you do differently today, but you didn't struggle today, at least not on the scoreboard. 164, 160, 155, 158, 157, 147. What can you tell us about your day today?
Well, it's like I said I was going to do yesterday after the last 3 games. I figured slow down, take your time, throw the ball. Yeah, a couple got away today, but you know what? Didn't miss much at all, and I started striking, and I was on my 3rd ball, and everything just went into play. That's why the scores were consistent.
I noticed one frame earlier today when you ripped the middle, took out the one side, and then managed to get the 4 on the left for the 10 box, and you kind of pumped your fist, so I could tell that you knew every pin was going to be important.
Absolutely.
So Walt Brooks still has a mathematical chance, I think, to catch you. So you might want to go check him out. But as of right now, you're the leader in the clubhouse, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Jim. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Congratulations to Ron so far. I mean, locked into second and hoping for first.
And Walt's going to step up on lane 4. There aren't too many must-strike situations in this tournament, but this is one. Yes,
because there's not much paper left. He needs to keep that streak going.
If he were to strike out, which would be,
highly
phenomenal, he could go 246, so he's still mathematically alive.
Oh,
he gets up there. No.
That ball is outside,
and
frustration.
We just now saw Walt drop the ball off the rack, and I don't think that was out of excitement.
He just needs to get back, make this one, and
he's still not eliminated.
Right.
Still got to keep himself focused. Throws it out there, and hey, converted the spare.
All right, so he converts the spare, controls the damage a little bit, and he's got 124 plus in the 7th.
So I mean, he's looking okay.
214 is.
He still can do it.
214 is his max, which would.
It's enough, but that means he has to strike out, and he needs a 4-6.
He needs a 4-bagger.
Right. He has to throw 4.
Yeah.
Right now, his next ball has to be a strike.
Yeah. His next 4.
That is correct.
And as we're saying, Walt's at the point, like you say, if he wants to win this event, he has to strike. But if he doesn't, he's still got to keep himself focused because he's not that far out of second.
Yeah.
Well, the 161 is certainly within range.
Sure, and that's what I mean. You want to look at the big picture. Yeah, I got a chance to win this, but I got to throw the 4. But if I don't be so disappointed because you still got a good shot at taking second.
Well, he rebounded well from that last one. He could have very well just kind of
no doubt about it.
Checked out after that, but made the spare. Kept himself in contention for the win. For first place.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Big ball.
Well, it kept him first as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we are at the point where one ball could decide the fate of this tournament.
Well, he has to throw a strike next, and then again, and he doesn't have any options until the 5th ball he throws right now.
That's right.
It's pretty much the first time this entire broadcast that we've had a chance to just
breathe,
sit and wait instead of spinning our heads on a swivel.
Yeah, because the field in front of us actually is completed, and we're just watching. We got actually bowlers on each side of us, but the field in front of us is open.
All right.
Yes.
So, small correction to our scorekeeping. Walt has a 128 plus in the 7th, not a 114. Nothing about the facts changes. He needs a strike. He needs 4 strikes in a row.
Yeah, he's got to go 4-bagger.
And the next ball that he throws could decide this tournament.
Oh. Okay. Another correction.
Nope. Okay.
Nope. Still mathematically in it.
2890 is 218.
Yep. All right. So we got Walt Brooks up there and throwing the ball, and he did not get the strike. He got the low. nice and low, but that's not what he needed at this time. So now you're going to try to hold it, see if he can make this for the spare. Just by it. So now he wants to try to hold his wood.
Well, his next objective is 161 because at this point, Ron Pelletier is the 2015 Eastern Classic champion.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 years.
3 out of the last year. 3 out of the last 4 years. Ties Jeff Piles as the only other 4-time Eastern Classic champion.
And like I say, now Walt's got to focus on his last couple boxes here to try to get himself into second place. He's sitting at 135 with 2 boxes to go. He needs a mark in the next 2. He needs some kind of combination of 26.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Ron Pelletier. I think they're going to put his name on the building.
I think Ron would like to put his name on the building.
This is becoming a second home, and winning the Eastern is becoming a second job for him, I think, as well.
Yeah, he definitely likes it here for sure.
Love you, Duckpin TV.
So, Lou Sarkeesian, the Eastern legend, wrapping up his 12 games.
Yep. Wrapping up his 46th consecutive year here.
What's 46 times 12? This guy's logged more Eastern games than anybody else, right? Never mind being consecutive.
Yeah, I'd say so. Even the guys that bid bowl when it was 15 games, I think Lou's got him beat. We got Walt Brooks getting up there.
552 games.
Looking to catch a break there. All right. Yeah, left himself a 2-pinner. He just needs to convert this and get himself another mark next box, and then he'll be sitting in second place.
Looks positive. I get the sense that he knows he's second.
Yep.
Still has work to do. All right, and he does it.
And he made that 2-pinner. That was a big one. Now he just needs to do that one more time.
Yeah.
And actually, we saw that just earlier with Stacy Kelly when he was going for the B. He had made the mark. He just needed a big load. He got himself the 7 count. He needed 5. He got his 7.
Just got by
Tommy Clausen.
Mark Parker carries a backdoor strike.
So he's trying to get himself, if he can go 150 or better, he can move himself up on the leaderboard. Right now, Mark was kind of sitting in the 7th spot, trying to get himself into the 6th box, and he would need like a 150 game to move himself up. And actually, I think for Mr. Parker, that might have been a double, actually. Looking down at the scores there, from what I can see, I see a lot of black up there, so it looked like he had a double. And we just saw Lou Sarkeesian wrap up his day here.
We have broke the century mark for viewers of the Eastern. Everybody watching, hopefully you know at this point, our champion has already finished bowling, and he's I guess waiting for
the rest of these guys to wrap up, and I want to personally congratulate myself.
Yeah.
Knowing Ron all these years, congratulations, Ron. You threw the ball like a champ today. You deserve it.
Yeah, he really was the class of the field here today. There's no denying that.
As you see getting up on the screen now, we got Mark Parker going for a triple here. He'd like to catch that, finish strong, and he's like I say, he's got a shot to move up on that leaderboard, and
he did
sure enough, he did it. So, he's got that triple.
Finish strong.
Now, Parker was sitting right now 7th at 16-12, and he's looking to go at least 150 or better. And actually, if he goes like 52, 53, he can jump himself all the way to 5th. So he's
strong
up
finish
there,
from
throwing
Mark.
again, throws it out there, drops 9. And like I said, Mr. Parker, a 152 would put him into 5th place. And he filled that with a 10 count to wrap up his day.
Wrap up his tournament.
Tough for us to see down here. We're sending our roving eyes to get us a update what that final score is. And like I said, if it's all right, we just heard that Mr. Parker went 160, so that gives him 1772, putting him into the number 5 spot. So
very great
finish.
last game there to jump 2 spots and get himself into 5th.
So he made the top 5 with that big last game.
Yeah, I don't. He may be a little bit disappointed. He bowled really, really well yesterday and wasn't able to keep the same pace that he set yesterday. But a great tournament for Mark.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now we got Walt Brooks getting up, trying to finish strong here and maybe get himself into 2nd place.
The
hands went up. I think he's happy with that one.
And you haven't seen any real lucky breaks for Walt or anything out there, so everybody deserves one here and there, and his came at a great time.
Yeah.
Just past Jesse Deach for
that
2nd
ball
place.
just put him into 2nd.
So unofficially, the top 3.
Ronnie Pelletier,
Ron
Walt
Pelletier.
Brooks, Jesse Deach. Congratulations to all 3 gentlemen. And just for me, a good point I heard, these are, as you saw here, the scores are there, but until they can be verified by the tournament director. Now that the tournament is wrapping up, this is when her work begins.
Yes, she's been somewhat just a spectator up until this point. There's a lot of work going on in between shifts and when games get done, but the real work starts now for Dara.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Did he make that for 75?
Yeah, Walt Brooks puts 20 on the end, 40 on his last 2. Gets to 175, a great finish.
Yep.
Secures 2nd place again unofficially, and we're going to take a break, and we'll come back and have a word with a couple of our competitors who are.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky.
The Nick Trotsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Lucky Strike Lanes is located at 185 Stafford Road in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's Route 32, right across from the drive-in movie theater. Lucky Strike has 24 duckpin lanes and is home of the Eastern Classic, duckpin bowling's most historic tournament. Lucky Strike is also a great place for birthday parties, group outings, corporate functions, and fundraisers. Lucky Strike also has lanes available for open bowling. Rock and Bowl and Saturday night as well. You can visit Lucky Strike Lanes at LuckyStrikeLanesCT.com or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes CT. Soon.
All right, welcome back, folks. So, conclusion of the 85th annual Frank Barber Memorial Eastern Classic at Lucky Strike Lanes in Mansfield, Connecticut. 1, 2, 3. We got Ron Pelletier at 1872, Walt Brooks at 1842, and Jesse Deach at 1827. I mean, Ron, what can you say about this guy? I mean, 3 out of 4 years. I mean,
and you look at both blocks.
That's got to be the best run in Eastern history, right? Well, I don't know. We had a statistic about this the other day.
Yeah, I mean,
or rather, a trivia question about Peter Pierce, who went 4 years in a row to finish second,
first or second,
and a first. Is this better than that? I don't know. That's 3 wins out of 4 years, and I don't know where he came in last year.
Well, we know last year he didn't make the top 3, but I think he was in the top 10, but
so
not
he was
in the top 3.
Top 10.
So,
I don't know.
That's close to say.
They're pretty close. I'll say that.
No doubt about that.
So, congratulations to Ron. He came in today even better than he looked yesterday, and he looked great yesterday.
And actually, if you look at his scores, I think he was actually. I think yesterday and today were comparable. I think he went like 930 something yesterday, and today 940. I think it was 931, 941. So he was very close.
So the word consistent comes to mind, but probably a better word is like excellence. I mean, that's just phenomenal bowling.
No doubt about it.
And Walt had 2 great days. He off to a great start this morning at 199 game. He went through the middle, almost got himself to 200.
Yeah, almost got 200 there, and still he shot well today.
Struggled a little bit, slumped, and then you finished really strong there to secure second place. He had to beat 160 to get himself a second place finish.
And like you said, there's nothing wrong with
it. Speaking of Walt, we've got Jim standing by with him now to get a word from our second place finisher.
Hi, thanks, guys. I'm here with Walt Brooks, our second place finisher with a score of 1842. Walt, you had 917 your first block yesterday. You came out of the gate strong with 500 plus your first 3. Found yourself going down to 1 and 2, which a lot of people think are a fast pair, high-scoring pair. And tell me what happened.
I missed a couple singles in the game, broke some splits, started pressing a little, and ended up losing by 30 pins. You shoot 244 in the middle there, on 2 down this end, and come back with a strong 175 the last game to rally back for second. But third time I took second in this tournament. I guess nothing's wrong with second, but I strive for the top, and I'd like to congratulate Ron Pelletier. He's class act. He really is. As far as bowling, he's at the top.
I think he's a 4-time winner with just one other bowler now, so I think he's at the top as far as Eastern wins. As far as yourself, going into that last game, I think you knew you probably needed a real big game.
Yeah, I knew I needed 161. I caught a double in the game, started throwing the ball, made a ball change, seemed to work out for me, and got a little fast there. Chopped 2, come back and made it, which was a big shot, and went from there.
Your 175 was enough to get by Jesse Deach to get in the second place, but yeah, just a little bit short. Ended up 206 to go by Ron, but nonetheless, go bowling this week, and congratulations on second place, and hopefully we'll see you next year.
Definitely.
Have a safe ride home.
All right, so we pulled up the leaderboard for everybody here, and believe it or not, there's still a couple of people out there bowling. We've got 1 pair of lanes wrapping things up.
Yep.
But the leaderboard, the top 20 bowlers is
as far as we're concerned, the tournament
unofficially
is
done.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a lot of names we've highlighted and featured all weekend. Starting with the top 3, Ron Pelletier, Walt Brooks, Jesse Deach.
Yep.
Then we had Jason Sauter, who finished this morning.
Yep.
Bowled really well, and I bet you when he finished, he wasn't thinking he was going to finish fourth. Here he is,
Yep.
fourth place. Very well done. Mark Parker just wrapped up. Had a really great, 9:49 yesterday. That was a great 6-game stretch. One of the top 3 or 4, I think, of the entire tournament. And fell off a little bit today, but finished strong, and jumped over Scott Wolgamuth and Roy Kuchevsky to come in 5th.
Yeah, that was a big finish. Like I said, he caught that triple at the end where he might have been a little out of down there, but he caught that trip, got himself going, and like I say, moved himself into that 5 spot. And then you had you had the guys that bowled the first weekend there,
Scott
and Roy
Kuchevsky. Those scores held up. 1760 was great bowling from them. Scott, only senior on the top 20 here. Congratulations to Scott. Roy Kuchevsky, Mike Steinert, a lot of guys who are, you see names that were in our top 25, the Duckpin TV top 25.
Proprietor.
Who else do we got? Jimmy Mulvihill, who's a bright young guy coming out of Massachusetts and suddenly starting to compete.
Yep. And then here you got
in some of the higher profile events.
You got the manager of Lucky Strike, Colin Dunnick.
John
D'Antonius.
The reigning number 1, and Kyle Shaw coming 12. Up. Some guy named Eric.
Eric who?
Some talented.
Some right-handed bum named Eric Lateska.
That's right. John T. Zekas.
Who's going to have some questions about our top 25? I can tell you that.
That's probably true. But I hope a lot of people have questions about our top 25, and we'd love to try and answer them.
He's going to personally have a question.
Stacy Kelly did a great job today. 553.
That's
3 to start his first 3.
Incredible. He had the highest set of the block.
962, the second highest block.
He won this block. He had the high block.
And you saw him limp off the lanes. Our other broadcasting partner here, Billy Kuntz.
Joey Sears, who finished up yesterday as well.
Tom Clausen, other Division B bowler. Chris Kruger fell down to 19th, and then Luke Robustelli rounds out the top 20. Another great year here. And got Ron Pelletier over on lane 1 posing for some photos.
In front of the lake. It's beautiful.
He's getting used to that around here, I think.
Is it 55 and sunny over there, too?
It's 55 and beautiful. There's a little snow on the mountains, but it's beautiful in the valley.
Yeah, all right. So we got Jim standing by with Mark Parker, who wrapped up his 12 games and got himself to 5th place. Congratulations to Mark, and we'll pass it over to Jim now.
Thanks, Eric. Here with Mark Parker. Finished 5th with a score of 1772. You led the shift as far as the first block yesterday with a 949. Did you have your blue boxers today? What happened?
Yeah, honestly, I just keep telling myself, you woke up this morning, you went to the bathroom, you took a shower, you came back, and you grabbed the wrong pair of boxers to come back today. But on a serious note, I realized that the last 6 are definitely a lot more difficult than the first 6. Mentally, not necessarily physically, mentally. And it's a good learning experience for me. It's only the 3rd time I ever bowled the Eastern, and it's a great learning experience, and I'm glad I finished the way I did. It's been a roller coaster of emotions for me last couple weeks, personally. So this 5th place in this tournament to me it's awesome. It's like it's not where I wanted to go, but it's awesome, and I'm happy about it. Not as happy as I wanted to be, but I am happy about it. It's 5th place. It's good.
You pulled it out in the last game today with a 160 to get yourself up to 5th, so you got to feel good about that.
Right, I relaxed. I relaxed and realized I didn't have a shot anymore, and that actually helped me. But that's what usually happens when you're pressuring yourself and you're really saying you need a 200 game. Sometimes it works out, but most of the time it does not, and it didn't. And I really stiffened up at points, and I shouldn't have. It's a learning experience, and next time I believe I will be better. But overall, I will take the performance as a whole.
Well, again, something to build on for next year.
Absolutely, and this is going to be my first year. I'm going to try all the Pro Tours. I've only done usually 2 or 3 every year, but this is going to be my first year where I'm going to travel all around, and this is my passion. This is this is what I do for fun, and hopefully one day somebody will be able to say something good about me. So
I'm about to say something good about you. Finished 5th in the Eastern, the 85th and longest running Duckpin bowling tournament out there. You finished 5th out of over 100 bowlers. The score is 1772, so you should feel proud of that. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you very much, and Duckpin TV. This honestly, this makes everything so much more fun, and just having any kind of broadcast or anything like that to make the game known. This is absolutely awesome, and I want to thank every one of you guys because this is awesome. You can get home. My son loves watching bowling on YouTube and everything. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mark. And a final note to everyone before I get going. You can go onto YouTube and watch this. Yesterday's broadcast is out there all 8 hours, and I'm sure either tonight or these 8 hours from today, you'll be able to watch them. So watch it, spread the word. Thanks for tuning in this week, and I'll send it back to the booth.
All right, and thank you, Mark. Thank you, Jim. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the show right after this.
Duckpin TV hotline. Yep. It's Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky.
The Nick Tronsky. Yes. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Strike.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Great. All right. Bye.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. How much is this phone bill going to be?
Well, hello, welcome back for the last time, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2015 Eastern Classic. Tom Dominique, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. I enjoyed the time here with you and the rest of the crew. I really enjoy it.
So we'll just we'll wrap it up here by saying congratulations to the 2015 champion, Ron Pelletier. 3 out of 4 years, incredible stuff. Don't forget to reach out to us on Facebook, facebook.com/Duckpin TV,
exactly.
or on Twitter @Duckpin TV. We're looking to hear from you. And we look forward to bringing you guys some more stuff in the near future. Thanks for tuning in.
It's them out there that keep us going. You know, more we hit that 100 viewers or more this time. We're going to shoot for bigger numbers next year. So please watch.
All right, guys, take care.